My first job out of nursing school was at Maple Creek Senior Living. If you looked it up online, you'd see pictures of smiling residents, lush green lawns, and a 5-star rating. It was sold as a community, a place where your loved ones could live out their golden years with dignity. And for the most part, it was. I went in with that bright-eyed, bushy-tailed optimism of a new grad. I was going to be the one who listened, the one who cared just a little bit more. I thought I could make a difference. Looking back, that feels so naive, it almost makes me laugh. Or cry, mostly cry. I was assigned to the West Wing, a mix of long-term residents and folks with memory care needs. That's where I met Arthur Abernathy. Room 21B. Mr. Abernathy was 88 years old, with wisps of white hair and eyes that were the pale, faded blue of a worn-out pair of jeans. His mind was, well, it was a tangled mess. Dementia had stolen most of him, leaving behind fragments of a life he could no longer piece together. He'd have moments of clarity, where he'd ask me about the weather, or tell me a joke that didn't quite have a punchline. But mostly, he lived in a state of quiet, simmering panic. His panic had a name, Eleanor. Eleanor was his roommate. And if you were to cast the role of sweet, harmless old lady, you'd cast Eleanor. She was tiny, with soft, wrinkled cheeks and a perpetual gentle smile. She spent 90% of her day in the armchair by the window, knitting. She never spoke a word. Not one. The doctor said it was a result of a stroke years ago. She just sat there, click-clacking her needles together, making an endless series of mismatched, brightly colored scarves she'd give to the staff. We all thought she was a doll, a tragic, silent, sweet little thing. Mr. Abernathy did not agree. He was terrified of her, and his terror manifested in one single relentless action, ringing his call bell. That sound became the soundtrack to my nights. It would start around 10 p.m., just after the lights were out. Beep. I'd go in. What's wrong, Mr. Abernathy? He'd be sitting bolt upright in bed, his eyes wide, staring at Eleanor's sleeping form in the bed across the room. She's doing it again, he'd whisper, his voice trembling. Doing what, Arthur? The singing, he'd say, his voice cracking. She sings to me when it's dark. I'd glance over at Eleanor. She'd be fast asleep, a quiet little lump under a mountain of blankets, not making a sound. She's sleeping, Arthur. You must have been dreaming. I'd fluff his pillow, give him some water, and reset the bell. 10 minutes later, beep. The other aides and nurses, the ones who had been there for years, were less patient. I'd hear them in the break room. Abernathy in 21B is at it again. Just ignore it for a few minutes. He'll wear himself out. It's just the dementia. He's sundowning. They said he was hallucinating. It was a textbook case. An elderly mind, lost in the shadows, creating phantom threats. But the way he described it was so specific, so strange. I asked him once, "What does she sing?" He shook his head, his eyes filling with tears. It's not a real song. There's no words. It's just a sound, a low sound, like a hum. And it gets closer, a hum. I'd sit at the nurse's station, watching the monitor for room 21B, and listen. I never heard a thing, just the gentle whir of the air conditioning and the distant, muffled snores from other rooms. But Mr. Abernathy was adamant, and every night he was a little more frantic, a little more broken. She stands over me, he told me one night, grabbing my arm with surprising strength. I pretend to be asleep, but I can feel her there. I can hear the hum. She wants me to sleep forever. It was chilling, but what was I supposed to do? Tell my supervisor that the sweet, mute old lady in 21B was a phantom humming menace? I'd have been laughed off floor. So I did nothing. I just kept answering the bell, Then, about a month into this routine, Mrs. Gable in room 21D passed away. She was 92. Her heart just gave out in her sleep. It was sad, but not unexpected. The night she died, I remember seeing Eleanor standing in her doorway, just for a moment, before she shuffled back to her own room. When I asked her with hand gestures if Mrs. Gable was okay, she just gave me that placid little smile and patted my hand. I thought she was just being a concerned neighbor. 2 weeks later, it was Mr. Chun in 21A. Stroke. Again. In his sleep. Peaceful. And again, I had this weird flash of a memory of seeing Eleanor's silhouette near his room earlier that night. It was like a piece of a dream, something you can't quite grab onto. Just a fleeting image. But the West Wing was getting quieter. The call bells were ringing less. Mr. Abernathy, however, was getting worse. The bell was almost constant. He started refusing to sleep. I'd go in and his eyes would be wide with exhaustion and terror. "She was just here," he'd rasp. Humming. "The hum is for me tonight." "I know it is." That was the last thing he ever said to me. The next morning, I came in for my shift, and the first thing I noticed was the silence. No light was lit above the door to room 21B. I walked in, a cold feeling creeping up my spine. His bed was empty. Well, not empty. The sheets were pulled up neatly to his chin. He looked like he was sleeping. He looked peaceful, more peaceful than I had ever seen him. Across the room, Eleanor was in her armchair, click-clacking her knitting needles, the morning sun glinting off them. She looked up at me and smiled, a little knowing smile. And I swear, for just a fraction of a second, I thought I heard it. A faint, low hum, almost like the vibration of a bee's wings, coming from her direction. Then it was gone. The official cause of death was cardiac arrest. Natural causes. Everyone said it was a blessing, that he was finally at peace. But I couldn't shake it. The humming. The way he said she wanted him to sleep forever. It was crazy, I know. I had no proof, nothing but the ramblings of a man with dementia. A few years passed. I moved to a different hospital, tried to forget the whole thing. Then, my own father had a bad fall. Broke his hip. After the surgery, he needed a few weeks of intensive rehab. The social worker said the best place, the only place with an available bed, was Maple Creek. My blood ran cold. I told myself I was being ridiculous. It was a top-rated facility. Eleanor was probably long gone by now anyway. My dad would be on a completely different wing, the short-term rehab wing. He'd be fine. The first week went well. My dad was getting stronger. I'd visit him every evening after my shift. One night, I was walking down the hall towards his room, and I saw a familiar figure shuffling slowly in my direction, using a walker. It was Eleanor. She looked exactly the same. Same placid smile, same vacant eyes. She was holding one of her mismatched scarves. When she saw me, her smile widened. She didn't seem to recognize me, but she stopped and held the scarf out to my dad's open doorway. A welcome gift, I guess. I forced a smile and quickly ushered her down the hall, back towards her wing. I told my dad not to talk to her. "She's just a confused old lady," I said, my heart hammering. That night, I couldn't sleep. I had this awful, gut-wrenching feeling. I got in my car and drove back to Maple Creek. It was after midnight. I used my old ID to slip in a side door. I know I shouldn't have, but I had to check. I had to make sure. I crept down the darkened rehab wing. It was silent. I stood outside my father's door, room 14A, and listened. My whole body was tense, waiting. For a moment, there was nothing. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I was being stupid, paranoid. I was about to turn and leave. And then I heard it. It was faint, so faint I thought I was imagining it. But it was there, coming from inside my father's room. A low, steady, monotonic sound. A sound with no words. A quiet, patient, terrifying hum. You work the night shift in a nursing home long enough, you get used to a certain level of weird. You learn to tell the difference between a nightmare scream and a real pain scream. You learn that the line between reality and whatever's going on in a patient's head is blurry at best. My station was the Sundown Wing. It's not the official name, of course. Officially, it's the Memory Care Unit. But we called it the Sundown Wing because that's where we put the ones who are truly gone. The ones whose minds had set for the last time. It was organized chaos. You had your wanderers, your shouters, your weepers. Every night was a symphony of confusion. Mr. Henderson would be trying to leave to catch a train that left in 1958. Mrs. Petrie would be crying for her mother. It was tragic and loud, and after 5 years, I was mostly numb to it. It was my normal. Until the night they admitted Alistair Croft. The charge nurse gave me his file. New admission, room 308. He's a handful. That was an understatement. Croft was 79, but he had this aura of nasty, coiled energy around him. He had cold reptilian eyes that were still sharp, still full of judgment. He barked orders, complained about the food, the mattress, the damn color of the walls. The file said he had early-stage vascular dementia, but his personality, his core of pure, uncut malice, was perfectly intact. His occupation was listed as retired corrections officer. I found out later there was a polite way of putting it. Alistair Croft had been the warden of Blackwood Penitentiary for 30 years. Blackwood was one of those old, brutal places you hear stories about. It was shut down in the late 90s after scandals involving inmate abuse and corruption. Croft had run that place like his own personal kingdom. And now, his kingdom was a single room at the end of the Sundown Wing. The first night he was there, something changed. The usual symphony of chaos just stopped. It was the silence that I noticed first. I was doing my rounds, and instead of the usual moans and shouts, there was just quiet. It was the most unsettling sound I'd ever heard in that place. And then I saw it. The residents, the wanderers, the shouters, all of them were still. But they were awake, and they were all looking in the same direction. Down the hall, towards room 308. Their eyes, usually milky and unfocused, were locked onto his door with a kind of intensity I had never seen before. Mr. Henderson, who always stood by the exit, wasn't trying to leave anymore. He was just standing there, watching. When I wheeled Croft down the hall to the common area, it was like a scene from some creepy movie. As he passed, every head turned in unison. A dozen pairs of eyes, all following him. Croft noticed it too. What the hell are they all staring at? He snarled, trying to bat away their gazes like they were flies. I just shrugged. They're confused, I said, but I knew that wasn't it. This wasn't confusion. This was recognition. That night, I started hearing whispers from patients who hadn't spoken a coherent word in years. I was in the medication room, and I heard a voice from the hall, clear as day. Yard time's over. I peeked out. It was Mr. Gable, a man whose entire vocabulary for the last year had been the word no. He was staring at Croft's door. Later, I heard another voice, a dry crackle from Mrs. Petrie. Lights out, Block C. My blood went cold. This was impossible. I went back to the office, and on a hunch, I pulled up the public archives on my computer. I typed in Blackwood Penitentiary inmate roster, 1970 to 1990. Then I started cross-referencing the names of my patients. My hands started shaking. Henderson, Robert. Inmate number 78B4. Armed robbery. Served 15 years at Blackwood. Gable, Frank. Inmate number 91C2. Assault. Served 10. Petrie, Eleanor, no, not Eleanor. It was a different name then. Her maiden name check fraud. Served 3. One by one, I got a hit. Almost half the residents of the Sundown Wing had been inmates at Blackwood. They had all been Alistair Croft's prisoners. And now, through some cruel twist of fate, they were all here, in this place where the past is supposed to be forgotten. Except they weren't forgetting. They were remembering. The next few nights were a slow burn nightmare. The patients started working together. They'd block Croft's doorway with their wheelchairs. They'd stand in a silent semicircle around his bed while he slept, just watching him. Croft was terrified. He wasn't the big, bad warden anymore. He was a scared old man. He'd scream for me, telling me they were trying to get him, but when I'd come in, they would just be standing there, looking vacant again, as if nothing had happened. The climax came on a Thursday. A massive thunderstorm rolled in, the kind that shakes the whole building. The lights flickered, then died. The whole wing was plunged into darkness. The backup generator kicked on for a minute, then sputtered out with a groan. Total blackness, except for the flashes of lightning that lit the hall in stark, terrifying snapshots. In those flashes, I saw them. They were out of their rooms. Every single one of them. And they weren't wandering aimlessly. They were moving with purpose, a silent, shuffling army. They were all heading for one place. Room 308. I ran down the hall with my flashlight. They had barricaded his door with a heavy linen cart. I could hear Croft screaming from inside, a raw, primal terror. It wasn't the scream of a confused old man. It was the scream of a man who knew exactly what was happening. I could hear other sounds too. A low, rhythmic chanting. Thuds, the splintering of wood. It sounded like a riot. I slammed my shoulder against the cart, but it wouldn't budge. They were holding it from the other side. I could hear them whispering, their voices a low, angry buzz. Warden's got a visitor. Count time. I screamed for help, my voice lost in the thunder. I was helpless, locked out, a witness to a reckoning decades in the making. The screaming from inside the room got higher. Then it was choked off with a final, wet gurgle. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it was silent again. The only sound was the rain hammering against the windows. By the time security got the door open, the lights were back on. The room was a mess. But the patients, they were gone. I found them all back in their own beds, tucked in, looking as peaceful and lost as they always did. It was as if nothing had happened. But Alistair Croft was dead. The official report said he had a massive heart attack, brought on by the stress of the power outage. Natural causes. But I was the one who found him. I saw the deep, purple bruises around his neck. I saw the look of pure, unadulterated terror frozen on his face. No one ever spoke of it again. The residents of the Sundown Wing went back to being lost souls, their brief, collective memory dissolving back into the fog. But sometimes, late at night, when the wing is quiet, I look at them. I look at Mr. Henderson, staring at the wall, or Mrs. Petrie, weeping for her mother. And I wonder, do they remember? Do they have any idea what they did? Or was justice, for one night, truly blind? When I got the job as a physical therapist at the Willows, I thought I'd hit the jackpot. It wasn't a nursing home. It was a luxury long-term care residence. It looked like a five-star hotel. It had a gourmet dining room, a movie theater, a pristine indoor pool. My job was to work with patients in the state-of-the-art rehab center, helping them recover from strokes, surgeries, anything that had stolen their mobility. I loved it. I loved seeing the spark of hope in a patient's eyes when they took their first step on their own. I loved being the person who told a family, "I think she's going to be ready to come home soon." My patients were my everything. There was Eleanor Vance, a grandmother with a wicked sense of humor, recovering from a hip replacement. And Sergeant Miller, a tough old Marine who'd had a stroke but was determined to salute with his right hand again. We worked hard and we celebrated every tiny victory. The heart and soul of the Willows, though, wasn't the staff. It was a resident named Julian Croft. Julian was a former stage actor, probably in his late 70s, with a booming, theatrical voice and a mane of silver hair. He was charming, witty, and knew everyone's name. He'd sit in the grand lobby every day, holding court, telling stories of his days on Broadway. Everyone adored him. The staff, the residents, we were all his captive audience. He was the king of the Willows, and we were his loyal subjects. The first time it happened, I dismissed it as a tragedy. It was Eleanor Vance. We'd had a breakthrough session. She'd walked the entire length of the parallel bars without any help. She was crying. I was crying. We were 2 weeks away from her discharge date. Her family was already getting her room ready at home. The next morning, I came into work and was told that Eleanor had passed away during the night. They said she'd slipped in her shower. A fatal fall. It was devastating. Julian organized a beautiful memorial service for her in the theater. He gave a moving eulogy, calling her his leading lady. We all wept. It was just a horrible, horrible accident. A month later, it was Sergeant Miller. He'd finally done it. He'd regained enough strength and control in his right arm to give me a crisp, perfect salute. He grinned from ear to ear. "Tell my son I'll be home for his birthday," he'd said. His son's birthday was in 3 weeks. 2 days later, Sergeant Miller was found dead at the foot of his bed. The report said he must have gotten dizzy and fallen while trying to get up in the night. The bed rails were up, which was strange, but the conclusion was the same. A tragic, yet not entirely uncommon accident. This time, a cold knot of dread formed in my stomach. Both of them. Right when they were on the verge of leaving. Right when they had beaten the odds. I started looking back at the files of other residents who had passed away in the last year. And I found a pattern. A retired teacher who was recovering from knee surgery. A concert pianist regaining use of her hands after a mild stroke. All of them had one thing in common. They were getting better. They were getting ready to go home. And then a sudden, unexpected, fatal accident. I took my concerns to the facility director. She looked at me with a tired, patronizing smile. "Chloe," she said, her voice dripping with condescension, "you're an excellent therapist, but you're not a doctor. These are elderly, fragile people. We can't save everyone. Accidents happen." She gently suggested I take some time off, that maybe I was getting too emotionally attached. I knew I wasn't crazy. I started watching, and my gaze kept falling on Julian. He was always there. He was the one who brought Eleanor her nightly cup of tea the evening she died. He was the one who sat with Sergeant Miller for an hour, talking quietly just before lights out. His concern, his constant presence, which had once seemed so charming, now felt sinister. He was like a vulture, circling. I started digging into his past. He had no living family. He had moved into the Willows 10 years ago, after a small fire in his apartment. He had nowhere else to go. The Willows wasn't just his home. It was his entire world. The final piece fell into place one night when I was working late on my notes. I saw Julian walking towards the room of my newest patient, a woman named Sarah, who was making a miraculous recovery. In his hand, he was carrying a book, but I saw him palm something small from his pocket and slip it between the pages. I followed him. I watched from the hall as he gave Sarah the book and patted her hand. After he left, I went in. I told Sarah I needed to check her chart. While she was distracted, I picked up the book. Tucked inside was a single small white pill. I recognized it immediately. It was a powerful sedative, one that was kept under lock and key in the dispensary, one that could easily cause a disoriented old woman to have a fatal accident. I had my proof. I decided I would go to the police first thing in the morning, but I made a mistake. A terrible, stupid mistake. I was so full of righteous anger, I had to confront him. I found him in the empty theater, sitting in the front row, staring at the dark stage. I held up the pill. "It's over, Julian." He didn't look surprised. He just turned and gave me a sad, theatrical smile. "Over? My dear, the show is never over. Only the players change. You've been killing them," I whispered, my voice shaking. "All of them? Why?" His face hardened, the charming mask falling away to reveal something cold and empty beneath. "Because they were leaving," he hissed, his voice a venomous stage whisper. "This is my stage. They are my audience, my adoring public. They come here, broken, and I watch them. I am their confidant, their friend, their star. And just when they love me the most, they try to leave. They try to walk out in the middle of the performance. I will not have my audience walk out on me. The show must go on forever." He stood up, and for the first time, I realized he wasn't as frail as he pretended to be. There was a wiry strength to him. Before I could react, he lunged, not at me, but past me, shoving a heavy set of stage weights. I stumbled back to avoid them, right into the path of a staff member, one of Julian's most devoted orderlies, who grabbed my arms. The rest is a blur. A sharp pain in the back of my head. Darkness. I woke up to the steady beeping of a heart monitor. A doctor was standing over me. "Easy now, Chloe. You were in a nasty car accident. A hit and run on your way home from work. You're very lucky to be alive." He went on to list my injuries. A severe concussion, a shattered wrist, 2 compound fractures in my right leg. I wouldn't be walking for a very, very long time. My mind was a fog, but I felt a primal scream of terror rising in my throat. The doctor continued, his voice calm and reassuring. "You're going to need extensive, long-term physical therapy. Your insurance has been wonderful. We've arranged for you to be transferred to the best rehab facility in the state." I knew. I knew before the doors to the room opened. I knew before they wheeled my gurney down the hallway, past the gourmet dining room and the grand lobby. They wheeled me into a private room. My room. A few moments later, the door opened again. It was Julian. He was holding a vase of beautiful, vibrant flowers. He placed them on my bedside table and pulled up a chair, his face a perfect mask of warm, loving concern. He took my uninjured hand in his touch as cold as ice. "Welcome home, Chloe," he purred, his actor's voice smooth as silk. "Don't you worry about a thing. We're all going to take such good care of you." He leaned in closer, his smile widening into a predatory grin. "After all," he whispered, "I can't have my biggest fan leaving me, can I? We have all the time in the world now." And that's all for tonight. Remember, the most terrifying monsters are the ones that look just like us. The ones who might even live right next door. If these stories serve as a good reminder to trust your instincts, then show your support and like and subscribe. Hitting that bell means you'll get a warning before the next nightmare begins. Sleep well, if you can. You know, it's funny how you can think you know a person, really know them, especially a teacher. You see them 5 days a week, 180 days a year. They grade your papers, they tell you stories. They become part of the background radiation of your life. Mr. Abernathy was more than that, though. He wasn't just background noise. At Northgate High, Mr. Abernathy was a legend. He taught American history, but what he really taught was storytelling. He'd lean against the edge of his desk, his tweed jacket a little worn at the elbows, and he wouldn't just talk about the Civil War. He'd make you feel the bitter cold at Valley Forge, the humid tension of the Cuban Missile Crisis. He was the cool teacher, the one who treated you like an adult, who'd ask about your weekend and actually listen to the answer. Everyone, and I mean everyone, loved Mr. Abernathy. I probably looked up to him more than anyone, which makes what I found out so much worse. It started, like most problems in high school, with my grades. I was pulling a solid C+ in his class, and with college applications breathing down my neck, I needed to do something about it. So I stayed after class one day. "Mr. A?" I said, hovering by his desk. He looked up from a stack of papers, and that easy smile of his instantly appeared. "Jake, what can I do for you? Don't tell me you're here to debate the historical inaccuracies of National Treasure again." I managed a weak laugh. "No, sir. I was, wondering if there was any extra credit I could do. My grade's not looking so hot." He stroked his chin, which was peppered with distinguished gray stubble. "Extra credit, huh? You know I'm not usually a fan. History isn't about cramming. It's about understanding." He paused, tapping a pen on his desk. "But I might have something. It's a bit unorthodox." My ears perked up. "I'm up for anything. Our school," he began, leaning forward conspiratorially, "is old. Older than the town library. There's an archive room down in the basement, next to the boiler room. It's a disaster zone, filled with old records, yearbooks, town newspapers, you name it. The school board wants it all digitized, but they don't have the budget. How about this? You go down there, pick a decade, say, the 1980s, and write a paper about what life at Northgate was like back then. Use the primary sources you find. Photos, articles, whatever. Do a good job, and I'll bump you up a full letter grade." I was ecstatic. It sounded way better than writing another essay on the Federalist Papers. "Seriously? That's awesome. Thank you, Mr. A." He pulled a single, old-fashioned brass key from his drawer. "There's only one key. Don't lose it. And Jake," he said, his expression turning serious for a moment, "it's a mess down there. Be careful. And don't tell anyone I'm letting you do this. It's off the books." That should have been the first red flag, right? The secrecy. But I was 16. Secrecy just made it cooler. The next day, I went down to the archive. The door was thick, wooden, and painted a faded institutional green. The key turned with a loud, grating clank. The air that hit me was thick and smelled like a million old books slowly turning to dust. He wasn't kidding. The place was a tomb of forgotten memories. Boxes were stacked precariously to the ceiling. Old trophies for sports no one played anymore sat tarnished on shelves. A thick layer of gray dust coated everything. It was perfect. I found a corner with a rickety wooden table and a single bare bulb hanging overhead and got to work. My target was the 80s. I found a box labeled Yearbooks 1980 to 1989 and cracked it open. The first one I pulled out was from 1988. The fashion was a trip big hair, acid wash jeans, all of it. I was flipping through the student photos, laughing at the goofy poses, when I turned to the faculty section. And there he was. It wasn't Mr. Abernathy, our teacher. It was a student, Jonathan Abernathy. His picture was right there, in the junior class section. He had the same smile, the same intense eyes, though his hair was darker and feathered back in that classic 80s style. I froze. He had never, ever mentioned that he was a student here. He always talked like he'd moved to town as an adult. It was weird, but I figured maybe he just didn't think it was important. I kept flipping. I was getting into the rhythm of it, taking notes, snapping pictures of articles from the school newspaper with my phone. That's when I found the other thing. Tucked into the back of the 1989 yearbook was a folded, yellowed newspaper clipping from the local paper, the Northgate Chronicle. The headline sent a chill down my spine. Local teens still missing after 3 months. The article was about a girl named Sarah Jenkins, a senior at Northgate. She'd disappeared one night after a football game. Just vanished. Her car was found abandoned by the old quarry. There was a grainy photo of her, a pretty girl with a bright, hopeful smile. The article quoted her friends, her family, and the police. And then, at the bottom of the column, was a quote from one of her classmates. A close friend, they called him. His name was Jonathan Abernathy. My heart started doing this weird, fluttery thing in my chest. I read his quote over and over. She was the brightest person I knew, it said. Everyone is just praying she comes home safe. It's like a piece of the world is just gone. Finding your teacher in an old yearbook is one thing. Finding out he was a close friend of a girl who disappeared and was never found, that was something else entirely. It felt heavy. I packed up my stuff for the day, the dusty air suddenly feeling colder, more suffocating. When I saw Mr. Abernathy in class the next day, I couldn't look at him the same way. Every easy smile, every casual gesture seemed different, calculated. I was probably just being paranoid, right? It was a tragedy from 30 years ago. He was a teenager. It had nothing to do with the man teaching my history class. But I couldn't let it go. My extra credit project became an obsession. I wasn't researching the 80s anymore. I was researching Sarah Jenkins. I spent every afternoon in that dusty archive. I found more articles. Sarah was a straight-A student. She was on the debate team. She was going to go to Georgetown. She was perfect. The police had no leads, no suspects. After a year, the case went cold. She was just gone. One afternoon, I was digging through a box of old-school record stuff that was probably supposed to have been shredded decades ago, and I found a disciplinary file. It was for Jonathan Abernathy, dated October 1988, just a month before Sarah disappeared. He'd gotten into a fight, a bad one. He'd broken another student's arm. The report described him as having a volatile temper that he hid under a veneer of charm. The words leapt off the page. Veneer of charm. I was so engrossed, I didn't hear the archive door creak open. Finding anything interesting, Jake? I jumped so hard, I nearly knocked over a stack of boxes. It was Mr. Abernathy. He was standing in the doorway, that same easy smile on his face, but it didn't reach his eyes. His eyes were fixed on the file in my hands. Oh, hey, Mr. A, I stammered, trying to casually slide the file under a textbook. Yeah, just, you know, school life in the 80s. It's pretty wild. He stepped into the room, letting the heavy door swing shut behind him with a deep, echoing thud. The sound seemed to seal us in. Wild how? He asked, his voice quiet. He started walking slowly towards my table, his footsteps unnervingly silent on the concrete floor. Just, the clothes, the music, the fights, I said, my voice cracking on the last word. He was standing right in front of me now, looking down at my table. He wasn't smiling anymore. You know, Jake, I've been thinking, maybe this project wasn't such a good idea. Stirring up all this old dust. People should let the past stay in the past, don't you think? My blood ran cold. This wasn't a casual conversation. This was a warning. I guess, I mumbled, my eyes darting towards the door. He saw the look. He took a step to the side, blocking my path. You're a curious kid. I've always liked that about you. But curiosity, it can lead you to places you're not supposed to be. Places that are locked for a reason. He gestured around the dusty room. Like this. My mind was screaming. The file, the newspaper, the fight, the disappearance. It was all swirling together into a single horrifying picture. He was a kid with a violent temper. She was his friend. She vanished. What happened to her? The words came out of my mouth before I could stop them. A hushed whisper. Sarah Jenkins. The name hung in the air between us. The change in him was instantaneous. The mask of the friendly teacher didn't just slip. It shattered. The face that looked back at me was cold, hard, and utterly devoid of warmth. It was the face of a predator. She was going to tell, he said, his voice flat, chillingly calm. She saw that fight. She saw what I was really like. She was going to tell everyone, her parents, the principal, that I wasn't the charming, perfect boy everyone thought I was. She was going to ruin my life. I started backing away, my chair scraping loudly against the floor. So you stopped her. I tried to talk to her, he said, taking a slow step towards me for everyone I took back. That night, after the game, down by the quarry, I just wanted to make her understand. But she wouldn't listen. She just kept screaming. He sighed, a sound of mild annoyance, as if recalling a bothersome chore. So I made her stop. My back hit a stack of boxes. I was trapped. You killed her. I preserved my future, he corrected me, his voice dangerously low. I became the grieving friend. I became the boy who overcame tragedy. I went to college. I became a teacher. I came back here, to the one place where the last loose end was buried. I could keep an eye on things, make sure the past stayed buried. He gestured at the files around us. And it worked. For 30 years. Until some kid got a C+ and decided to do some extra credit. He lunged. It was shockingly fast. He wasn't the slightly out-of-shape history anymore. He was strong. His hands closed around my throat, and the world started to shrink into a tight, black tunnel. I thrashed, kicking out, my foot connecting with a rusty metal shelf. A heavy, forgotten trophy, a bronze football player, wobbled and then crashed down, hitting him squarely on the shoulder. He grunted in pain, his grip loosening for just a second. It was all I needed. I shoved him with all my might and scrambled for the door. I fumbled with the old lock, my hands shaking so badly I could barely see. I heard him recovering behind me, cursing. The lock finally clicked open. I threw the door open and ran. I didn't stop running until I burst out of the school's side entrance and into the bright, indifferent afternoon sun, gasping for air, the smell of dust and death still in my lungs. I told the police everything. At first, they were skeptical. A beloved teacher? A 30-year-old cold case? But they searched his house, and in his garage, buried under a new slab of concrete, they found what was left of Sarah Jenkins. Jonathan Abernathy was gone. He'd cleared out his house and vanished the same day I ran from that archive. They have a warrant out for his arrest, but as far as I know, they've never found him. Sometimes at night, I think about him. I think about that cold, dead look in his eyes. He hid in plain sight for 3 decades, a monster wearing the mask of my favorite teacher. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to my very soul, that he could do it again. Somewhere out there, there's a new town, a new school, and a charming, beloved teacher who is an expert at making sure the past stays buried. When you're fresh out of teacher's college, you have this image in your head. You're gonna be one of those cool, inspiring teachers from the movies. You're gonna change lives, open minds. You're not thinking about the politics, the paperwork, or the weird, unsettling vibes of a town that time forgot. That's what I wasn't prepared for. The vibes. My first job was at Blackwood Creek Elementary. It was a good 40 miles from the nearest real town, a tiny dot on the map, nestled in a valley thick with pine trees. The school itself was old but well kept, a single-story brick building that looked like a postcard from the 1950s. The pay was decent, and they offered housing, a small cottage just down the road. It seemed perfect, a quiet place to start my career. The quiet I would learn was the most dangerous thing about it. The principal was a woman named Miss Albright. She was tall and severe, with her gray hair pulled back in a bun, so tight it looked like it hurt. She ran the school with an iron fist. There were rules for everything. How the kids lined up for lunch, which songs they were allowed to sing in music class, mostly old, somber hymns I'd never heard before. How their desks had to be arranged. Everything was about order, tradition, and obedience. The other teachers, 3 women who had all lived in Blackwood Creek their entire lives, moved like they were walking on eggshells around her. They were polite to me, but distant. It was like they had a secret I wasn't allowed to know. But it was the kids who were the strangest. They were too well behaved. There was no shouting on the playground, no note passing in class, just a quiet, watchful obedience, especially when Miss Albright was around. They seemed terrified of her, all except one, a little boy in my 2nd grade class named Samuel. He was a quiet, withdrawn kid with big, soulful eyes who spent most of his time drawing. His pictures were disturbing, twisted, stick figure people standing under a dark, scribbled-out sun. Sometimes he'd draw a tall, shadowy figure with long, spindly arms, hiding behind the trees. He called it the Whispering Man. One day, during recess, I saw Miss Albright corner him by the old iron swing set. I couldn't hear what she was saying, but her voice was low and intense. Samuel was just staring at the ground, his little shoulders shaking. When she finally walked away, he looked up, and his eyes were filled with a kind of primal terror I'd never seen in a child before. I ran over to him. "Samuel, honey, are you okay? What did she say to you?" He wouldn't answer. He just clutched a smooth, black river stone in his hand and whispered, "The bell is coming for me." I had no idea what that meant. I tried asking the other teachers about it, but they just clammed up. "Oh, that's just a silly local story," one of them said, refusing to meet my eyes. Pay it no mind. The weirdness all seemed to revolve around the upcoming Harvest Festival. The entire town was obsessed with it. Ms. Albright held special assemblies, talking about honoring the town's founders and the debt they owed to the land. It all sounded like typical small-town pageantry, but there was a dark undercurrent to it I couldn't shake. I was the teacher who was supposed to be in this classroom before me. His name was Mr. Evans. The official story was that he'd had a nervous breakdown just before last year's festival and had to leave. One evening, while cleaning out the bottom drawer of my desk, I found something he'd left behind. an old leather-bound lesson planner. Tucked in the back pages were his notes. They weren't lesson plans. They were a frantic, paranoid diary. "Albright is watching me," one entry read. "She says the boy is unbalanced, says he's been chosen." What does that mean? They keep talking about the bell and the debt. Another entry from a few days later was even more chilling. "It's not a festival. It's a ritual. They're going to do something to him. In the woods behind the school. They did it to another kid 5 years ago. They said he moved away. No one moves away from Blackwood Creek. I have to get him out of here." The last entry was just a single shaky sentence. "She knows I know. God help me." My blood turned to ice. It wasn't a breakdown. They did something to him. And now they were going to do something to Samuel. The night of the harvest festival arrived. The air was cold and smelled of burning wood and damp earth. The whole town was gathered at the school. They were all dressed in drab, old-fashioned clothes. Miss Albright stood on a makeshift stage, her face illuminated by flickering torchlight. She gave a speech about tradition and sacrifice. It was terrifying. Then she called Samuel's name. The crowd parted, and 2 of the town's men led the little boy to the stage. He was clutching that same black stone, his face pale and tear-streaked. My heart was hammering against my ribs. I knew I had to do something. Ms. Albright took Samuel's hand and started leading him away from the crowd, towards the dark tree line behind the school. The other teachers and a select group of townspeople followed, forming a grim procession. I slipped away from the main gathering and followed them, using the trees for cover. They stopped in a small, circular clearing I'd never seen before. In the center was a single ancient-looking iron bell hanging from a thick wooden frame. It was the bell from the school's steeple, I realized. They must have moved it out here. Miss Albright led Samuel to the bell. "The land gives us life," she chanted, her voice echoing unnaturally in the silent woods. "And we must pay the debt. We offer the fear of the unbalanced child, to quiet the woods, to keep the whispering man from our doors." This was insane. They were going to traumatize this little boy as part of some pagan ritual. But then it got worse. One of the teachers stepped forward. It was Mrs. Gable, the kindly, matronly woman who taught first grade. She looked at Miss Albright with pleading eyes. "Eleanor, please," she begged. "The new one. The teacher. She's not one of us. She asks too many questions." Just like the last one, a cold, horrifying realization washed over me. This wasn't about Samuel. Not entirely. He was the offering, but he wasn't the sacrifice. Mr. Evans wasn't driven out because he tried to save a child. He was the intended sacrifice himself. The outsider. The one who didn't belong. And now, that was me. Miss Albright turned her head, her cold eyes scanning the darkness of the woods. It felt like she was looking right at me. "She is right," the principal said, her voice like cracking ice. "The debt requires more than a child's fear this year. It requires a cleansing. Find her." Panic exploded in my chest. I didn't wait for them to start looking. I turned and ran. I could hear them behind me, shouting, crashing through the underbrush. They weren't just townspeople anymore. They were a hunting party. The sounds were guttural, animalistic. I ran blindly, branches whipping at my face, my lungs burning. I could hear the slow, deep toll of that iron bell starting to ring behind me, a sound that seemed to shake the very ground. It wasn't a call to worship. It was a hunting horn. I don't know how I made it out of those woods. I ran until my legs gave out, until I stumbled onto a highway I didn't recognize. A trucker found me, a hysterical, mud-caked mess on the side of the road at 3 in the morning. I told him my story. He looked at me like I was crazy, but he drove me to the next state over and dropped me at a bus station. I tried to go to the police. I told them everything. They made some calls. They reported back that Blackwood Creek was a respectable, God-fearing community, that their beloved elementary school teacher, a Miss Clara Gable, had unfortunately suffered a severe psychotic break and had run off into the woods. They were all very worried about me. They had my name, my identity. They'd already replaced me. I never went back. I moved across the country, changed my name, took a job in a different field entirely. But I never feel safe. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind whistles just right, I swear I can hear it. A faint, distant sound, carried on the air from 1,000 miles away. The slow, patient toll of a bell. A reminder of the dead. And I know, with every fiber of my being, that they are still looking for me. High school sucks. I think that's a pretty universal truth. For me, it sucked more than for most. My sophomore year, my best friend Kevin was driving us home from a party. He was messing with the radio. I was telling some stupid joke, and neither of us saw the truck that ran the red light. I woke up in a hospital with a broken arm and a concussion. Kevin didn't wake up at all. After that, I was a ghost. I walked the halls of my school, but I wasn't really there. I got into fights. My grades tanked. I was angry, I was numb, and I didn't know how to fix it. So my parents and the school decided for me. I was to have mandatory weekly sessions with the new school counselor, Mr. Giles. The first time I walked into his office, I was ready for a fight. I expected some clueless guy in a bad sweater telling me to channel my feelings. But Mr. Giles wasn't like that. His office was clean and modern. No cheesy inspirational posters on the wall. And he was cool. He was young, maybe in his early 30s, charismatic, and he had this way of looking at you, this intense focus that made you feel like you were the only person in the world. He didn't ask me how I felt. He just talked to me about music, about movies, about anything. And when I finally did talk about the accident, he just listened. He didn't offer platitudes. He just nodded, his eyes full of a deep, almost hungry understanding. And the weird thing is, it worked. After just a couple of sessions, I started to feel lighter. The crushing weight of the grief was lifting. The nightmares about the crash started to fade. I stopped picking fights. I started doing my homework. My parents were thrilled. I was a success story. But something was off. The memories of the crash weren't just less painful. They were becoming blurry. I could remember the facts, the date, the intersection, the outcome, but the sensory details were gone. The sound of the twisting metal, the smell of gasoline, the specific shade of red of the truck. It was all fading to gray. Even my memory of Kevin's laugh was getting harder to hold on to. I tried to tell myself it was just part of the healing process. But then I started noticing the other kids who went to see Mr. Giles. There was this girl, Maya, who used to have crippling panic attacks. You'd see her in the hall, hyperventilating, unable to breathe. Now, she was serene. She just sort of floated through the hallways with a placid, empty smile on her face. Her anxiety was gone, but so was everything else. She was like a beautifully painted, hollow doll. My suspicion started as a low hum in the back of my mind. I decided to test it. In my next session, I made something up. I told Mr. Giles I was having a new problem, this recurring dream where I was drowning. I spun this whole elaborate, fake trauma for him. And as I was telling him, I watched his eyes. And I saw it, just for a second. a flicker of something dark and ravenous. It was a look of intense, predatory hunger. The look of a starving man sitting down to a feast. That night, I couldn't sleep. The image of his eyes was burned into my brain. I had to know what was going on in that office. Around 2 a.m., I slipped out of my house and rode my bike to the school. I knew one of the back windows in the library never locked properly. I jimmied it open and slipped inside, my sneakers silent on the linoleum floors. The counselor's office was at the end of a long, dark hallway. The door was locked, but I'd come prepared. A credit card and a bit of jiggling, and I was in. I switched on my phone's flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness. The office was just as I remembered it. Clean, sterile, impersonal. I went straight for his filing cabinet, expecting to find folders filled with detailed notes. I pried it open. It was empty. All of it. Not a single piece of paper. Confused, I swept my light around the room. My eyes landed on a large, polished oak cabinet against the far wall. It looked out of place, more like a piece of fine furniture than school equipment. It was locked, but the key was sitting in a small dish on his desk. My hand was trembling as I unlocked it and swung the doors open. It wasn't files. It was full of music boxes, dozens of them. Each one was unique, intricately carved, and on the bottom of each one was a small brass plaque with a name engraved on it. Maya Garcia, Ben Carter, Liam Shaw. These were all kids I knew had been seeing him. And then I saw it. In the back, a simple darkwood box. On the bottom, it read, Alex Carter, my name. With a sense of absolute dread, I picked it up. My fingers fumbled with the tiny latch. I lifted the lid. It didn't play music. A sound came out of it, faint and tinny. A sound I knew all too well. It was the sound of screeching tires, the horrifying crunch of metal, and underneath it all, a faint, ghostly whisper. It was Kevin's voice from right before the impact. He was laughing at the joke I'd just told. I dropped the box. It clattered on the floor, the horrible sounds still pouring out of it. My memories, my trauma, my last moment with my best friend. It was all in that box. He hadn't healed me. He had siphoned it out of me. He had stolen it. I find they retain the emotional resonance so much better this way. The voice came from the doorway. I spun around, my flashlight beam landing on Mr. Giles. He was standing there, perfectly calm, a slight, curious smile on his face. He wasn't surprised to see me. What are you? I stammered, backing away. A connoisseur, you might say, he said, stepping into the room and closing the door behind him. Most people run from pain. They see it as something to be avoided, medicated, buried. I, on the other hand, I appreciate it. I find it nourishing. The raw, unfiltered agony of a teenager, that's a vintage you just can't find anywhere else. It was insane. He wasn't human, or at least not entirely. He was some kind of psychic vampire, and this school, full of anxious, hormonal, traumatized kids, was his personal pantry. You're a monster, I whispered. He actually chuckled. Am I? Look at Maya. She's happy, isn't she? Peaceful, free from the burden of her own mind. I take away their pain, Alex. I consume it. And in return, I give them peace. A quiet, empty peace. It's a fair trade, isn't it? He took a step closer. You were so full of it. That delicious, potent cocktail of guilt and grief. It was one of the finest meals I've had in years. But you've discovered my pantry. So now we have a problem. He laid out my options as if he were discussing the weather. I could let him finish. He could take the rest of it, The suspicion, the fear, the memory of this night. I could walk out of his office and be just like Maya, blissfully, peacefully empty. Or I could try to leave with my memories intact. But if you choose that, he said, his smile widening, showing just a bit too many teeth, you should know that I can't have you telling anyone my secrets. My diet is a private matter. I didn't need him to spell it out. I looked at the cabinet, full of music boxes, full of stolen souls. And I chose to run. I threw a heavy textbook from his desk right at his head. He ducked, and in that moment of distraction, I bolted for the door, ran down the dark hallway, and burst out of the school. I ran all the way home, my heart feeling like it was going to explode out of my chest. I tried to tell my parents. They thought I was having a breakdown, a delayed reaction to the trauma. I tried to tell the principal. She told me Mr. Giles was a miracle worker and that perhaps I needed more intensive therapy. No one would believe the story of the memory-eating monster in the counselor's office. I forced my parents to let me transfer schools. We moved to a new town at the end of the year. I started over. I never told anyone the full story again. But I'm not fixed. He didn't get it all. He left me with this, the fear, the knowledge of what he is. And I know he's still out there. In some other school, in some other town, there's a charismatic counselor in a clean, modern office. He's leaning forward, his eyes full of that deep, hungry understanding, telling some broken kid that everything is going to be okay. He's a healer, a miracle worker, and he is always, always hungry. And that's all for tonight. Remember, the most terrifying monsters are the ones that look just like us, the ones who might even live right next door. If these stories serve as a good reminder to trust your instincts, then show your support and like and subscribe. Hitting that bell means you'll get a warning before the next nightmare begins. Sleep well, if you can. There are places that hold on to memories like trees hold on to their rings. Our family's old lake house was one of them. It wasn't a grand place, just a rambling two-story cabin of dark wood and stone, crouched by the murky shore of Blackwood Lake. Every floorboard groan was a conversation with the past. Every musty closet held the faint, sweet smell of my grandmother's mothballs. We hadn't all been there together in over 20 years, not since the foundation of our family had cracked right down the middle. That crack had a name, Uncle Robert. This reunion, this awkward, forced gathering, was supposed to be the spackle over that crack. It was supposed to be a homecoming. The whole thing was my mother's idea, born from a late-night phone call a month prior. A scratchy voice on the other end. A man claiming to be her long-lost brother, Robert, who had stormed out of this very house 30 years ago, after a nuclear argument with my grandfather, and vanished from the face of the earth. We'd all assumed he was dead, but here he was, apparently, wanting to make amends before it was too late. So the word went out. Cousins, aunts, uncles, everyone was to convene at the old lake house to welcome back the prodigal son. I drove up with my wife, Sarah, and our 10-year-old daughter, Chloe, as we pulled down the long gravel driveway. The familiar sight of the house, dark and imposing under the thick canopy of pines, sent a shiver down my spine that wasn't from the autumn chill. It felt less like a reunion and more like a wake. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with forced cheerfulness. My cousins and I exchanged stilted hugs while our parents buzzed around the kitchen, their voices a little too loud, their laughter a little too sharp. We were all performing a play called Normal, Happy Family. He arrived just as the sun began to bleed through the trees, casting long, eerie shadows across the lawn. A dusty sedan rumbled up the driveway, and a man got out. He was thinner than I expected, worn down to bone and gristle. His face was a roadmap of hard lines, his hair a thinning gray mess, but the eyes, they were a pale, washed-out blue, just like I remembered from the old photos. This was him. This was Uncle Robert. My mother was the first to reach him, throwing her arms around him in a sob. He just stood there, stiff and awkward, patting her back with a hand that looked more like a claw. One by one, the family greeted him, a receiving line of hesitant embraces and mumbled welcomes. When it was my turn, I looked into his face, searching for the fun-loving uncle my dad used to tell me stories about. I found nothing. His eyes were flat, vacant, like looking into two empty rooms. "Good to see you, Alex," he said, his voice a dry rasp. He remembered my name. I guess that was something. The first few hours were a masterclass in social discomfort. We all sat in the cavernous living room, the stone fireplace crackling, trying to fill a 30-year silence with small talk. Robert sat in my grandfather's old wingback chair, nursing a single beer, offering little. He answered questions in clipped, vague sentences. Where had he been? Here and there. What did he do? This and that. It felt like interrogating a ghost. My daughter, Chloe, bless her innocent heart, was the only one unafraid to push. She sat on the floor near his chair, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Did you ever get married, Uncle Robert?" she asked. He flinched just slightly. "No, never had the time. Did you ever get a dog?" "Dad said you always wanted a German shepherd named King." His eyes darted around the room before settling on her. "Dogs are a lot of work," he mumbled, and took a long swallow of his beer. That was the first red flag. My dad's stories were specific. Robert had been obsessed with getting that dog. It was more than a want. It was a plan. Later, as we were setting the table for dinner, I mentioned it to my dad. He seemed weirded out when Chloe asked about the dog, I said, keeping my voice low. My dad just sighed, clapping a hand on my shoulder. "Son, it's been 30 years. A hard 30 years, by the looks of him. People change. Memories fade. Just give him a break. For your mother." I let it go. He was right. Who was I to judge a man for what 3 decades in the wilderness had done to him? But the feeling didn't go away. It was like a splinter in my mind. Throughout dinner, I watched him. I watched the way he held his fork, the way he looked at the food like he'd never seen a pot roast before. He told a story about working on a fishing boat in Alaska, but he got the name of a major port city wrong. My uncle, a geography nut. It was a small thing, but the small things were starting to pile up. The breaking point came the next day. Chloe, ever the detective, had decided Robert was the most fascinating person on the planet. She followed him down to the docks, peppering him with questions. I was watching them from the porch when I saw their conversation get heated. I couldn't hear the words, but I saw Chloe gesture emphatically, and I saw Robert grab her arm. Not hard, but firmly. A warning. Chloe wrenched her arm away and ran back towards the house, tears welling in her eyes. Robert stood on the dock, his back to me, his shoulders rigid with anger. "He's mean," Chloe sobbed when she reached me. I just asked him about the treehouse. The treehouse. My God, the treehouse. It was our place, me and my cousins, but Robert was the one who built it for us, the summer before he left. He'd carved all our initials into the main support beam. "What about it?" I asked, my heart starting to thump a little harder. I asked him if he remembered carving my dad's initial backwards by mistake, she sniffled. And he got mad. He said there was no treehouse, and I needed to stop making things up. There was no treehouse. My blood ran cold. That treehouse was the setting for half of our childhood stories. For him to not remember it, that wasn't a faded memory. That was a gaping black hole where a whole summer should have been. A little while later, my cousin Dana announced she couldn't find Chloe. We assumed she was just hiding, still upset. We called her name. We searched the house, then the yard. As the sun began to set, a knot of genuine fear began to tighten in my stomach. Chloe was gone. The next few hours were a frantic, disorganized chaos of flashlights cutting through the deepening woods and panicked voices shouting her name. Robert participated, but there was a strange detachment to his search, a lack of urgency. While my dad was organizing search parties, I saw Robert slip away from the group, heading towards the old, dilapidated boathouse at the far end of the property. A primal instinct took over. Something was wrong, deeply wrong. I needed a better flashlight. I remembered there was an old, heavy-duty one in the garage. I fumbled around in the dark, tripping over rusted tools and old paint cans. I found the flashlight in a dusty cardboard box labeled Dad Stuff. Underneath, it was a stack of old photo albums. My hand shaking, I pulled one out and flipped it open. And there it was. A photo from that last summer 30 years ago. My dad, my mom, my grandparents, and Uncle Robert, all standing on the porch of this very house. I shined the flashlight on Robert's smiling face, and I saw it clear as day. A thin, white scar cutting through his right eyebrow, the result of a childhood bicycling accident. A scar I had completely forgotten about until this very second. I dropped the album and sprinted back into the house, my mind screaming. I found the man who called himself Robert in the kitchen, getting a glass of water. "Hey," I said, my voice coming out as a breathless croak. He turned. I looked at his face, his forehead smooth and unbroken. No scar, not even a trace. It was him, and it wasn't him. My heart hammered against my ribs. "Where is she?" I demanded, my voice trembling with a rage I didn't know I possessed. "Where is my daughter?" He didn't feign confusion. The mask didn't just slip. He threw it to the ground. The tired, world-weary persona vanished, replaced by something cold and sharp. His eyes, no longer vacant, narrowed into icy slits. "You should have left it alone, kid," he hissed, his voice losing its raspy quality, becoming something harder, more menacing. "You and your brat." He lunged for the back door, but my dad, drawn by my shouting, came into the kitchen and blocked his path. "What the hell is going on?" He yelled. "He's not Robert." I screamed. "Look at him, the scar." "Where's his scar?" My dad's eyes widened in dawning horror as the 30-year-old memory clicked into place. The man saw he was trapped. With a snarl, he grabbed a cast-iron skillet from the stove and swung it. My dad ducked, and the skillet smashed into the wall. In that moment of chaos, the imposter shoved past him and bolted out into the night. We didn't chase him. All we cared about was Chloe. The police arrived, their flashing lights turning our private nightmare into a public spectacle. The story I told them sounded insane. An imposter uncle? A 30-year-old crime? They looked at me with a mixture of pity and suspicion. But my whole family backed me up. They all remembered the scar. The man we had welcomed into our home was a stranger. It was dawn when they found the spot. Behind the old boathouse, the earth was freshly disturbed. They brought in shovels. My wife and I held onto each other, bracing for the unthinkable. They didn't find Chloe. They found a rotted canvas bag. Inside was over $50,000 in old, water-damaged bills and a wallet. Inside the wallet was the driver's license of the real Robert Miller, my uncle. The story the detectives pieced together was a grim one. My uncle hadn't just stormed out after an argument. He and a partner had robbed a bank in a nearby town. The argument with my grandfather was his cover. He came here to hide the money before disappearing for good. But his partner, the man who had just sat in our living room, must have gotten greedy. He killed my uncle, buried him and the money somewhere out here in these woods, and vanished. For 30 years, he let the heat die down until he thought it was safe to come back for his prize, using my uncle's identity as his key to get onto the property. He just needed a day or two, but he hadn't counted on a 10-year-old girl with a sharp memory. He hadn't counted on Chloe. She must have seen him digging. She must have confronted him. He admitted as much in a rambling confession after they finally caught him trying to skip town 2 days later. He said he hadn't hurt her. He swore he'd just scared her off, tied her to a tree deep in the woods to keep her quiet while he made his getaway. We searched those woods for a week, 100 volunteers and officers combing every inch of that forest. We never found her. We never found a trace. It's been 5 years since that reunion. The imposter is in prison for a murder he committed 30 years ago, but he was never charged with anything related to Chloe. There was no evidence. The lake house was sold. Our family, once cracked, is now shattered beyond repair. I lie awake most nights, staring into the darkness, and I see my daughter's face. And I am haunted by the agonizing uncertainty. Did she get loose and get lost in the unforgiving wilderness? Or was the man who wore my uncle's face lying one last time? I don't know which is worse. All I know is that we went to that lake house to find a long-lost member of our family and ended up losing one of our own forever. The first time I saw Sparrow Creek, I thought I'd stepped into a painting. My fiancé Ben had been talking the place up for months, ever since he'd proposed. "You have to meet my family, Sarah," he'd said, his eyes glowing. "You have to see where I grew up. It's special." Special wasn't the word I would have used. Miraculous, maybe. Impossible, more likely. We drove through a narrow mountain pass, and the world opened up into a valley so perfectly green and pristine it hurt the eyes. A silver ribbon of a river, the Sparrow Creek, wound its way through fields dotted with charming, identical farmhouses. It was a self-contained world, beautiful and remote, and as we drove deeper in, I felt the unsettling sensation of the outside world, my world ceasing to exist. Ben's family was. A lot. They descended on our car before we'd even shut off the engine. Dozens of them. Aunts, uncles, cousins, all with Ben's same bright blue eyes and unnervingly wide smiles. They hugged me, called me sister, and pulled me into the heart of the main house before I could even catch my breath. The welcome was overwhelming, a tidal wave of affection that felt less like genuine warmth and more like a performance. Every smile seemed held a second too long. Every laugh sounded a little too loud. Ben just beamed, squeezing my hand. "See? I told you they'd love you." The reunion was a weekend-long affair, and the centerpiece of it, the event everyone spoke about in hushed, excited tones, was the game. Ben's mother, a formidable woman named Elspeth, with a smile that never quite reached her eyes, explained it to me over dinner the first night. "It's a family tradition, dear," she said, patting my hand with her cool, dry fingers. "A celebration of our heritage, of our home. It's hide and seek, really, on a grander scale. The whole valley is the playing field." It sounded quaint, a charming family quirk. I didn't understand the solemn, almost religious way they spoke about it. I didn't understand why, when Elspeth explained the rules, a sudden silence fell over the dinner table. The rules were strange. The game lasted from sunup to sundown. One person was designated the runner, and everyone else was a seeker. The goal of the runner was to remain unfound until the final bell tolled at sunset. The seeker's goal was to find them. There were boundaries marked by old stone pillars at the edges of the valley. But there was one place that was strictly off limits to everyone. A dilapidated old barn with a leaning silo on the far side of the creek. That's the safe zone, Elspeth had said, her smile tightening. The game ends if the runner makes it there. But no one ever does. The way she said it sent a little chill down my spine. I was relieved to learn that, as a guest, I was just an observer. I spent the next day watching the spectacle unfold. It was intense. The family moved with a practiced, almost military precision, using hand signals and bird calls to communicate across the fields. They were not playing. They were hunting. I saw a cousin, maybe 16 years old, designated as the runner. He was fast and clever, but there was a look of genuine, gut-wrenching terror on his face that seemed completely out of place for a simple game. By midday, they had him cornered in a copse of trees. The triumphant shouts that went up were primal and unsettling. I felt sick to my stomach. That evening, I found Ben down by the creek, skipping stones across the water. "Your family takes this game really seriously," I said, trying to sound casual. He shrugged, not looking at me. "It's how we stay close. It teaches us the land. It teaches us strategy." He looked up at me then, and his expression was one I'd never seen before. A strange mix of pride and something else. Something calculating. "Next year, you'll be family," he said. "You'll get to play for real." The next morning, the final day of the reunion, the mood was different. It was heavier, more ceremonial. At breakfast, Elspeth stood up and announced that this year, in honor of Ben and I getting married, they were having a second, special round of the game. And, she said, her eyes locking onto mine, we would be honored if Sarah would be our runner. The room erupted in applause. I looked at Ben, expecting him to laugh and tell his mom to knock it off. But he was just smiling, that same wide, empty smile as everyone else. He leaned over and whispered, "It's a huge honor, Sarah. It means they've accepted you." A cold dread washed over me. I tried to refuse, stammering that I didn't know the valley, that it wouldn't be fair. Elspeth's smile faltered for a fraction of a second. "Nonsense, dear," she said, her voice turning to steel wrapped in silk. "Ben will be your partner. He can help you. The two of you will run together." The look on Ben's face told me I didn't have a choice. An hour later, I was standing in the middle of a field, my heart pounding in my chest. Ben gave me a quick, passionless kiss on the cheek. "Just stick with me," he said. "I know all the best hiding spots." A horn blew in the distance, a long, mournful sound that echoed through the valley. The game had begun. For the first few hours, it was almost fun. Ben led me through secret paths in the woods, along the underside of old bridges, into hollowed-out trees I never would have found on my own. It felt like we were a team. But as the sun climbed higher, the novelty wore off, replaced by a gnawing anxiety. The seekers were relentless. We'd catch glimpses of them, figures in the distance, always seeming to know which way we were headed. They were herding us. We were hiding in a thicket of bushes near the creek when we saw two of Ben's younger cousins walk by. They were whispering intently. "She's not as fast as the last one of them said. "Ben's having to do all the work." The other one shushed him. "Doesn't matter. The harvest will be strong this year. New blood is always best." My blood turned to ice. New blood. The harvest. This wasn't a game. I confronted Ben as soon as they were gone. "What did they mean by that, Ben? The harvest? What is this?" He wouldn't look at me. He just kept staring out through the leaves, his jaw tight. "It's just family talk, Sarah. You wouldn't understand. But I was starting to understand all too well. All the forced smiles, the strange intensity, the off-limits barn. It was all connected. My chance came when we were crossing a shallow part of the creek. Ben stumbled on a loose rock, and I just ran. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew I had to get away from him. I could hear him shouting my name, his voice a mixture of anger and panic. I scrambled up the opposite bank and plunged into a section of woods I didn't recognize. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. I finally collapsed behind a fallen log, sobbing. That's when I heard a twig snap behind me. I spun around to see a young woman, not much older than me. It was Leah, one of Ben's cousins, one of the few who hadn't seemed quite so manic. Her face was pale, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and pity. "You have to get out of here," she whispered, her voice trembling. "They're not going to stop." "What is this, Leah? What is the game?" I begged. She glanced nervously over her shoulder before speaking. "It's a pact," she said, the words tumbling out in a rush. Generations ago, our family was starving. The land was barren. An old woman, a traveler. She taught the first family the ritual. A sacrifice, once every 7 years, keeps the valley prosperous. It keeps us safe. It keeps us hidden. My mind struggled to process her words. A sacrifice. So the person who gets caught. I trailed off, unable to finish. Leah just nodded, her eyes welling with tears. They take them to the barn. The game is just... it's how they choose. It's how they make it feel right. The full, monstrous truth hit me with the force of a physical blow. "Ben's last girlfriend," I whispered, remembering a vague story about a girl from college who had come to the reunion 7 years ago, and they'd had a bad breakup. Did she lose the game? Leah couldn't meet my eyes. That was all the answer I needed. Ben hadn't brought me here to meet his family. He'd brought me here to be the next sacrifice. My status as an outsider, someone with no connections, someone who wouldn't be missed right away, made me the perfect candidate. "They're coming," Leah said, grabbing my arm. "The sun is starting to set. They'll get more desperate. You can't outrun them all. But they never guard the pass. They don't think anyone is stupid enough to run for the outside world. Go. No." And I ran. I ran for my life. The sounds of the hunt grew louder behind me, a chorus of whoops and calls. They knew I was off script. The game had become a real chase. I burst out of the woods and saw the narrow road leading up to the mountain pass. It was my only hope. As I sprinted up the asphalt, I risked a look back. The entire family was there, spilling out of the tree line at the bottom of the hill. They stood there, motionless, watching me. Ben was at the front, his face a mask of cold fury. They weren't chasing anymore. They were letting me go. Or so I thought. I made it to the highway. I flagged down a logging truck, a hysterical, sobbing mess. The driver, a kind man with a weathered face, took me to the nearest town, to the police station. I told them everything. The valley, the game, the sacrifice. They wrote it all down. They looked at me with sympathetic, disbelieving eyes. A detective went to Sparrow Creek. He came back the next day. He'd spoken with the family. They were all very concerned, he said. They told him their future daughter-in-law had suffered some sort of psychotic break during a family game of hide-and-seek and had run off. They were just so worried about me. There was no proof, no evidence, just the rambling story of a hysterical woman against the calm, rational word of an entire town. I never went back for my things. I moved 3 states away. I changed my name, but I know they're still there, in that perfect green valley. I know that in a few years, the time will come to play the game again. And I know that somewhere out there, Ben is telling a new girl about his special, loving family, and how he just can't wait for her to meet them. My grandmother, Mama Elodie, didn't die peacefully. She raged against the end, a frail, bird-like woman who, in her final days, seemed to be fighting not just death, but something else entirely. Something only she could see. Her house, a sprawling Gothic relic in the humid backwoods of Georgia, felt like an extension of her. It was a place of heavy drapes, ticking clocks, and the cloying, sweet smell of lavender and decay. After she passed, the family decided to have one last reunion there, to pick through the 80 years of accumulated history and secrets before the estate was sold. It felt less like a celebration of her life and more like picking over a corpse. The atmosphere was as thick and oppressive as the summer air. My mother and her siblings, my aunts and uncles, moved through the house like ghosts, their conversations hushed, their old resentments simmering just below the surface. The undisputed new matriarch was my great-aunt Margaret, my grandmother's younger sister. She was a severe woman with a spine of iron and eyes that judged and dismissed you in the same glance. She directed the proceedings with a cold efficiency, assigning rooms to be cleared, her voice cutting through the grief-stricken silence. I was tasked with the attic. I didn't mind. It was a way to escape the simmering tension downstairs. The air in the attic was hot and still, smelling of dust and dried paper. Shafts of light cut through the grime on the single round window, illuminating dancing dust motes. It was a tomb of forgotten things, steamer trunks, headless dress forms, stacks of yellowed newspapers. And in a far corner, under a stained linen sheet, I found them. The dolls. There were about a dozen of them, arranged on a small wooden bench. They were antique mourning dolls, exquisitely crafted from porcelain and wax. Each one was about 2 feet tall, dressed in intricate, hand-stitched Victorian clothing. Their glass eyes were disturbingly lifelike, seeming to follow me as I moved. But the creepiest part was the small brass plaque at the base of each doll's stand. Each one was engraved with a name and a set of dates. William Pembroke, 1887 to 1919. Annalise Pembroke, 1921 to 1922. Thomas Pembroke, 1945 to 1968. They were all names from our family tree, ancestors who had died young. It was a macabre little memorial. When I mentioned the dolls to my mother later, her face went pale. She immediately fetched Aunt Margaret, who stormed up the attic stairs with me in tow. When she saw the dolls, her lips thinned into a white line of fury. I told her to get rid of this morbid nonsense years ago. She hissed, more to herself than to me. She turned to me, her dark eyes flashing. Your grandmother had fancies, a sickness of the mind in her later years. These things are trash. Leave them be. We'll have them burned. The venom in her voice was startling. It wasn't just disapproval. It was fear. Of course, that only made me more curious. That night, long after everyone else was asleep, I crept back up to the attic with a flashlight. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had missed something. I ran my light over the dolls again, their glass eyes glinting in the beam. I was about to leave when my foot bumped against a loose floorboard behind the bench. Prying it up, I found a small velvet-lined box. Inside was one more doll. It was newer than the others, its porcelain skin pristine, its black silk dress unstained. It was a perfect, beautiful, horrifying replica of me. My heart stopped, and then I saw the plaque. It had my name on it, Claire Pembroke, and below my name, a single freshly carved date, October 11th, 2025. Today's date. A scream caught in my throat. I dropped the doll as if it had burned me. My hands trembling, I scrambled out of the attic, my mind reeling. It had to be a joke. A sick, cruel joke. But who would do this? And how? That night, I had the most vivid and terrifying nightmare of my life. I was paralyzed in my bed, the ornate guest room bed I was sleeping in, and my grandmother, Mama Elodie, was standing over me. She wasn't the frail, dying woman I remembered. She was younger, stronger, her eyes burning with an intense light. She leaned down, her face inches from mine, and I could feel a tangible cold radiating from her. "It's a heavy burden," she whispered, her voice a rustle of dry leaves. "But the family needs a strong foundation. It's your turn to carry us, Claire. Don't fight it." I woke up gasping for air, drenched in a cold sweat, the feeling of her icy presence still lingering in the room. The next day, I was a wreck. I felt like I was being watched. Shadows in my peripheral vision seemed to twist into familiar shapes. I heard whispers on the edge of hearing. I tried to tell my mother about the doll, about the nightmare. She just looked at me with pity. "Claire, you're exhausted. We all are. This house, it plays tricks on you. Let's not talk about Mama's hobby anymore." She was shutting me down just like Margaret. They were hiding something. I knew I wasn't crazy. I tore through my grandmother's bedroom, her study, looking for an explanation. In the bottom drawer of her writing desk, beneath a stack of old stationery, I found it. A leather-bound diary, its pages filled with Mama Elodie's spidery handwriting. I sat on the floor and read, and the truth, so much more monstrous than I could have imagined, began to unspool. It wasn't a curse. It was a contract. A legacy. Generations ago, the first Pembroke matriarch, desperate and starving, had made a pact with something. A spirit. A familiar. An entity that attached itself to the strongest woman of the family line. In exchange for a host, a vessel to inhabit for a lifetime, it would ensure the family's prosperity, their health, their uncanny luck. But the entity was a parasite. It sustained the family by slowly, inexorably consuming the host. The mourning dolls weren't memorials. They were vessels, prepared for the transfer of the entity from one generation to the next. My grandmother wasn't going mad in her final days. She was being drained, hollowed out, and she was fighting the entity's desire to jump to its next host. The diary detailed the ritual. When a host grew too old and weak, a new one had to be chosen. The family would gather. The doll, an effigy of the chosen successor, would act as a bridge. My blood ran cold as I read the final entry, dated the week before she died. "Margaret is strong, but her heart is too hard. She would be a cruel vessel. Claire is the one. She has my spirit, my sensitivity. She will be a worthy host. The family will guide her. They know what must be done. They weren't protecting me from a ghost. They were grooming me for a sacrifice." I slammed the diary shut, my heart hammering against my ribs. I had to get out. I ran downstairs, car keys in hand. The entire family was in the living room. It was like they were waiting for me. Aunt Margaret stood in front of the door, blocking my path. "Claire," she said, her voice calm and steady, devoid of all emotion. "It's time. Don't make this difficult. You're insane," I choked out, looking from one stony face to another. My mother wouldn't meet my eyes. My uncle took a step towards me. "It is an honor, Claire," he said softly. "Mama Elodie carried us for 50 years. Because of her, we have everything. Now, it's your turn to ensure the family continues." Panic gave me a surge of adrenaline. I feigned a move to the left, and when my uncle shifted to block me, I bolted right, towards the back of the house, towards the kitchen. I had to destroy the doll. The diary said the effigy was the key. I burst into the kitchen, snatched a heavy fireplace poker, and sprinted for the attic stairs. I could hear them behind me, their footsteps heavy on the old wood. I scrambled up into the oppressive heat of the attic and ran to the corner. I grabbed the doll with my name on it, the doll that looked just like me, and raised the poker. Aunt Margaret appeared in the doorway. "Don't you dare," she commanded, her voice like cracking ice. "You will ruin us all." I looked at her face, at the cold, hard certainty there, and I brought the poker down with all my strength. The doll's porcelain face shattered with a sickening crack, exploding into 100 tiny shards. A collective gasp came from the doorway. But more than that, I felt it. A sudden, violent rush of cold air swept through the attic, so powerful it blew the dust off every surface in a swirling cloud. It felt like something was being torn out of the very fabric of the house, a presence I hadn't even realized was there until it was gone. I shoved past my horrified, stunned family and ran. I got in my car and drove, and I didn't stop until I had crossed 3 state lines. I've never spoken to any of them again. I've tried to move on, to convince myself it was all some shared delusion, a folie éphémère brought on by grief and the oppressive atmosphere of that house. But I can't. Sometimes on cold nights, I feel a strange emptiness inside me, a hollowness that wasn't there before. I catch myself looking at my reflection, and for a split second, I see a pair of old, tired eyes staring back. I broke the doll, and I escaped the ritual. But I have the chilling, unshakable feeling that when a spirit has been without a home for so very long, it will latch on to anything it can. And I'm terrified that a tiny, shattered piece of it latched onto me. And that's all for tonight. Remember, the most terrifying monsters are the ones that look just like us. The ones who might even live right next door. If these stories serve as a good reminder to trust your instincts, then show your support and like and subscribe. Hitting that bell means you'll get a warning before the next nightmare begins. Sleep well, if you can. You know, there are 2 kinds of darkness. There's the regular kind at night, when you turn out the lights. It's a comfortable darkness, you know. Your eyes adjust. You can make out the shape of the dresser, the window frame. You always know which way is up. But then there's mineshaft dark. A true, absolute black that feels like a physical weight. It presses on your eyeballs. It swallows sound. Down there, a mile beneath the surface, if your cap lamp goes out, you don't just lose your sight. You lose your sense of direction, your balance, your sanity. You forget which way you are facing. You could be staring at your own hand, an inch from your nose, and you wouldn't know it was there. That kind of darkness, it changes a man, and the silence that comes with it is even worse. That's why, in the beginning, I was grateful for the noise. I was 22, fresh out of trade school, and green as they come. I'd landed a job at the Agrium potash mine in Saskatchewan. This wasn't some hole-in-the-wall operation. This place was a subterranean city, miles and miles of tunnels, wider than a 2-lane highway, carved out of a prehistoric seabed. The money was incredible, life-changing money for a kid like me. The trade-off was you spent 10 hours a day in the crushing embrace of the earth. Because I was the new guy, the FNG, I got assigned to the oldest, deepest, and least desirable part of the mine, Sector Gamma 7. And with it, I got assigned to Silas. Silas was a legend. He'd been working that mine for damn near 40 years. He was a small, wiry man, with skin like worn leather and knuckles they were permanently swollen and scarred. He moved with a quiet, deliberate grace that was unnerving. He knew every crack in the salt walls, every groan the rock made before it settled. The other miners respected him, but they kept their distance. They called him the Deep Watcher, said he'd been down there so long, he was more rock than man. Our job was simple, if lonely. We were on maintenance duty in Gamma 7. The main mining operations had moved on years ago, so it was just us, a mile down, keeping the essential machinery running. And the most essential piece of machinery down there was the sump pump. You see, a mine is always trying to flood itself. Groundwater seeps in through a million tiny fissures. If you don't pump it out, the whole place fills up. The pump in our sector was an ancient behemoth of a thing installed in the 60s. It sat in a massive cavern at the lowest point of the mine, sucking water out of a deep, black collection pool and forcing it all the way to the surface. And it never, ever stopped. It made this noise, a deep, rhythmic, two-part sound, a low, resonant thrum as the intake valve opened, followed by a heavy, percussive thump chunk as the piston drove the water up. Thrum, thump chunk. Thrum, thump chunk. Day in, day out. It was the heartbeat of the mine. At first, it was just background noise, annoying, but after a few weeks, it worked its way into my bones. It was the only thing that broke the oppressive silence. It was about a month in when Silas first said it. We were eating our lunch, our cap lamps cutting twin cones of light in the darkness. "She's singing a pretty tune today, ain't she?" he said, his voice a dry rasp. I stopped chewing my sandwich. "Singing? You mean the pump?" He nodded, a slow, knowing smile spreading across his face. "Oh yeah, she's always singing. You just gotta learn to listen to the words. Tells you what she's feeling, what the deep is feeling." I just sort of laughed it off. Old-timer eccentricity, you know? But he kept it up. Every day, he'd comment on the song. Sometimes it was a happy song. Sometimes it was angry. One day, the pump sputtered for a second, a slight change in its rhythm. I barely noticed. Silas froze, his head cocked. "She's hungry," he whispered, his eyes wide. "We gotta be careful today." That was the first time I felt a real shiver of unease. The way he looked, it wasn't an act. He believed it. He'd spend hours just standing at the edge of the sump pool, this vast, dark body of water that disappeared into a flooded tunnel system no one had been in for half a century. He'd just stare into the black water, his head tilted as if he was listening to a conversation I couldn't hear. He started telling me stories. Stories the other miners never talked about. About a collapse in '78 that the company records said never happened. About a geologist who went missing down here in the '80s. His helmet and lamp were found right at the edge of the sump pool. They figured he just fell in. He didn't fall, Silas told me, his voice barely a whisper over the pump's rhythm. Thrum, thump chunk. He was a gift. Sometimes the deep gets angry. The rock starts to groan. It wants to take everything back. You gotta give it something to calm it down. A little gift to keep it happy. My blood ran cold. A gift? Silas, what are you talking about? He just smiled that creepy, serene smile. The pump knows. It always knows when a gift is needed. The song changes. It gets hungry. I started to feel like I was trapped. I was a mile underground with a man who was, at best, losing his mind. I thought about going to the foreman, but what would I say? That the old guy is spooky? That he thinks the pump talks to him? They'd laugh me out of the office and send me right back down. So I kept my mouth shut. I just tried to do my job and stay as far away from Silas as I could. Then came the day of the tremors. It wasn't a big one, just a deep, powerful shudder that ran through the rock, knocking dust from the ceiling. We both froze. Then another one hit, stronger this time. A deep, guttural groan echoed down the tunnels. It was the most terrifying sound I'd ever heard. I looked at Silas, and the look on his face, it was pure religious terror. "It's woken up," he breathed. "It's angry." I knew it, the song. It's been angry all week. He grabbed my arm, his grip like iron. "Come on. We have to go. Now." He wasn't leading me toward the elevator shaft, toward safety. He was dragging me deeper, toward the sunk pump cavern. "Silas, what are you doing? We have to get out of here." I yelled, trying to pull away. "We can't." He screamed back, his voice echoing in the vast space. "We have to calm it down before it takes the whole mine. It needs a gift." And that's when I finally understood. The geologist, the collapse in '78, his old partners who'd retired or transferred. I looked at his wild, fanatic eyes, illuminated by my cap lamp, and I saw my own future. I was the gift. He was surprisingly strong. He dragged me to the edge of that sunk pool, the black water churning below. The pump was roaring now, its rhythm faster, more violent. Thrum, thump, chunk. Thrum, thump, chunk. It sounded like a monstrous, hungry mouth. "Don't fight it, boy," Silas hissed in my ear. "It's an honor. You'll keep us all safe. You'll be part of the deep. You'll hear the song forever." Adrenaline is a funny thing. It can freeze you, or it can turn you into an animal. I chose animal. I jammed my steel-toed boot into his shin hard. He grunted in pain, his grip loosening for just a second. It was all I needed. I spun around and slammed my helmet into his face. There was a sickening crunch, and he staggered back, blood pouring from his nose. He just looked at me, not with anger, but with a profound, sorrowful disappointment. "You've doomed us all," he whispered. Then he lunged. We wrestled there, on the slippery edge of the abyss, two small figures in a vast, dark cavern, dwarfed by a machine that sang a song of hunger. He was all wiry strength and desperate faith. I was just young and terrified. Our cap lamps whipped around, casting frantic, dancing shadows on the rock walls. I was losing. He was forcing me back, inch by inch, toward the water. I could feel the cold spray on my neck. My foot slipped. I was going over. In a last, desperate move, I grabbed the heavy spanner wrench that was clipped to his belt. I swung it blindly, connecting with the side of his head. He went limp. His eyes rolled back, and he tumbled backward, away from me, landing half in and half out of the churning water. For a second, there was silence. The tremor had stopped. The only sound was the pump. Thrum, thump, chunk. I scrambled back, my heart hammering. I looked at Silas's body, and at the vast, dark mine around me. I could leave him. I could run to the lift, tell them there was an accident, that he slipped during the tremor. No one would ever know. But as I started to back away, I heard something. A new sound mixed in with the pump's rhythm. A low, guttural sucking noise. I turned my lamp back to Silas, and I swear to God, I saw it. The dark water of the sump pool was swirling around his body, and from the flooded tunnel beyond, something was emerging. I couldn't make out a shape. It was just a presence. A patch of darkness that was even blacker than the water. It was pulling him in, slowly, silently. I didn't stay to watch. I ran. I ran faster than I've ever run in my life, not even looking back. I didn't stop until I was in the elevator cage, frantically jamming the button for the surface. When I told them what happened, I left out the part about the fight. I said Silas fell during the tremor. A tragic accident. They organized a recovery team, but by the time they got down there, his body was gone. They searched the sunk pool, but it was too deep, too dangerous. They just assumed the current had pulled him into the old tunnel system. Case closed. I quit the next day. I couldn't take the money, couldn't take the job. I moved 1,000 miles away, but I never really left that mine, because sometimes at night, when it's perfectly quiet, I can still hear it. That deep two-part rhythm. Thrum, thump, chunk. And I know what Silas meant. It's not just a pump. It's a heartbeat. And it's always, always hungry. In my line of work, you learn to trust two things, your gear and the tapping. I'm with the Provincial Mine Search and Rescue Unit. When the Earth decides to swallow a piece of a mine, we're the guys they call to go in and get our people out. It's a dirty, dangerous job, but there's no feeling in the world like hearing that faint tap. Tap, 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 coming through a wall of rock, and knowing there's someone alive on the other side. It's the sound of hope, but about 4 years ago, I heard a tapping that wasn't hope. It was something else entirely. The call came in just after dawn. A major seismic event at the Black Creek Colliery. A whole section of the 4 West tunnel system had collapsed. There were 6 miners unaccounted for. We loaded up the truck and were on site in under an hour. The mine manager, a panicked guy in a suit that was already covered in dust, met us at the entrance. They were working the new scene, he said, pointing at a map, right up against the old exploratory wall, the one that backs onto Shaft 9. A couple of the older guys on my team, guys who'd worked this region for decades, exchanged a look. I was new to this particular area, so I asked, "What's Shaft 9? My crew chief, a guy named Garvey, grimaced. "A bad place," he said. "They sealed it up in 1953. Methane fire. Took out 12 guys. They never even recovered the bodies. Just walled it off, put up a cross, and called it a tomb." Great. So not only were we dealing with a fresh collapse in unstable ground, but we were right next door to a mass grave. Superstitious or not, that's just bad mojo. Our team was made up of 4 guys. Me, Garvey, a young hotshot named Kale, and a quiet, intense guy named Decker. Decker was one of the best. Calm under pressure, knew geology better than anyone. If you were trapped, he's the guy you'd want coming for you. We made our way in. The first couple of miles were stable, just the usual trek. But as we got closer to 4 West, the damage was immense. The main tunnel was just gone. A solid wall of twisted steel supports and shattered rock blocked the path. This wasn't a localized cave-in. A huge section of the mountain had shifted. We got to work. Standard procedure. Shore up the ceiling as you go, listen for sounds, use the thermal imagers. For hours, we found nothing but crushing silence. The air was thick with coal dust and the smell of ozone from fractured rock. The hope starts to drain out of you in a situation like that. You start to feel like you're working in a morgue dot. It was Decker who heard it first. He held up a hand for silence, his head tilted. Listen. We all froze. And there it was. Faint but unmistakable. Tap, tap, tap. Tap. It was coming from deep inside the collapse. A wave of adrenaline hit us all. They were alive. Garvey got on the radio, his voice cracking with excitement. "We have contact. We have a signal." But as we started digging, trying to pinpoint the location, something felt wrong. The sound wasn't coming from where the miners were supposed to be. According to the map, it was coming from the other side of the tunnel, from the concrete wall that sealed off Shaft 9. That's impossible, Cale muttered. That thing's been a tomb for 70 years. Garvey shook his head. Maybe the collapse breached the wall. Maybe one of our guys got thrown through and is trapped on the other side. It was a long shot, but it was the only shot we had. We used the drill to bore a small hole through the thick concrete seal. When we broke through, the air that hissed out was stale, cold, and smelled of rust and something else, something old. We fed a fiber optic camera through. The images that came back on the screen were haunting. It was like looking back in time. Old wooden supports, antique tools scattered on the ground, everything coated in a thick layer of gray dust. It was the mine from 1953, perfectly preserved. And it was empty. There was no sign of our missing miners, but the tapping continued. Louder now. It was definitely coming from inside Shaft 9. All right, Garvey said, his jaw set. Something's not right, but we follow the sound. Decker, Cale, start widening the hole. Be careful. This whole area is unstable. It took another hour to cut an opening big enough for a man to squeeze through. The whole time, the tapping kept on. A steady, insistent rhythm. I was the first one through. The air in Shaft 9 was heavy, oppressive. The silence between the taps was absolute. Our headlamps cut through decades of darkness, revealing a scene frozen in time. A lunch pail sitting on a rock. A pickaxe leaning against a wall, as if its owner had just set it down for a moment. But there were no bodies. No signs of the fire, just emptiness. We followed the tapping deeper into the old shaft. And that's when the other strange things started happening. I saw a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye, a shadow that looked like a man in old-fashioned mining gear. When I turned my head, there was nothing there. Cale swore he heard whispering. Faint voices carried on the dead air. Decker was the only one who seemed unaffected. He was a machine, focused only on the mission. Quit spooking yourselves, he grumbled. Let's just find the source of that noise. The tapping led us to a small secondary tunnel. And there, we found something that wasn't from 1953. It was one of the missing miners, or what was left of him. He was half buried under a rockfall, and it was clear he'd been dead for a while. But the thing that made my stomach turn was the deep, circular indentation in the back of his helmet. It wasn't from a rock. It looked like it had been made by the pointed end of a rock hammer. And next to his body, we saw the source of the noise. A small, battery-powered emergency beacon, its light blinking faintly. It had been wedged under a rock, its striker mechanism hitting a metal support beam. Tap, 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 tap. He must have activated it before he died, Garvey said, his voice low. But that didn't make sense. The beacon was on our side of the Shaft 9 wall. We were already in the collapse. The sound we'd heard from the outside. It couldn't have been this dot, and then I saw it. Scratched into the coal dust on the floor, right next to the body, were words. It looked like the dead miner had written them with his last ounce of strength. The message was simple. Decker. He killed the foreman. Collapse was him. I felt a jolt of ice-cold dread. I looked up slowly, from the words on the floor to my teammates. Garvey and Cale were staring at the body, horrified. Decker was standing a few feet behind them, and he was looking right at me. He'd seen me read the message. In that split second, I understood everything. The foreman was another one of the missing miners. Decker had murdered him for some reason, caught him stealing. An argument, who knows? He'd used explosives to cause the collapse to hide the body, not realizing 5 other guys were still in the section. The beacon wasn't a call for help. The dead miner had set it up to lure rescuers in, to lead them to the evidence. And the tapping we heard through the wall, the first tapping, that hadn't been a beacon at all. It was the ghosts. The miners of 53, trapped in their tomb. They were trying to warn us. They were trying to get justice. Decker's face, usually so calm, was now a mask of pure, murderous rage. He didn't say a word. He just lunged, not at me, but at the timber support right next to Garvey and Cale. It was already fractured from the blast. He kicked it with all his might. There was a horrifying crack, and the ceiling above Garvey and Cale gave way. It all happened in an instant. I screamed their names as tons of rock and earth came down, burying them completely. Now it was just me and Decker, alone in a tomb, our headlamps cutting frantic beams in the swirling dust. "You should have just kept digging," he snarled, raising his rock hammer. He came at me, and we fought. A desperate, savage battle in the grave of a dozen dead men. He was trying to kill me, to make me the final victim of the collapse. I scrambled backwards, deeper into the old shaft. I could hear whispers all around me. I could feel a coldness that wasn't just the air. I felt like the ghosts were there, watching. I tripped over an old rail line and went down hard. Decker was on me in a second, the hammer raised. I closed my eyes, waiting for the blow, but it never came. Instead, I heard a gasp and a sickening, wet crunch. I opened my eyes. Decker was staring down at his own chest. Protruding from it was the rusted, sharp end of an old pickaxe. Behind him, standing in the gloom just outside the beam of my lamp, was the shadowy figure of a man. He was tall, gaunt, wearing the helmet and gear of a 1950s coal miner. He looked at me, gave a slow, solemn nod, and then just faded back into the darkness. I was the only one who walked out of the Black Creek Colliery that day. The official report lists it as a tragedy, a seismic event that caused a collapse, killing 6 miners and 3 members of a heroic rescue team. They found Decker's body, impaled on an old piece of mining equipment. A freak accident in the chaos, they called it. They never found Garvey or Cale, but I know the truth. I know that the dead have their own kind of justice. And I know that sometimes, when you're deep beneath the earth, in the suffocating dark and silence, you should listen for the tapping. But you better pray you know who or what is knocking on the other side. You ever do something so stupid, so monumentally dumb, that you can't even tell people the whole truth about it? You just give them the edited version, because the full story makes you sound like you deserved what you got. Yeah, that's me. There were 4 of us. Me, Liam, Shane, and Ben. We'd known each other since high school. We weren't bad kids, but we were bored. Stuck in a dead-end town with nothing to do but drink beer and dream about getting out. And our big, brilliant, get-rich-quick scheme was gold. Not panning in a river like some old prospector. We were going to go into the Widowmaker. The Widowmaker was an old, abandoned gold mine up in the hills behind our town. The name wasn't a joke. It earned it. It was opened in the 1880s and shut down in the 1920s. In that time, it swallowed more than 30 men. Badly dug, unstable, full of vertical shafts, they called man-traps and pockets of bad air. The entrance was boarded up, plastered with warning signs. Everyone in town knew the stories. It was a place you just didn't go. But Ben was obsessed. He was the smart one in our group, the planner. He'd spent months at the library, digging up old geological surveys and mining company records. He was convinced that the old-timers had missed a major quartz vein. He showed us maps, pointed to faded lines. They were feet away from it, he'd say, his eyes gleaming. $1 million in ore, just sitting there, waiting for someone with the guts to go get it. Guts. Yeah, that's what he called it. The rest of us were skeptical. But Ben was persuasive, and we were desperate. So we pooled our money, bought some climbing ropes, cheap headlamps, and a canary in a cage, Ben's idea. For the bad air, and one Friday night, we went up the hill. Prying the boards off the entrance felt like breaking into a crypt. A wave of cold, musty air washed over us, smelling of wet rock in decay. The darkness inside was absolute. We switched on our headlamps, and the beams cut into a blackness that felt solid. The first couple of hours were exciting, I guess. It was an adventure. We were explorers. We followed Ben's map, navigating through decaying tunnels, our voices echoing weirdly. The silence in between our words was total. The first accident happened about a mile in. We were crossing a section where the floor was rotten planking over a dark chasm. Liam, who was always the clumsy one, put his foot right through a board. He yelled, and for a terrifying second, he was just gone, swallowed by the dark. But the rope we'd tied between us held, and we managed to haul him back up. He was shaken. His ankle was twisted pretty bad, but he was alive. "That's it for me, guys," he said, his voice trembling. "I can't go on." Ben was furious. "We're almost there, man. Don't bail now." But Liam was done, and he couldn't make it back on his own. Shane, his best friend, volunteered to take him. "We'll wait for you at the entrance," Shane said. "Just be careful." So then it was just me and Ben. The atmosphere changed instantly. The fun was gone. Now it felt serious, dangerous. We pressed on, deeper and deeper into the mountain's guts. The air grew colder. The canary in its cage was still chirping, so at least we could breathe. We reached a junction, and Ben checked his map. "Okay, we need to go down this shaft," he said, pointing his light at a dark, vertical hole with a rickety old ladder bolted to the side. "The vein should be at the bottom of this level." My stomach clenched. "Ben, that ladder looks like it's 100 years old." "It'll hold," he said, with a confidence that bordered on insane. "I'll go first." He started down, and I followed, my hands slick with sweat on the cold, rusty rungs. Halfway down, I heard a sharp crack from above me, followed by the terrifying sound of splintering wood and falling rock. I looked up just in time to see a huge chunk of the ceiling, right at the top of the shaft, give way. A cascade of rock and rotten timber came crashing down. "Jump!" Ben screamed from below me. I let go of the ladder and jumped, falling the last 10 feet and landing in a painful heap next to him. The debris crashed down where I'd just been, completely obliterating the ladder and sealing the top of the shaft. We were trapped. Panic set in. Real ice in the veins panic. We were miles underground with no way back up. We were going to die here. "Calm down." Ben snapped, his voice sharp. "Panicking doesn't help. There's another way out." The old surveys showed an air shaft that connects to the surface on the far side of this level. We just have to find it. His calmness was reassuring. He was the smart one, the planner. He'd get us out of this. We spent the next few hours searching the maze of tunnels on that lower level. It was a nightmare. Dead ends, flooded passages, tight squeezes that made my skin crawl. And then we found it. A narrow circular shaft going straight up with an iron-rung ladder, just like the other one. A faint draft of fresh air was coming down. It was our way out. But as Ben shined his light up the shaft, his face fell. Damn it. About 30 feet up, the ladder was gone. A whole 10-foot section of it had rusted away and fallen. There was no way to climb past the gap. And that's when Ben did something strange. He wasn't panicked. He wasn't disappointed. He smiled. A small, cold, calculating smile. "Well," he said, turning to me, "looks like we have a problem. What do we do?" I asked, my voice cracking. You know, he said, his tone conversational. Liam's ankle. It wasn't an accident. I kicked that board out from under him. And the cave-in at the last shaft? I loosened those timbers before we got there. I was hoping it would take you both out. Save me the trouble. I just stared at him, my mind refusing to process his words. What? What are you talking about? Why? His face hardened. Because of Sarah Jenkins. Sarah Jenkins. A girl from our high school. She died in a car crash our senior year. Ben had been driving. We were all in the car. The official story was that he'd swerved to avoid a deer. We all backed him up. But the real story, the one only the four of us knew, was that we had been drinking. Ben was drunk. He killed her. And for years, that secret had been eating him alive. Liam was starting to talk, Ben said, taking a step toward me. He was feeling guilty, talking about going to the cops. I couldn't let that happen. I couldn't go to prison. I figured this was cleaner. The old Widowmaker mine claims 4 more victims. A tragic accident. No one asks any questions. I finally saw it. The plan. There was no gold. There was never any gold. The mine was just a weapon. A tune he'd chosen for us. And I realized the final piece of his plan. The air shaft wasn't a dead end for him. He was the best rock climber among us. A 10-foot gap would be nothing for him. He was going to kill me, climb out, and walk away with the perfect story. It's just you now, he said, pulling a geology hammer from his pack. He came at me. We fought in the claustrophobic darkness, our headlamp beams slashing across the rock walls. He was bigger, stronger, and he was fighting to protect his secret. I was just fighting to live. He swung the hammer, and I ducked. It hit the rock wall next to my head, sending a shower of sparks. In that flash of light, I saw the canary cage on the floor. I scrambled away, grabbed the cage, and threw it at his head with all my might. It was a stupid, desperate move, but it worked. It caught him off guard, and he stumbled back, right into a section of wall that was nothing but rotten, crumbling timbers. There was a groaning sound, and the wall gave way. Ben disappeared in an avalanche of rock and dirt. 1 second he was there, the next he was gone. Buried. Silence. My headlamp beam cut through the dust. There was just a wall of rubble where he had been standing. It took me 6 hours to get out. 6 hours of the most terrifying rock climbing of my life, using my bare hands to find holds in the dark, 30 feet above a hard rock floor. When I finally crawled out into the moonlight, I was bloody and half insane. I found Shane at the entrance, huddled by a fire, frantic with worry. Liam was already on his way to the hospital. I told Shane a story, that the mine had collapsed, that Ben and I were separated, that I saw him get buried. A tragic accident. They never found his body. The mine is too unstable to ever mount a recovery mission. Sometimes the cops ask me questions, but I stick to my story. But I know the truth. I know what's buried deep inside that mountain. It's not $1 million in gold. It's a secret. And sometimes, late at night, I wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I can hear someone digging. And I wonder, what if a man like Ben, a man so determined to survive, was strong enough to dig his way out? What if he's just out there somewhere, waiting? I got out of the Widowmaker, but I'm not sure I'll ever truly be free of it. And that's all for tonight. Remember, the most terrifying monsters are the ones that look just like us. The ones who might even live right next door. If these stories serve as a good reminder to trust your instincts, then show your support and like and subscribe. Hitting that bell means you'll get a warning before the next nightmare begins. Sleep well. if you can. Being a vet, it's not what people think it is. It's not all puppies and kittens and heroic, life-saving surgeries. A lot of the time, it's managing chronic allergies, telling people their pet needs a $1,000 dental cleaning, and explaining, for the 10th time that day, why their cat keeps peeing on the rug. And sometimes it's about saying goodbye. It's the part of the job that grinds you down, the part that sends good vets into burnout. You build walls around your heart. You learn to compartmentalize, and you tell yourself that offering a peaceful end is the last, kindest thing you can do for an animal that's suffering. You have to believe that. Otherwise, the weight of it would just crush you. I'd been practicing for about 10 years when I met Mrs. Gable, and I thought I'd seen every kind of grief, every kind of owner. I was wrong. Asterisk, she came in on a Tuesday afternoon, a slow day. The appointment was booked under Buddy Gable for a quality of life consultation. That's usually code. It means the owner has already made the decision. They just need you to validate it. Eleanor Gable looked exactly how you'd picture a sweet old lady. She was probably in her late 70s, bird frail, with perfectly coiffed silver hair and a string of pearls at her throat. She carried herself with a quiet, fragile dignity. And at her side, on a worn leather leash, was Buddy. He was a magnificent golden retriever, the kind you see on calendars. His coat was the color of honey, his eyes were deep and intelligent, and his tail gave a gentle, trusting thump, thump, thump against the linoleum floor. Asterisk, he's not himself anymore, Doctor, Mrs. Gable said, her voice a soft, tremulous whisper. She dabbed at the corner of her eye with a lace-trimmed handkerchief. He's 14, you know. An old man. His hips, they cause him such pain. He can barely get up the stairs, and he won't eat much of anything. I did my examination. I ran my hands over his hips, palpated his abdomen. Buddy was a little stiff, sure. He had some mild arthritis, which is completely normal for a dog his age. But he was in remarkable shape otherwise. Good muscle tone, clear eyes, a healthy heart. He wasn't the spry puppy he once was, but he was far from the suffering animal she described. He even nudged my hand, looking for a scratch behind the ears, his tail giving that same gentle thump. I explained my findings, suggesting we could manage his arthritis with some new medications. That he still had plenty of good time left out, Mrs. Gable just shook her head. A single perfect tear, tracing a path down her powdered cheek. Doctor, you're very kind, but I know my dog. I see the look in his eyes when he thinks I'm not watching. The light is gone. He's ready. I can't be selfish and keep him here in pain just for my own sake. Asterisk, it's an argument you can't win. When an owner has convinced themselves that their pet is suffering, any evidence to the contrary is just seen as you're not understanding their special bond. It's a performance of compassion, and you, the vet, are cast as the final instrument of that compassion. So with a heavy heart, I agreed. My vet tech, Chloe, a young woman with a heart far too big for this job, prepped the injection. Mrs. Gable cradled Buddy's head, whispering loving goodbyes into his fur as he peacefully drifted off. She paid in cash, thanked me profusely for my kindness, and left, a solitary, grieving figure. Chloe and I were quiet for a while after that. He seemed like such a sweet old boy, she said, her voice thick with emotion. I just nodded. They always are, I replied. It was just another sad Tuesday. We forgot about it by the end of the week. Almost exactly a year later, the name Buddy Gable appeared on our schedule again. I felt a pang of confusion. Didn't we? I started to ask Chloe. She shrugged. Maybe it's a new dog? Same name, in memory of the old one. It happens all the time. When a frail-looking Mrs. Gable walked into the exam room, my confusion solidified into a strange, unsettling feeling of déjà vu. At her side was a golden retriever, and he looked identical. The same honey-colored coat, the same intelligent eyes, the same gentle disposition. Asterisk, Dr. Thorne, thank you for seeing us, she said, her voice carrying that same practiced, sorrowful tone. This is Buddy. I rescued him a few months ago. I thought I was ready, but he's an old dog. The shelter wasn't honest about his age. His hips are just terrible, and he has this cough. This time, my examination was more thorough, more skeptical. The dog was, by all accounts, perfectly healthy. Maybe 10 years old, not a puppy, but vibrant. There was no cough. His hips were fine. He licked my hand eagerly. I looked from the happy, healthy dog to the sad, determined woman, and a cold knot formed in my stomach. Mrs. Gable, I said, trying to keep my voice even. This dog is in very good health. I can't find any medical reason to consider euthanasia. Her face crumpled, but this time it looked different. Not like grief, but like frustration, annoyance. You don't understand, she insisted, her voice losing its gentle tremor and taking on a sharper edge. His soul is tired. He is ready to go. The phrase, his soul is tired, echoed in the sterile exam room. It wasn't medical. It was something else. It was a justification that existed outside of logic, outside of my professional expertise. I held my ground for 10 minutes, offering alternatives, suggesting rehoming him if she couldn't care for him. But she was immovable. She started to cry, accusing me of wanting to prolong his silent suffering, of being cruel. It was emotionally manipulative, and it was deeply, deeply effective. In the end, I caved. The alternative, I reasoned, was her taking him to a less scrupulous clinic, or worse, abandoning him. The procedure felt different this time. It felt wrong. It felt like an execution. Asterisk, after she left, Chloe and I just stared at each other. That was weird, right? She whispered. That wasn't just me? I pulled up the file for the first Buddy Gable. The photo we had on file was a bit blurry, but it was him. It was the same dog. Or if not the same dog, his perfect double. Pull up her whole file, I said. Chloe's fingers clicked on the keyboard. Mrs. Eleanor Gable, client for 6 years. And there it was. A pattern. 4 years ago, a euthanasia for a golden retriever named Buddy. 6 years ago, another one. Same name, same breed. All of them around the same time of year, in late autumn. All of them described as old and suffering, despite the sparse medical notes suggesting otherwise. A morbid curiosity, the kind you know you should ignore, took hold of me. That night, I went home and did something I'd never done before. I looked up a client online. I just typed Eleanor Gable and the name of our town into the search bar. The first things that came up were obituaries. Not for her, but for her husbands. Mr. Albert Gable, deceased 6 years ago. Mr. Jonathan Pinter, her second husband, deceased 4 years ago. And her first husband, Mr. David Sterling, deceased a decade ago. She had reverted to her second husband's name after the third one passed. I clicked open Albert Gable's obituary. My blood ran cold. Date of death, October 17th. I checked our clinic's records. We had put the first Buddy to sleep on October 18th. I checked Jonathan Pinter's. Date of death, November 2nd. We had euthanized the second Buddy on November 2nd. The dog from yesterday? His appointment was on the anniversary of her most recent husband's passing. It wasn't a coincidence. It was a ritual. My mind reeled, trying to grasp the sheer, horrifying insanity of it. was she? Transferring their souls into these dogs and then disposing of them? Was it some twisted, private ceremony to mark the anniversaries of her freedom? The sweet old lady from the exam room transformed in my mind into something monstrous. A black widow tending to her macabre garden of memories. The worst part was, she hadn't done anything illegal. The dogs were legally hers. She could, in theory, do whatever she wanted with them. My hands were tied. All I had was a monstrous suspicion that would make me sound like a lunatic if I ever voiced it. Asterisk, I tried to put it out of my mind. For a year, I succeeded. I told Chloe to flag Mrs. Gable's file, and that we would no longer approve any euthanasia requests from her without a second opinion from a specialist. It was a flimsy shield, but it was all I could do. Life went on. Then, a few weeks ago, a man I didn't recognize came into the clinic to buy some high-end joint supplements. He was a cheerful, robust man in his late 60s with a kind face and a booming laugh. He was chatting with Chloe at the front desk when he mentioned his wife. "Eleanor is just so thrilled," he said, beaming. After her last dog passed, I told her no more heartbreak. But she gets so lonely. So for her birthday, I got her a new golden retriever puppy. Named him Buddy, of course. The name hit me like a physical blow. I stepped out of the exam room. The man introduced himself. "Mark Peterson. My wife, Eleanor, speaks so highly of you, Dr. Thorne." I felt a wave of nausea. This was the new husband. Husband number 4. He was a dead man walking. I wanted to grab him by the shoulders and scream, "Run! Your wife is a monster." But what could I say? Your wife serially euthanizes dogs that look identical on the anniversaries of her dead husband's deaths, and you just bought her the next murder weapon? I just forced a smile and said it was a pleasure to meet him. The dread sat in my stomach like a lead weight for months. Every day, I expected the call. Every time the phone rang and I saw the name Gable on the caller ID, my heart would seize up. And then yesterday, it came. It wasn't her voice on the line. It was his. Mark Peterson. He sounded flustered, out of breath. "Dr. Thorne? It's Mark. We have a problem with Buddy. Eleanor insisted I call you. She said you'd understand. There's been an accident. He fell down the stairs. His back is broken. He's in agony. She says it's time. She says it's the kindest thing." I could hear her in the background, a high-pitched, keening wail that didn't sound like grief, but like fury, like impatience. "Just tell him to come, Mark. Tell him to hurry." The story was nonsense. A fall down the stairs might cause a fracture, but the melodrama, the immediacy, it was all wrong. This wasn't about the dog. It was about him. This wasn't the anniversary of a death. This was the prelude to one. "I'm on my way," I said, my voice hollow. "I don't know what I'm going to find when I get to that house. But I know it's not about a dog." I packed my medical bag, but I also put a heavy Maglite flashlight on the passenger seat of my car. It feels heavy, solid, reassuring. For the first time in my career, I'm not driving to a patient's house to end a life. I think I'm driving there to try and save one. And I am utterly, bone-chillingly terrified that I'm going to be too late. There's a certain kind of quiet that only exists in a hospital after midnight. It's not a peaceful quiet. It's a heavy, listening quiet where every little sound seems amplified. The buzz of a fluorescent light, the drip of a faucet, the sigh of a sleeping animal. You start to feel like the building itself is awake, and you're just a guest in its long, dark hallways. I was 22, fresh out of vet tech school, And so broke that when Northwood Animal Hospital offered me the overnight position, I jumped at it. The pay was better, and I figured the solitude would be a good thing. I could study, listen to podcasts, and avoid the daytime drama of frantic clients and overworked vets. The solitude, it turned out, was the problem. Asterisk Northwood was an old facility. It was one of those places that had been added onto over the decades, a sprawling Frankenstein's monster of a building. There was the new, brightly lit surgical wing and ICU up front. And then there were the older wards, the long-term kennels, and in the very back, a heavy, padlocked door that led down to what everyone just called the basement. It used to be where they kept the old morgue freezers, back before modern cremation services. Nobody ever went down there. The head tech, Brenda, a tough, no-nonsense woman who'd been there for 30 years, handed me a massive ring of keys on my first night. "You're in charge from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., she'd said, her tone leaving no room for argument. Check on the ICU patients every hour. Do the cleaning checklist. And for God's sake, don't lose these keys. And stay out of the basement. It's a tetanus shot waiting to happen." For the first month, it was exactly what I'd expected. Lonely, quiet, a little spooky, but fine. I developed a routine. Rounds, cleaning, stocking, and then hours of quiet study at the main reception desk. The only company I had were the animals, their soft breathing and occasional whines, a comforting presence in the oppressive silence. But then, the little things started. Things you could easily explain away. I'd come back from the kennel runs to find a cupboard I knew I had closed hanging wide open. I'd walk into the break room, and the scent of freshly brewed coffee would hit me, even though I hadn't made any. Once, a heavy bag of dog food I'd stacked against a wall was inexplicably on the other side of the storage room when I came in the next night. I blamed it on my own exhaustion. Night shifts mess with your head. You're living in a state of perpetual jet lag. You forget things. You get paranoid. But the feeling of being watched started to grow. It was a physical sensation, like a cold draft on the back of my neck. I'd be in the ICU, charting notes on a post-op patient, and I'd get the overwhelming urge to look over my shoulder, absolutely convinced someone was standing in the doorway. Of course, no one ever was. I started getting jumpy. The hiss of the oxygen machine would make me flinch. A cat knocking over its water bowl would send my heart into my throat. Asterisk. The incident that tipped me from paranoid to genuinely scared happened on a Thursday night. I'd packed a sandwich and a bag of chips for my lunch. I left it in the break room fridge, as always. Around 2 a.m., I went to eat. The sandwich was gone. Not the chips, not my soda, just the sandwich. My first thought was that Brenda or one of the morning crew had come in early and snagged it as a joke. But then I saw the bite mark. A perfect human-sized bite taken out of the apple I had sitting on the counter. And next to it, on the counter, was a single, long, greasy gray hair. My blood went cold. I wasn't just tired or forgetful. Someone else had been in this room, not the next day. I confronted Brenda. I tried to sound casual, but my voice was shaking. "Hey, did anyone from the morning shift come in super early last night?" She gave me a weird look. "No? Why?" I told her about the food. She just sighed, a deep, annoyed sound. "Look, Maya," she said, "this place is old. It's probably rats. Big ones. As for the other stuff, you're letting the quiet get to you. The last night guy, David, was the same. Started getting all squirrely near the end, complaining about noises, things being moved. He just couldn't handle the solitude. Quit without notice about 6 months back. David, I'd never heard about him, but her dismissal made me feel small and stupid. I dropped it. That night, though, I couldn't shake it. Rats didn't unwrap a sandwich and take a single bite out of an apple. I started paying more attention to the security monitors. The cameras were old and grainy, covering only the main entrances and the pharmacy. For hours, I just watched the static-filled screens, hoping to catch something. And I did. It was a flicker, so fast I thought I'd imagined it. On the screen for the back hallway, the one that led to the basement door, a shadow seemed to detach itself from the wall and melt back into the darkness. I replayed the tape. There it was again. A tall, stooped shape, moving with a strange, shuffling gait. It wasn't a rat. It was a person. Asterisk, my fear turned into a terrifying, obsessive need for answers. Who was this person? How were they getting in? During the day, when the hospital was bustling, I went to the back hallway. The padlock on the basement door was thick and rusted, but the wood of the door frame around the hinges was splintered and dark, as if it had been pried open and shut many, many times. Driven by a terror that was now stronger than my fear of Brenda, I went into the employee records office. I found David's file. It was thin, just a basic application and a termination form. The reason for leaving was listed as job abandonment. No forwarding address. No final paycheck collected. It was like he had simply ceased to exist. Tucked into the back of the folder was a small, handwritten note from Brenda. David reported seeing a transient on the property multiple times, followed up with police. The basement. For months. Maybe longer. He wasn't a ghost. He was something so much worse. Where is David? I whispered, my voice a raw croak. The man smiled, a horrifying, broken-toothed grin. He's quiet now. He's in the cold room downstairs. He was making the animals nervous. He took another step, and I saw he was holding something. A heavy metal catch-pole, the kind used for vicious, uncontrollable animals. You're making them nervous too, he hissed, his eyes fixated on me. All your noise, your lights. This is their home. My own. I didn't think. I just ran. I sprinted through the darkened hallways, my own panicked gasps echoing in the silence. I could hear his shuffling footsteps behind me, faster than I would have thought possible. He knew the layout better than I did. He was a predator in his own territory. I ducked into the radiology suite, my only thought being the heavy lead-lined door. I slammed it shut, just as he threw his weight against it from the other side. The handle rattled violently. I fumbled for the lock and threw the deadbolt. It was the one room in the hospital he couldn't break into. I was safe for a moment, but I was trapped. He started pounding on the door, a rhythmic, terrifying thud, his whispers seeping through the cracks, telling me what he was going to do to me when he got in, how he was going to make me quiet. Just like David, asterisk, I was sobbing, backed into a corner, when my eyes fell on the room's only outside connection. The old intercom system used to speak with the vets during an X-ray. It was on the same circuit as the ICU, powered by the generator. With a trembling hand, I flicked the switch and screamed into it, screaming for a help I knew was miles and hours away. But I didn't know that the intercom was a two-way system, and that when the day shift arrived, Brenda always turned it on from the main desk to check if the room was free. The pounding stopped. The whispering stopped. I waited in terrified silence for what felt like an eternity. Then I heard it. Brenda's voice, crackling through the small speaker. "Maya, is that you? What the hell is going on?" I have never felt such relief in my entire life. I screamed everything into that intercom. The man, the chase, David in the freezer. The police found him an hour later, hiding in a crawl space above the ceiling tiles in the main kennel. They found David's body in one of the old, unplugged morgue freezers in the basement, just like he'd said. His name was Silas. and he'd apparently been homeless for years after his own dog had died on the operating table at Northwood. He'd blamed the vets, and in his grief-shattered mind, he'd decided to move in and become the hospital's secret silent caretaker. I walked out of the hospital into the gray morning light, blinking like I was seeing the sun for the first time. I never went back. I still have nightmares about the listening quiet of that building and the terrifying realization that sometimes, when you feel like you're being watched in the dark, you are. If you're a large animal vet, you get used to a few things. You get used to the smell of mud and manure being a permanent part of your truck's upholstery. You get used to working in driving rain and suffocating heat. And you get used to dealing with farmers who view you as a necessary, but expensive evil men of few words and even fewer pleasantries. You learn to read the land and the livestock, but you also learn to read the people. You have to. Out in the rural counties, the nearest backup is often a 30-minute drive away. Your safety depends on your gut. And my gut was screaming at me the night I got the call from Abe Miller. The call came in just before 11 p.m. Ace-to-Tiki. Terse voice on the other end of the line. Dr. Reed? It's Miller. Out on County Road 9. My stallions tangled up in something fierce. Legs torn up bad. You need to come now. I knew the Miller place, or at least I knew of it. It was a remote, run-down farm at the end of a long, unpaved road, bordered by miles of state forest. Abe Miller had a reputation for being a hard man, unfriendly, quick to anger. I'd never treated his animals before. He usually handled things himself. The fact he was calling me meant it was serious. The drive out was miserable. The rain was coming down in sheets, turning his half-mile driveway into a river of thick, red mud. My truck slid and fishtailed the whole way. The place looked even worse up close. A sagging farmhouse with one light burning in a downstairs window and a big dark barn that loomed against the stormy sky like a collapsed lung. Abe Miller was waiting for me by the barn door, silhouetted by the single bare bulb hanging inside. He was a mountain of a man, dressed in muddy overalls, his face set in a permanent scowl. He didn't offer a greeting, just grunted and jerked his head toward the barn. In here, the air inside was thick with the smell of wet hay, manure, and something else. Something coppery and sharp. The scent of blood. There, in the center aisle, stood a massive black stallion, a magnificent animal, trembling with pain and fear. His left hind leg was a mess. A deep, horrific gash ran from the hock down to the fetlock, laying the flesh open to the bone. It was one of the worst pasture injuries I'd ever seen. Coyote, Miller grunted before I could even ask. Damn things are getting brave. Went right for him. I'm an equine specialist. I've seen dozens of predator attacks over the years, from dogs, from coyotes, even from a bear once. They have a signature. Tearing, puncture wounds, bites. This was not that. This was a jagged, brutal laceration with strange, parallel scrapes running through it. It looked less like an animal attack and more like he'd gotten tangled in some kind of heavy, rusted machinery. I ran my gloved hand gently down the horse's cannon bone, well above the injury. I don't see any bite marks, Mr. Miller. Are you sure that's what happened? His eyes, which had been avoiding mine, snapped to my face. They were cold and flat. Are you a vet or a detective? He snarled. Just fix my horse. The hostility was so sudden, so out of proportion, that every nerve in my body went on high alert. My gut wasn't just screaming anymore. It was setting off air raid sirens. But I had a suffering animal in front of me. That was my first duty. I told him I'd have to sedate the horse to clean and stitch the wound properly. He just nodded, his arms crossed over his massive chest, watching my every move. Under sedation, the stallion finally relaxed, his head drooping low. I set up my portable light, illuminating the gruesome wound. As I began to flush it with antiseptic, the extent of the damage became clearer. It was deeper than I thought, packed with mud, grass, and debris. I started methodically cleaning it out, pulling out bits of leaf litter and pebbles with my forceps. Then, my forceps closed on something hard, something that wasn't a rock. It was wedged deep in the muscle tissue, right up against the bone. I had to work at it for a minute, gently prying it loose, that it came free with a sick, pulling sensation. I held it up to the light. It wasn't a piece of wood or metal. It was a sliver of what looked like bone, about an inch long. And attached to the end of it, impossibly, was a perfectly shaped human fingernail, coated in chipped, ruby red nail polish. The barn, the rain, the sound of the horse's breathing, it all faded away. All I could see was that fingernail. My mind flashed to the bulletin board at the feed store in town. The missing person flyer. A smiling, middle-aged woman named Sarah Miller. The flyer had been up for a month. Last seen wearing a blue jacket and jeans, the text read. In the photo, her hand was resting on a fence post. Her nails were painted a bright, cheerful red dot. My blood turned to ice water. Abe Miller hadn't just been lying about a coyote. He was a murderer. The horse had been a witness. Or worse, the weapon. Had she been kicked? Trampled during a fight? Had he run her down with the stallion in the muddy field? The horrifying possibilities flooded my brain. I quickly palmed the piece of evidence, my hand shaking so badly I was afraid I'd drop it. I slipped it into the pocket of my coveralls, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I was sure he could hear it. I had to act normal. I had to finish the job and get out of there. I stitched the wound on autopilot, my hands moving with a precision that felt detached from my panicked mind. I could feel his eyes on my back the entire time. He hadn't moved. He was just standing there, a silent, menacing statue. When I was done, I began packing my supplies, my movements stiff and clumsy. All finished, I said, my voice sounding strained and high. He'll need antibiotics for a week. I'll leave you some. I need to get back and get some more supplies from my truck. It was a weak excuse, but it was all I could think of. I turned to leave, and he was standing in the doorway, blocking my exit. He hadn't been there a second ago. He moved with a terrifying silence for such a big man. You found something in there, didn't you, Doc? He said, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. In his leg, just some debris. A piece of stick, some rocks. I lied, my mouth dry as dust. He took a step toward me, and for the first time, I saw something other than anger in his eyes. It was a cold, dead certainty. He knew that I knew. You know, coyotes are smart, he said, his voice conversational, but the effect was chilling. They drag things off. You never find what's left. People go missing in these woods all the time. It's a big, lonely country out here. It wasn't a conversation. It was a threat. It was a confession. He was telling me what he was going to do to me. My mind raced. The truck was 50 feet away, across a sea of mud. He was between me and the only way out. My only chance was chaos. With a sudden movement, I jabbed the horse in the rump with a now empty syringe. The stallion, already on edge and coming out of sedation, squealed in shock and lurched sideways, crashing into a stack of metal buckets. The clang was deafening. For a split second, Miller was distracted, turning to control his 1,000-pound animal. That was all I needed. I bolted. I ran out of that barn and into the driving rain, slipping and sliding in the mud, not daring to look back. I could hear him yelling behind me. a roar of pure rage. I fumbled with my keys, my fingers like frozen sausages. I got the truck door open and threw myself inside, locking it just as his massive hand slammed against the window, making the glass shudder. I twisted the key, praying the engine would turn over. It sputtered, then caught with a roar. He was at my driver's side door, yanking on the handle, his face contorted with fury. I stomped on the gas. The tires spun, spraying him with mud, and then they bit. The truck shot forward. I saw his own farm truck in my rear view, its headlights flicking on. He was coming after me. I have never been so scared in my entire life. I flew down that muddy driveway, fishtailing wildly, fighting to keep the truck on the path. I hit the county road and pushed the accelerator to the floor, my eyes darting between the slick road ahead and the headlights growing in my rearview mirror. There was no cell service, just miles of dark, empty road. He stayed on my tail for 5 agonizing miles, but my truck was newer, faster. I slowly, painstakingly pulled away. When I finally saw the blessed lights of the main highway, I nearly sobbed with relief. He wouldn't follow me there. I didn't stop driving until I hit the state police barracks 30 miles away. I walked in, covered in mud and blood, my hands still shaking. I reached into my pocket and placed the small, horrifying piece of evidence on the counter. The look on the trooper's face told me everything. They found what was left of Sarah Miller the next day, buried in a shallow grave at the edge of the woods, bordering the horse pasture. The forensics confirmed the stallion had trampled her. Abe Miller never confessed, but with my testimony and the evidence I'd pulled from his horse's leg, he was convicted. I still practice. I still take late-night calls. But now I always tell someone exactly where I'm going. And I never, ever ignore that feeling in my gut. Because sometimes, out in the deep, quiet country, the animals aren't the most dangerous thing you'll face. And sometimes, they're the only ones who can tell you the truth about the monsters who walk among us. And that's all for tonight. Remember, the most terrifying monsters are the ones that look just like us. The ones who might even live right next door. If these stories serve as a good reminder to trust your instincts, then show your support and like and subscribe. Hitting that bell means you'll get a warning before the next nightmare begins. Sleep well, if you can. My name is Leo, and for the better part of a year, my dream was to work at the Northwood Museum of Natural History. It wasn't like the big ones in New York or DC, but for a paleontology grad student like me, it was a goldmine. It had a legacy, a reputation for housing some really unique regional fossils. So when I landed a paid internship there, I felt like I'd won the lottery. My job, however, turned out to be less about majestic dinosaur skeletons and more about dust and forgotten things. My supervisor was the museum's head curator, Dr. Julian Albright. He was one of those academics who seemed to be permanently preserved in tweed and the faint scent of old paper. He was probably in his late 60s, with a deliberate, whispery way of talking and eyes that seemed to hold a century's worth of secrets behind thick glasses. On my first day, he didn't take me to the main labs. Instead, he led me down a series of hallways, through a door marked staff only, and then to another, heavier door that required an old-fashioned skeleton key. Your project. Mr. Jennings, he said, his voice echoing in the concrete stairwell, is one of great importance, though it lacks a certain glamour. He led me down and down into the museum's sub-basement. The air grew cold, heavy with the smell of damp earth and formaldehyde. He stopped in front of a massive, hermetically sealed door, the kind you'd see on a bank vault. He spun a heavy wheel lock, and the door hissed open. "This," he announced with a sweep of his hand, "is the catacomb." That's what the staff called it, anyway. It was a climate-controlled, windowless room, maybe 50 by 50 feet, packed to the ceiling with old wooden crates and metal shelving units. This is our dead collection, over 100 years of acquisitions. Animal bones, taxidermy, geological samples. Things that were improperly labeled, or deemed redundant, or simply forgotten. Your job is to go through everything, crate by crate, bone by bone. Identify it, catalog it, and digitize the records. It's a lonely task, but a necessary one. He paused, his gaze lingering on the oppressive rows of shelves. A word of warning. The space can be unsettling. This foundation is part of the original 1888 structure. The museum's founder, Alistair Finch, was a brilliant man, but eccentric. There are strange rumors about the work he did down here. Pay them no mind. It's just an old building making old building noises. He gave me a thin smile, handed me an access card and the key, and left me there. The heavy vault door sealed shut behind him, and the silence that fell was absolute. It was just me, the hum of the climate control, and 100 years of dead things. The first week was tedious, but kind of exciting. I felt like a treasure hunter. I'd pry open a crate and find a box of unlabeled bird skulls, or the fossilized femur of a dire wolf. It was a mess, but it was my mess. I set up a small workstation with a laptop and a digital camera. The only sounds were the creak of crate lids, the clink of bones on my metal table, and the tap of my keyboard. But Dr. Albright was right. The place was unsettling. The uniform shelving created endless, identical aisles. And sometimes, when I was deep in a row, I'd get this prickly feeling on the back of my neck, like I was being watched. I'd spin around, but there was never anything there but shadows. The first truly weird thing I found was about 2 weeks in. I was sorting through a crate labeled Swede specimens, 1910 to 1920. Pig bones, basically. But at the bottom of the crate, I found a pig's tibia that had been sawed cleanly in half. Not with a butcher's saw, but with something finer, more precise, like a surgical tool. It was odd, but I chalked it up to some old, forgotten experiment and logged it as an anomaly. A few days later, in a box of deer antlers, I found a single human molar. I felt a jolt of ice in my stomach. I told myself it was probably from a medical school skeleton, something that got mixed in by mistake decades ago. I put it in a separate evidence bag and tried to forget about it, but the anomalies kept coming, and they grew harder to ignore. I found a collection of coyote skulls, one of which had a small round hole in the back of it, perfectly consistent with a small caliber bullet. In a crate of fossilized clams, I found a tarnished silver locket containing a faded photograph of a woman I didn't recognize. I was cataloging a history of decay, but I was starting to feel like a detective at a cold case. The feeling of being watched intensified. Sometimes I'd hear what sounded like a faint scraping noise from the far end of the room, but whenever I went to investigate, it would stop. The hum of the climate control seemed to be whispering to me that the breaking point came a month into the project. I was in the very back of the room, wrestling with a heavy, unmarked crate that had been wedged behind a metal cabinet. When I finally pried the lid off, the smell that hit me was wrong. It wasn't the dry, dusty scent of old bones. It was the faint, coppery smell of old blood. Inside, nestled among packing straw, was the fully articulated skeleton of a dog. But intertwined with its rib cage was a human hand. The bones were yellowed with age, and a small, gold ring was still circling the ring finger. I stumbled back, my heart hammering against my ribs. This wasn't a mistake. This wasn't a mixed-up specimen. This was a body. A piece of one, anyway. My mind was racing. Who was this? How did they get here? The rumors about the founder, Alistair Finch. What if they weren't just rumors? My eyes darted around the dark, oppressive room, and I felt a surge of pure panic. I had to tell someone. I had to tell Dr. Albright. I was about to pack up my things when my hand brushed against the wall behind the cabinet. It wasn't concrete. It was wood paneling, disguised to look like the rest of the wall. My curiosity, a stupid, morbid curiosity, overrode my fear. I pushed on the panel, and it swung inward with a low groan, revealing a small, dark compartment. Inside, covered in a thick layer of dust, was a small wooden box. And inside that box, nestled in velvet lining, were about a dozen wax cylinders, the kind used in early phonographs. A small brass plaque on the inside of the lid read, AF, a private catalog. My blood ran cold. AF Alistair Finch. I carefully took one of the cylinders back to my workstation. The museum had an old, hand-cranked phonograph in its archives for presentations. The next morning, feigning a research question, I checked it out. Back in the tomb-like silence of the catacomb, I slid the first cylinder onto the machine. I placed the needle, turned the crank, and a voice, warped by time and static, crackled to life. It was a man's voice, calm, educated, and utterly chilling. October 12, 1898, the voice began, clear as day despite the hiss. Specimen number 1, a transient male of approximately 30 years. Robust, but with little intellectual curiosity. I acquired him near the docks. The subject was uncooperative. The cause of expiration was a precise cranial trauma, administered with a geological hammer. I find his skeletal structure to be a perfect example of a life of manual labor. He will be cataloged alongside the specimens of Ursus americanus, the American black bear. It seems a fitting comparison. The brute force of nature, side by side. I snatched the needle off the cylinder, my hand shaking uncontrollably. I couldn't breathe. This wasn't a scientific log. It was a confession, a murder journal. I played another cylinder. December 3rd, 1898, specimen number 2. A young woman, a flower seller. Delicate features. I was forced to dispose of her locket separately, a regrettable sentimentality. Her remains will be distributed among the Cenozoic collection, a fossil for a future age. The silver locket. It was her. I grabbed another and another. Each one was a calm, detached description of a person, a life, reduced to a specimen to be curated, to be hidden among the bones of animals. Alistair Finch wasn't just the museum's founder. He was a serial killer who had used his own museum as a personal graveyard. My mind reeled. This explained everything. The human bones, the artifacts. A century of secrets hidden right under everyone's noses. I had to get out. I had to go to the police. I frantically began packing my bag, my eyes darting towards the heavy vault door, my only way out. Then I saw the last cylinder. It was labeled differently. Just a date, May 7th, 1924. Finch had reportedly died of a heart attack in 1923. It was impossible. With a sense of dread so profound, it felt like I was swallowing glass. I placed it on the phonograph. The static was heavier on this one, the voice older, more tired, but unmistakably Finch. It has been many years, the voice rasped. My death was liberating. It allowed my work to continue, unburdened by a name that had grown too conspicuous. Alistair Finch is a ghost, a legend, but the collection must be maintained. It must be honored. I have found a protege, a clever boy from the university, so eager to please. He shares my passion for preservation. He will be the new curator. I have given him everything. my knowledge, my methods, even my mother's maiden name as his own new surname. The boy will make a fine. Albright. The word hung in the silent, cold air. Albright. My blood turned to ice. A sound from behind me made me spin around. The heavy vault door, the one I had locked from the inside, was slowly, silently swinging open. Standing there, silhouetted against the light of the stairwell, was Dr. Julian Albright. He wasn't smiling. His eyes, magnified by his thick glasses, looked ancient and predatory. "Mr. Jennings," he said, his voice the same calm, whispery tone as always. "I see you found the private catalog." He took a slow step into the room, letting the vault door swing shut behind him with a final, deafening boom that sealed us both in the darkness. "I must confess, I was beginning to worry you lacked the proper intellectual curiosity for the position." He took another step closer, and I could see he was holding something in his hand. A small, heavy geological hammer. "But I see now you're perfect. Absolutely perfect. We have a new specimen to add to the collection." My name is Frank, and for the last 15 years, I've been the head of night security at the Oakhaven Historical Museum. It's not a glamorous job, but it suits me. I'm a creature of habit, and there's a peacefulness to having an entire building to yourself. The quiet hum of the HVAC system, the predictable click-clack of my boots on the marble floors, the ghostly glow of the exit signs. It's my own little kingdom of silence. I've seen dozens of exhibits come and go. Civil War artifacts, antique farming equipment, local pottery. Nothing ever fazed me. They were just things. Until the wax figures arrived. The exhibit was called Faces of the Forgotten, and the museum director, a slick guy named Mr. Abernathy, was ecstatic about it. It was a loan from some private collector who had bought up the entire inventory of a defunct roadside wax museum from the 1920s. The promotional material called it a time capsule, a collection of figures depicting ordinary people from our town's past: a blacksmith, a schoolteacher, a farmer and his wife, a little girl holding a doll. When the movers brought them in, I helped uncrate them. And I gotta tell you, from the second I saw them, something felt wrong. They were incredibly lifelike. Too lifelike. The craftsmanship was astounding. Every wrinkle, every stray hair, the faint blush on their cheeks. But it was their eyes. They were glass, of course, but the artist had somehow given them a wet, shimmering depth. When you walked past them, you'd swear their eyes followed you. My partner, Dave, who works the day shift, joked about it. "Don't let him bite, Frank," he'd say. I'd just laugh it off. But at night, alone, the joke wasn't funny. The silence of the museum wasn't peaceful anymore. It felt occupied. The first week, it was just little things. Things you could easily explain away. I'd start my 11 p.m. patrol, and I'd notice the blacksmith's hammer was angled slightly differently than when I'd made my last round. Or the school teacher's head, which was facing forward when I started my shift, would be tilted slightly to the left, as if she were listening for something down the hall. I told myself it was the cleaning crew from the evening, or maybe the building settling. But I knew the cleaning crew wasn't allowed in that hall once the exhibit was set up, and a building doesn't settle in a way that makes a wax figure turn its head. I started taking pictures on my phone at the beginning of each shift, just to prove to myself I wasn't going crazy. And the pictures proved I wasn't. One night, the farmer's wife, a stern-looking woman holding a basket of fake apples, had one hand on the basket's handle. The next morning, her fingers were curled around the apple on top. A small change, but it was impossible. I felt a knot of dread tighten in my stomach every time I had to walk through that exhibit hall. I started taking the long way around, through the agricultural history wing just to avoid them. The feeling of being watched became constant, a physical weight on my shoulders. Then came the whispers. I was in my security office, watching the monitors, when I heard it over the speaker for the hall's audio feed. It was a faint, breathy sound, like someone whispering right into the microphone. I turned up the volume, and I could just make out a word, cold. I bolted from the office, my heart pounding, convinced a transient had broken in. I searched the entire exhibit, every corner, every shadow. The hall was empty, except for the figures standing there, silent and still under the track lighting, their glass eyes seeming to mock me. That's when things got personal. A few nights later, I found my car keys, which I had left on the desk in my locked office, dangling from the outstretched finger of the little girl figure. She was holding them out, as if offering them to me. I just froze, staring at them. How? Who? There was no sign of forced entry into my office. Only Mr. Abernathy, and I had a master key. I snatched the keys back, and my hand brushed against the figure's waxy fingers. They were cold, but there was a strange texture to the skin, almost porous. It wasn't smooth like I expected. I was genuinely terrified now. I thought about quitting, but I'd been there 15 years. This was my life. I couldn't let some prank, or whatever this was, push me out. I decided to fight back. I had to know what was going on. I started digging into the history of the exhibit. I went to the town library and spent hours scrolling through microfilm archives, looking for any mention of the original Galloway's Wax Emporium. And that's when I found it. A series of articles from the Oakhaven Chronicle, dated 1928. The owner of the museum, a man named Silas Galloway, was a reclusive and deeply strange man. The articles spoke of his revolutionary techniques for creating his figures, techniques he kept a closely guarded secret. But the real story was darker. Over the 5 years his emporium was open, at least 8 people transients, lonely travelers, people with no local connections, had vanished without a trace in the surrounding area. Silas Galloway was a person of interest, but the police could never find any evidence. No bodies, no witnesses. He was never charged. He closed his museum abruptly in 1929 and became a recluse until his death. A cold dread washed over me as I read. I kept digging, and I found a reference to a paper Galloway had published in an obscure chemistry journal before he opened his museum. I tracked it down through an interlibrary loan. The title was A Method for Permanent Biostatic Preservation via Paraffin Infusion. I'm not a scientist, but I read the whole thing, my hands shaking. It wasn't a manual for making wax figures. It was a grotesque, detailed recipe. A process that involved a series of chemical baths designed to force hot, liquid paraffin wax deep into the pores and tissues of a human cadaver. It would push out all the water, perfectly preserving the body internally, while encasing it in a thin, durable outer layer of wax. The process would make a corpse look, for all intents and purposes, like an incredibly lifelike wax statue. My blood ran cold. I dropped the journal on the table. It wasn't a collection of sculptures. It was a collection of bodies. The blacksmith, the schoolteacher, the little girl, they were the missing people from the articles. Silas Galloway hadn't just been a weird artist. He was a monster. A killer who turned his victims into his own private art exhibit. And now they were here, in my museum. I raced back to work that night, my mind a chaotic mess. Who knew about this? The collector? Mr. Abernathy? Were the whispers and moving objects just my mind breaking under the strain of it all? Or was something else going on? I went straight to the exhibit hall, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The figures were all there, in their places. But the farmer and his wife, They were no longer standing side by side. They were now angled toward each other, their heads tilted as if sharing a secret. I felt a surge of rage and terror. I had to know for sure. I took out my pocket knife and walked toward the blacksmith figure. My hand was trembling. I reached out and made a small, deep scratch on the back of its hand. It wasn't a solid block of wax. Beneath a thin, waxy layer was something else. Something pale and fibrous, with the distinct texture of preserved skin. I stumbled back, gagging, the horrible truth crashing down on me. I was a security guard in a mausoleum. Suddenly, a floorboard creaked behind me. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. Nothing. The hall was silent. I backed away slowly, my eyes scanning the darkness. I made it to my office and locked the door, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I sat down at the monitor console, my eyes glued to the camera feed from the exhibit hall. And then I saw it. Standing in the middle of the hall, perfectly still, was a figure that hadn't been there before. It was a man in a modern, expensive suit. For a second, I thought it was another one of the wax figures, one I hadn't noticed. But then, he slowly turned his head and smiled directly at the security camera. Directly at me. It was Mr. Abernathy, my boss. The museum director. As I stared, horrified, he calmly reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, old-fashioned key. He walked over to the base of the little girl figure, knelt down, and wound a mechanism I'd never seen before. A faint, tinny music box melody began to play, and the little girl's head slowly, mechanically, turned to face the camera. Abernathy stood up, gave the camera one last, chilling wink, and then walked out of the frame. And then I remembered something from the articles I'd read. A small detail I'd overlooked. Silas Galloway, the killer, had a daughter. A daughter who had inherited his estate, his collection, and his secrets. Her married name was Abernathy. Mr. Abernathy wasn't just the director who had brought the exhibit here. He was Silas Galloway's grandson. This wasn't just an exhibit to him. It was his family legacy. He hadn't just been moving the figures. He'd been playing with me. A sick, generational game, tormenting the person hired to watch over his family's collection. And I realized my job was no longer to keep people out. It was to keep the secrets in. I'm still here tonight. The exhibit has been extended indefinitely. And every time I walk the halls, I know I'm not alone. I'm being watched. By the dead and by the living. My name is Clara, and I'm an art conservator. I restore paintings. It's a quiet, meticulous job, a conversation with the past. I've worked on Rembrandts with cracked varnish and Monets that have faded in the sun. But I've never encountered anything like The Girl in the Gown. The painting was the crown jewel of the Atherton Fine Arts Museum, a small, ridiculously wealthy private institution housed in a Gilded Age mansion. The painting itself was a masterpiece, a life-sized portrait from 1895 by a brilliant but obscure artist named Alistair Crowe. The subject was a young woman named Isabel Atherton, the 19-year-old daughter of the industrialist who built the mansion. She's depicted standing in the middle of her bedroom, wearing a magnificent ball gown of iridescent silk. But the painting isn't famous for its beauty. It's famous for its tragedy. 3 weeks after Alistair Crowe put the final brushstroke on the canvas, Isabel Atherton vanished from that very room. The door was locked from the inside, the windows barred. She was just gone. The mystery was never solved. A year later, the artist, Crowe, drowned himself in the river. The painting was his last haunting legacy. The museum hired me because a fine network of cracks had started to appear across the canvas, and they wanted the best. When they unveiled the painting for me in my private studio, I was speechless. It was even more captivating in person. But as I studied it, I felt a strange, cold unease. It was her eyes. Crow had painted her with an almost photorealistic precision, and her eyes held an expression of such profound, pleading terror that it made my skin crawl. It wasn't the look of a girl posing for a portrait. It was the look of a girl staring at her own doom. The first few weeks of the restoration were standard. I cleaned the surface, analyzed the pigments, and carefully began the process of in-painting the cracks. But the painting started to get under my skin. I would have these awful, claustrophobic nightmares. I'd dream I was trapped in a tight, dark space, the smell of plaster and damp earth filling my lungs, my own screams muffled by stone. I'd wake up gasping for air, my heart racing. I chalked it up to stress, to being too immersed in the painting's tragic story. During my work, I noticed a tiny inconsistency in the wall, behind Isabel in the portrait. The paint was just a fraction of a millimeter thicker there, the texture slightly different. It was the kind of detail only a conservator would ever notice. Professionally, I was obligated to investigate. I decided to do a full X-ray fluorescence scan, a non-invasive technique that lets us see the chemical elements in the paint layers, essentially allowing us to see if an artist painted over something. I set up the equipment one evening after the museum had closed, the big, empty mansion silent around me. As the scanner slowly moved across the canvas, I watched the images render on my monitor. Layer by layer, the computer peeled back the paint of Isabel's bedroom. And then I saw it. My breath caught in my throat. Beneath the final layer of paint, beneath the image of Isabel in her beautiful gown, Alistair Crow had painted something else first. It was a second painting of the same room. But in this version, Isabel was gone. And on the wall where she had been standing, Crow had painted the faint but unmistakable architectural outline of a door that my mind was spinning. There was no door on that wall in the actual Atherton mansion. Isabel's bedroom, now the museum's main gallery where the painting hung, had only one entrance. This was a secret, a clue hidden for over a century. Why would he paint a door and then paint his subject over it, hiding it completely? The pleading terror in her eyes suddenly made a new, horrible kind of sense. The next morning, I presented my findings to the museum's board of directors, a stuffy group of elderly men, all descendants of the Atherton family. I expected them to be fascinated. Instead, they looked horrified. The chairman, a man named Mr. Harrington, who was Isabel's great-grandnephew, went pale. He dismissed the other board members and asked me to stay. His hands were trembling as he clasped them on the polished table. "Miss Vance," he said, his voice barely a whisper, "what I am about to tell you has been a secret in my family for 4 generations. A secret we have protected at all costs." He took a deep breath. Isabel did not vanish. She was murdered. The air in the room grew thick and cold. Her father, my great-grandfather, was a cruel, possessive man, he continued. Isabel had fallen in love with the artist, Alistair Crow. They were commoners, you see, and completely unsuitable. They planned to elope the night after the portrait was finished. But her father found out. In a fit of rage, he confronted her in her bedroom. There was a struggle, and he killed her. I felt sick. What happened to her? I asked. My voice shaky. Harrington couldn't meet my eyes. He stared at the wall, at a portrait of his ancestor, the murderer. The mansion had secrets, built during its construction, hidden passageways, priest holes. My great-grandfather, he took her body and sealed it inside a small, hidden chamber. Panic grew, accessible only through a secret door in her bedroom. He paused, and his eyes finally met mine, filled with a look of pure dread. He then brought Alistair Crow back to the room. He told the artist that Isabel had run away, heartbroken, and he forced Crow, under threat of death, to finish the portrait as a tribute. But Crow knew. He must have suspected the truth. The pieces all clicked into place in my mind, forming a picture so monstrous I could barely comprehend it. The hidden painting. The door. It wasn't a clue. It was a map. Alistair Crow, trapped in an impossible situation, had painted the location of his lover's tomb onto the canvas, a final desperate act of witness. But then, terrified of what Isabel's father would do, he had painted her over it, hiding the secret but leaving the plea for help in her eyes for the world to see. A message no one had understood until now. He couldn't save her, so he immortalized her terror. So where is she? I whispered. Where is the wall? Mr. Harrington looked at me, his face ashen. You've been working in her bedroom for the past month, Miss Vance. The restoration studio. It's a temporary setup. The museum's main gallery, where the painting always hangs. That is Isabel Atherton's original bedroom. My blood turned to ice. He didn't need to say another word. I knew exactly where the wall was. It was the main, load-bearing wall of the gallery. The wall they built my temporary studio against. The wall that, for the past month, the girl in the gown had been leaning against while I worked. The project was immediately and quietly canceled, citing structural concerns with the canvas. I signed a non-disclosure agreement, thicker than a phone book. The Atherton family's secret was safe. I packed up my things that day, but before I left, I went back into the gallery one last time. I stood before the empty space on the wall where the painting had hung. I reached out and pressed my hand against the cold, floral wallpaper. It was no longer a wall to me. It was a headstone. And I knew, with a certainty that will haunt me for the rest of my life, that the girl in the gown was still in there, trapped in the dark, just like in my nightmares. She had never left her room, and after more than a century, she was still waiting. And that's all for tonight. Remember, the most terrifying monsters are the ones that look just like us, the ones who might even live right next door. If these stories serve as a good reminder to trust your instincts, then show your support and like and subscribe. Hitting that bell means you'll get a warning before the next nightmare begins. Sleep well, if you can. In this line of work, you get used to the ghosts. Not the spooky kind, not at first anyway. I'm talking about the living ones, the people who haunt the 911 system. We call them frequent flyers. They're the lonely, the forgotten, the ones who've slipped through the cracks. Their emergencies are phantom pains, calls for help that have nothing to do with medicine and everything to do with a crushing, unbearable silence. For my partner Ben and me, our ghost had a name, Alvin Abernathy. His house was on a quiet, tree-lined street where all the other lawns were manicured and the paint was always fresh. Abernathy's place stuck out like a rotten tooth. It was a crumbling two-story Victorian that might have been beautiful a century ago. Now, the paint was peeling in long, leprous strips. The porch sagged like a tired old man, and the yard was a jungle of weeds and neglect. We'd been there maybe 6-7 times in the last year. The calls were always the same. Vague chest pain, difficulty breathing, dizziness. And every time, we'd get there, run our tests, and find nothing. Vitals stable as a table. EKG clean as a whistle. Ben, my partner, was still new enough to have some sympathy left in him. He was a good kid, but he saw every patient as a person. I'd been on the job for 15 years. I saw them as puzzles, and Abernathy was a puzzle I was sick of trying to solve. He was a real thin man, in his late 80s with watery, pale blue eyes that always seemed to be looking at something just over your shoulder. He'd sit there in his dusty, threadbare armchair, the whole house smelling of mothballs and decay, and he'd ramble. The last time we were there, about a month before. The night, he grabbed my arm with a surprising strength. His fingers felt like a bundle of cold twigs. "You smell that?" He'd whispered, his voice dry and crackling. "It's worse today." The smell? I took a deliberate sniff. Old house smell. That was it. "Smells fine, Mr. Abernathy," I said, packing up our monitor. No, he insisted, shaking his head. "It's sweet, like old meat. And the scratching, it kept me up all night, in the walls, right from down there." He pointed a trembling finger towards the floor, in the direction of the basement. Ben shot me a look, one of those humor him looks. "Probably just mice, sir," Ben said, his voice gentle. "This old house, you're bound to have some." Abernathy's eyes went wide. "Not mice," he hissed. "Bigger. We promised we'd mention it in our report. A lie we tell to wrap up calls like this, and we left. Driving away, Ben turned to me. "You think he's okay? I mean, mentally?" I just shrugged. "He's 88, lives alone, and probably hasn't had a real conversation in a decade. He's not crazy, Ben. He's just lonely. The scratching is in his head, and the smell is this house dying around him." Then came the call. It was a Tuesday, just after midnight. One of those sticky, oppressive summer nights where the air feels too thick to breathe. The dispatcher's voice was clipped, professional, but the address made my stomach clench. 1428 Elm Street. "Possible cardiac arrest," she said. "Not chest pain, not dizziness. Cardiac arrest, the real deal." Ben and I exchanged a look. For the first time, a call to Abernathy's house filled us with a cold, professional dread. We flew, lights and sirens cutting through the quiet suburban streets. I kept picturing him, alone in that dusty armchair, finally having the big one. We were the first on scene. The front door was ajar. We pushed it open, yelling, "Paramedics!" The only answer was the grandfather clock in the hall, ticking its slow, heavy rhythm. The smell hit me the second I stepped inside. It was different this time, stronger, and Abernathy had been right. It was sweet, cloying, and rotten. It was the smell of death. We found him on the floor at the end of the hall, lying near a closed door I'd never paid much attention to before. It led to the basement. He wasn't in cardiac arrest, not yet. He was pale and clammy, his breathing shallow, his eyes fluttering. He was in the middle of a massive heart attack. We went to work. Ben was on his chest, hitting EKG pads on, while I established in 4-line in his fragile, paper-thin arm. The whole time, he was trying to say something. His lips moved, but only a faint, gurgling sound came out. He kept trying to lift his hand, trying to point at the basement door. "Easy, Mr. Abernathy," I said, pushing nitroglycerin. "Don't try to talk. We've got you." But his eyes were locked on that door, and they were filled with a kind of terror I had never seen before. Not fear of dying. It was something else. Fear of what he was leaving behind. As we were working, Ben, while trying to get a blood pressure reading, jostled a set of keys hanging from a hook on the wall. They clattered to the floor. Mr. Abernathy's eyes darted to them, and he let out a choked, desperate sound. He was trying to tell us something about the keys, about that door. That's when Ben noticed it. "Hey, Jake," he said, his voice low. "Look at this." I glanced over. He was pointing at the basement door. It had a lock on it. Not a simple knob lock, but a heavy-duty industrial deadbolt. And it was on the outside. You don't lock a basement from the outside to keep people from getting in. You do it to keep something from getting out. The smell was coming from under that door. The sweet, rotten smell. It was overpowering now. And beneath the sound of Abernathy's strained breathing and the beeping of our monitor, I could hear another sound. A faint, rhythmic noise. Scrabble, scrabble, scrape. It was the scratching sound he told us about. Abernathy coded. His heart, which had been fighting so hard, finally gave out. The monitor blared a flatline tone. We started CPR, a brutal, violent ballet of chest compressions and forced breaths. As I was pushing on his chest, trying to force life back into his body, his eyes opened one last time. He looked straight at me, and with his final, rattling breath, he whispered one clear word. Hungry. He was gone. We worked on him for another 20 minutes, followed protocol to the letter, but it was no use. Time of death, 12:47 a.m. The protocol from here was simple. Call the coroner, call the police for an unattended death, pack up, and leave. But we couldn't. We both stood there in the silent hallway, the only sounds our own breathing and that soft, persistent scratching from behind the locked door. The smell was a living thing in the air around us. We have to open it, Ben said. It wasn't a question. He was right. We couldn't leave, not knowing what was down there. He picked up the keychain from the floor. There were a half-dozen old, ornate keys on it. The third one he tried slid into the deadbolt. He turned it. The click of the lock turning echoed in the hallway like a gunshot. He pulled the door open. It wasn't a wave of smell that came out. It was a wall. It was the most foul, putrid stench I have ever encountered, and it was mixed with the overwhelming odor of bleach and ammonia. The scratching stopped. A profound silence fell over the house. Ben shone his flashlight down the steep wooden stairs. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating a small, bare room at the bottom. The walls and floor were stained concrete. In the center of the room was a simple metal cot with a stained mattress and a bucket in the corner. That was it. And chained to the wall, next to the cot, was a woman. She was skeletal, wrapped in rags, her hair a matted, filthy mess that hung past her waist. Her skin was pale, almost translucent from a lifetime without sunlight. She slowly lifted her head, and two wild, terrified eyes blinked in the sunny light. It was a creature from a nightmare. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out, just a dry, rasping hiss. On the floor beside her was a dog bowl, empty, and her fingernails were worn down to bloody nubs from clawing at the concrete. Ben stumbled back, gagging. I felt the bile rise in my own throat. My mind was reeling, trying to process what I was seeing, and then I saw it. On a small, dusty shelf near the top of the stairs, there was a row of photo albums. I grabbed one. The cover said, Alvin and Rose, 1958. I opened it. There were black and white pictures of a young, smiling Mr. Abernathy next to a beautiful woman with bright, happy eyes. I looked from the photograph to the creature chained to the wall in the basement. It was her. It was Rose Abernathy. The town records said she'd run off and left him almost 50 years ago. She never left. He'd kept her down there. The scratching he heard, the smell he complained about. It wasn't delusion. It was his guilt, made real. He wasn't a lonely old man. He was a monster. A warden of a private hell he'd built right under everyone's noses. We hadn't been called there for his emergencies. He'd been calling us because deep down, he was terrified of her. And he wanted someone, anyone, to find her before he died. We were his final confession. There's a different kind of darkness out in the country. In the city, the night is never truly black. There's always an orange glow on the horizon, the hum of electricity, the faint pulse of life. But out here, on the graveyard shift in a rural county, the dark is absolute. It's a heavy, suffocating blanket that swallows the beams of your headlights and plays tricks on your eyes. And the worst calls are always the ones that take you down roads like Route 8. Route 8 isn't really a highway. It's a 2-lane strip of cracked asphalt that snakes through miles of dense forest and empty farmland. No streetlights, no houses, no cell service. It's just you, your ambulance, and whatever's hiding in the trees. My partner, Mike, and I got the call around 2 a.m., single vehicle MVA, the dispatcher said. Caller reported a car off the road near mile marker 12. Then the line went dead. Mike was an old-timer, a guy who operated on coffee and a cynical sense of humor. Mile marker 12, he sighed, steering the ambulance onto the dark road. Of course it is. The Bermuda Triangle of our county. He wasn't wrong. Weird things happened out on Route 8. People swore they saw things in the road, heard voices on their radios. Most of it was just exhaustion and imagination playing in the dark. Tonight, though, felt different. A storm was rolling in, and the air was charged with a strange electric tension. We found the car exactly where the caller said. It was a blue sedan, and it wasn't so much off the road as it was parked on the shoulder. It was just sitting there, perfectly parallel to the white line, its engine off. No skid marks, no broken glass, no sign of an accident at all. The only thing wrong was that all 4 doors were slightly ajar. We pulled up behind it, our headlights flooding the car with light. Mike grabbed our med bag. "This is weird, Sarah," he muttered. "Stay sharp." We approached cautiously. The driver's side door was open the widest. Inside, a woman was slumped over the steering wheel. She was maybe in her 30s, dressed in simple jeans and a t-shirt. I reached in and felt for a pulse on her neck. Nothing. Her skin was cold and waxy. Mike shone his penlight in her eyes, fixed and dilated. "Yeah," he said quietly, "she's gone." So we started the grim routine process. We called it in. 1 DOA, scene is secure, awaiting coroner and state police. And that's when the weirdness cranked up to 11. While Mike was looking for a registration or ID, I did a sweep around the car with my flashlight. There was no damage, not a scratch, not a dent. The grass on the shoulder wasn't even disturbed. It was like the car had just been gently placed there. Then I looked at the woman again. There was no obvious sign of trauma, no blood, nothing to indicate why she had died. Except for one thing. On her stomach, just below her rib cage, was a dark, puckered line of what looked stitches. But they were crude, thick, like something done with a fishing line and a rusty needle. It wasn't a surgical scar. It looked like she'd been sewn up by a butcher. "Hey, Mike," I called. "You gotta see this." He came over and whistled low. "What in God's name is that?" We couldn't touch her, not until the coroner arrived. It was a potential crime scene now. We backed away and decided to wait in the ambulance. That's where we sat for the next hour, a silent vigil in the humming, sterile box of our rig. The storm got closer, lightning spider-webbing across the sky without any thunder. The only sound was the rhythmic squeak of the windshield wipers. We were both on edge. We tried to make small talk, to rationalize what we were seeing. Maybe she had some kind of back alley surgery, Mike offered, and was trying to drive herself to a hospital. It didn't feel right. None of it did. I couldn't stop looking at the car in our side mirror. The way the strobing red and blue lights of our ambulance washed over it made it look unreal. And that's when I saw it. In the fraction of a second, when the blue light hit the driver's side window, I saw her head move. It was just a small jerk, but it was unmistakable. "Mike," I whispered, my heart suddenly hammering against my ribs. "Mike," she moved. He looked at me like I was crazy. "Sarah, she's been gone for over an hour." Rigor was already setting in. It was a trick of the light, but I knew what I saw. I stared at the mirror, not blinking, my eyes burning. "No, I saw it. Look, We both watched in silence. For a full minute, nothing. Mike let out a breath. See? Nothing. And then it happened again. This time, her whole upper body lurched forward, slamming back against the seat. We were out of the ambulance in a second, sprinting towards the car, all protocol forgotten. This wasn't possible. Maybe it's a Lazarus phenomenon. Mike yelled, referring to the rare occurrence of a patient's circulation spontaneously returning after they've been pronounced dead. But this wasn't that. As we got closer, we could hear a sound from inside the car. A wet, tearing sound, and a low, guttural clicking. I reached the driver's side door first and froze, my blood turning to ice. The woman was moving, but she wasn't alive. Her body was convulsing violently, like a puppet being handled by a spastic puppeteer. The crude stitches on her stomach were ripping open. They weren't holding a wound closed. They were holding something in. As we watched in horror, the stitches tore completely, and the flesh of her abdomen split apart. It wasn't blood and guts that spilled out. It was a thing. A creature, long and pale, with too many joints in its spidery legs. It was the size of a cat, white and larval, and it unfurled itself from the cavity of her body with a sickening, wet squelch. It had no eyes, just a round, leech-like mouth that was clicking and chattering. It had been gestating inside her. She hadn't crashed her car. She had pulled over dying, as this thing inside her prepared to be born. The creature crawled out of her, onto the driver's seat, and turned its eyeless head towards us. Mike and I just stood there, paralyzed by a terror so absolute, it felt like it had stopped time itself. Then it moved. It scurried across the seat, out the open passenger door, and dropped onto the asphalt. For a second, it paused under the flashing lights of our ambulance. Then it darted across the road and vanished into the impenetrable darkness of the woods. We didn't say a word. We slowly backed away from the car, from the hollowed-out shell of the woman inside. We got back in our ambulance and locked the doors. Mike got on the radio. His voice was shaking so badly he could barely speak. "Dispatch, we need state police and the coroner here now. And you need to tell them to be armed." The dispatcher asked why. Mike just looked at me, then looked out at the dark tree line. "Just tell them," he said, and shut the radio off. We sat there in silence, the storm finally breaking overhead, the rain hammering on our roof. We knew the coroner would come up with some explanation. An animal attack. A deranged killer. But we knew the truth. The woman on Route 8 wasn't the victim. She was just the delivery service. And whatever she was carrying is now out there, in the dark. And it's hungry. They tell you in EMT school that you have to be detached. You have to be a medic, not a mortar. In a mass casualty incident, you become a calculator. You do the cold, brutal math of who can be saved and who is already gone. You learn the language of the tags. Green means they can walk. Yellow means they can wait. Red means they need you right now. And black means you say a silent prayer and walk away. A black tag is a death sentence you don't write, you just deliver. I never thought one would come back, return to sender. My first real MCI was the Vantage Point apartment building collapse. A gas leak, they said. It took a 7-story building and turned it into a pile of shattered concrete and twisted rebar. I was 6 months out of school, still so green, I practically photosynthesized. The scene was pure chaos. Dust so thick it was like walking through a gray fog. The air filled with the screams of the injured and the sirens of a dozen different agencies. My job was triage. Me and a dozen other EMTs and medics wading into the rubble to do the math. I must have tagged 20 people in the first hour. It becomes a blur. You move fast. You don't get attached. You don't use names. You check for a pulse, check for breathing. Yes or no. Red or black. Move on. I was climbing over a mountain of debris when I found him. He was pinned from the waist down by a huge slab of concrete. His body twisted at an unnatural angle. His eyes were open, staring blankly at the dusty sky. I knelt down. Sir, can you hear me? Nothing. I put 2 fingers on his neck. No pulse. I held my stethoscope to his chest. Silence. His skin was already cool. The math was simple. Obvious injuries incompatible with life. No pulse, no respirations. I took a black tag from my kit. It's a thick piece of cardstock with a wire tie. On it, you just mark the time. I wrote 1932 with my Sharpie, looped the wire around his wrist, and tightened it. I met his vacant stare for a second, muttered, "I'm sorry," and moved on. I had to. There were red tags, people screaming, people I could still save. I didn't think about him again for the rest of the night. The shift ended at 6 a.m. I was a ghost, caked in dust and the metallic smell of blood, my ears still ringing. I went back to the station, took the longest, hottest shower of my life, but I couldn't wash the feeling of grit from my skin or the images from my mind. I was sitting alone in the break room, staring into a styrofoam cup of coffee I had no intention of drinking when my phone buzzed. It was a blocked number. I figured it was my supervisor, so I answered. "Kevin?" The voice on the other end was quiet, weak, and surrounded by a strange, static hiss. "Hello?" I said. "Who is this?" There was a long pause, and the voice spoke again, a dry, papery whisper. "You left me." I felt a chill crawl up my spine. "I'm sorry, who is this?" I asked again, my voice sharper this time. "It's a bad connection." "The tag is tight on my wrist," the voice rasped. 1932. You wrote the time. You looked at my face, and you walked away. I dropped the phone. It clattered on the tile floor. My heart was a jackhammer in my chest. This was a prank. It had to be. One of the guys, one of the veteran medics trying to haze the new guy after a tough call. It was a sick, twisted joke, but it had to be the explanation. I picked up the phone, my hand shaking, and hung up. I sat there, my mind racing, trying to convince myself it was a joke. But the voice, it sounded so strange, so empty. My phone buzzed again. Same blocked number. I almost didn't answer it. Morbid curiosity, or maybe just the need to scream at whoever was doing this, made me press the button. "Stop calling me." I snarled into the phone. The whispering voice ignored me. "You're drinking coffee now, from a white cup. It says County EMS on the side in blue letters. You're rubbing your thumb over the logo." I looked down at my hands. I was doing exactly that. My blood ran cold. I jumped up, looking around the empty break room. The windows were too high to see in from the outside. "How do you know that?" I stammered. "Who is this?" "The concrete is so heavy," the voice hissed, the static around it seeming to get louder. "It's dark and cold. All I could do was watch. I watched you put the tag on me. I watched you leave. I couldn't scream, but I was screaming inside. I screamed your name, Kevin. I guess you finally heard me. This wasn't a prank." The sheer impossibility of it washed over me in a wave of nausea. I ran out of the break room, into the main bay where the ambulances were parked, looking for anyone, for another living soul. The station was empty. The night shift crew had gone home, and the day shift wasn't in yet. I was alone. My phone started ringing again. I threw it across the bay. It shattered against the concrete wall, the battery skittering across the floor. I sank to my knees, gasping for air. It was over. He couldn't call me anymore. But then I heard it. It wasn't coming from the phone. It was coming from all around me. A whisper, carried on the air itself, seeming to echo in the cavernous ambulance bay. And it was inside my head. You can't hang up on me, Kevin. It's been a month since the collapse. I quit my job. I couldn't do it anymore. But it doesn't matter. He's still with me. I hear him when it's quiet. Sometimes it's a faint whisper. Sometimes it's as clear as if he's standing right behind me. He describes what I'm doing. He comments on my thoughts. He tells me over and over again how cold it is under the rubble. The math was wrong. I checked for a pulse, for breathing, for signs of life. But I never checked for a soul. I tagged his body, but I took his ghost with me. He was my first black tag. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to my very core, that he's going to be my last. He's made it his mission to make sure of it. And that's all for tonight. Remember, the most terrifying monsters are the ones that look just like us. The ones who might even live right next door. If these stories serve as a good reminder to trust your instincts, then show your support and like and subscribe. Hitting that bell means you'll get a warning before the next nightmare begins. Sleep well, if you can. You see a lot of things in this job. A lot of things you try to forget. You build walls inside your head to keep the worst of it out. Otherwise, you'd never sleep. But some things don't stay behind the walls. They follow you home. They climb in the truck with you. They wait for you in the quiet of the firehouse when the bells aren't ringing. The call to Sycamore Street. That was one of those. It came in around 2 a.m. on a Tuesday. Structure fire, family of 4 reported inside. We were second on the scene, and the house was already a goner. Flames were roaring out of the second-story windows, licking up into the night sky like something alive and hungry. We did what we could, but it was a recovery mission from the start. You get a feeling for these things. A grim, heavy certainty that settles in your gut. By the time the sun came up, the fire was out. The house was a black, skeletal wreck, dripping water and stinking of wet ash and something else, something sickeningly sweet. We found the family. The parents were in their bedroom, the son in his. All smoke inhalation. But the daughter, a little girl named Sarah, she was the one that got to us. She was in her room, huddled in the closet, clutching a teddy bear. It's always the kids that break through those walls I was telling you about. We were in the overhaul phase, pulling down ceilings, dousing hotspots, making sure it wouldn't reignite. That's when Danny, our probie, found it. Danny was a good kid, but green. Still thought the job was all about heroism and kicking down doors. He hadn't learned about the quiet, ugly parts yet. He was picking through the girl's room, and he called me over. "Hey, Mike," he said, his voice hushed. "Look at this." There, on a part of the floor that was barely scorched, was a doll. A little porcelain thing with a lace dress, black button eyes, and a tiny, painted-on smile. In a room coated with black soot and debris, this doll was pristine, not a mark on it. It was just wrong. I told him to leave it, that it was part of the scene. But I got called away to help with a stubborn wall section, and when I looked back, I saw him slip it into the big cargo pocket of his turnout pants. I should have said something more. I should have made him put it back. That's the thought that keeps me up at night. Back at the station, the mood was sour. We call it a firehouse hangover. The exhaustion, the adrenaline crash, the images you can't unsee. Danny was quiet, sitting by his locker. I saw him take the doll out, wiping a non-existent smudge from its cheek before tucking it away inside. The first weird thing happened that night. I was on watch, sitting at the front desk, and the dispatch speaker crackled to life. It was just static at first, Then a tiny little girl voice whispered, "Is he here?" It was so faint, I thought I'd imagined it. I checked the logs. Nothing. No calls, no radio tests. I chalked it up to being tired and haunted. But it got worse. The bay doors would randomly slide open in the middle of the night, flooding the engine room with cold air. Tools would be moved. The captain's coffee mug flew off a shelf and shattered against the wall. We all started having nightmares. Not just the usual fire dreams, but specific ones. We were all back at the Sycamore Street house, and the little girl, Sarah, would be standing in the smoke, pointing at us. No, not at us. At Danny. Danny was falling apart. He got jumpy, pale. Dark circles formed under his eyes. He told me once, his voice shaking, that he kept seeing her. A little girl made of smoke, standing in the corners of the bunk room, just watching him. He'd hear her humming a nursery rhyme when no one else was around. He had the doll in his locker, and he started talking to it, begging it to leave him alone. We all thought he was cracking under the pressure. The breaking point came during a routine training drill. We were practicing ladder rescues, and Danny was climbing. He was halfway up when the ladder just buckled. The hydraulics gave out with a scream of tortured metal. He fell 30 feet, and it was a miracle. He only broke his leg and a few ribs. When we inspected the ladder, there was nothing wrong with it. The mechanics chief said it was impossible, that the system had 3 fail-safes. It was that night we all sat Danny down in the common room. He was pale and sweating, his leg in a cast. He confessed everything. About taking the doll, about the whispers, about seeing her. We'd had enough. We weren't going to be terrorized in our own firehouse. The captain, a pragmatic old salt named O'Malley, grabbed a crowbar and jimmied open Danny's locker. There it was, sitting on a shelf next to his street clothes, its button eyes seeming to follow us. O'Malley snatched it. "We're finishing this," he growled. We took it out back to the burn pit we use for training. O'Malley doused it in lighter fluid and tossed a match on it. The fluid flared up in a whoosh of orange flame, but the doll didn't burn. The fire just wrapped around it, like it was water flowing around a rock. The lace on its dress didn't even singe. It just sat there in the inferno, its painted smile seeming to widen. And then we all heard it. Laughter, a little girl's laughter, echoing all around us. The lights in the firehouse flickered and went out. The bay doors slammed shut with a deafening boom. We were trapped. We ran back inside, and it was chaos. A whirlwind of smoke and cold air tore through the station. Lockers flew open, chairs were thrown, and in the swirling dark, we could all see her. The smoky shape of a little girl, her form solidifying, her eyes glowing like hot coals. This wasn't the ghost of a victim. This was something hateful. Just then, my phone rang. The sound was so out of place, it made us all jump. It was a detective I knew, a guy named Alvarez. He was lead on the Sycamore Street case. His voice was grim. "Mike," he said, "we just found something at the scene. The father kept a journal. It wasn't an accident." He set the fire. I was about to say I was a little busy, but then he said the words that froze my soul. He wasn't trying to kill his family, Mike. He was trying to kill the doll. In his journal, he wrote that it made him do it. It made him hurt his wife and son. He said its name wasn't Sarah. He called it the souvenir. He was trying to burn it when he succumbed to the smoke. My phone clattered to the floor. We didn't bring back a ghost. We brought back the thing that caused it all. We brought the murderer back with us. The entity in the room let out a shriek of rage, and the windows of the firehouse began to crack one by one. In this line of work, trust is everything. When you're running into a burning building, you have to know without a shadow of a doubt, that the guy behind you has your back. That the captain calling the shots is making the best possible decision to keep you alive. You trust them with your life, every single shift. The moment that trust is gone, well, that's a special kind of hell. For me, that hell started with the old textile mill fire. I'm Frank, and I've been with the department for 15 years. I'm what they call an old head. I've seen enough fire to know its moods, its personality. I can tell by the color of the smoke what's burning. I can hear the way a building groans when it's about to give up. And for the last few months, something had felt wrong. We were getting hit with a string of arsons, all in abandoned buildings, all in the middle of the night. The fires were different. They were smarter, meaner. The textile mill was the third one. It went up like a Roman candle. We went in, and it was a maze of machinery and flames. Captain Miller was on the radio, calm as ever, directing teams. Miller was a legend, cool under pressure, textbook perfect on his calls. The kind of guy you'd follow into hell with a bucket of water. That night, he sent my partner and me to search the north wall. 10 minutes later, the whole section of roof came down right where we had been standing. We got out, but just barely. Miller called it a good read on his part, pulling us out just in time. To everyone else, he was a hero. To me, it felt lucky, too lucky. I started paying attention. I pulled the incident reports from the other two fires, a warehouse and an old schoolhouse. I found a pattern. In every fire, an accelerant was used that created an incredibly hot, fast burn. In every fire, a key structural element failed way sooner than it should have. And in every fire, Captain Miller made a last-second call that saved a crew from a near-certain disaster he had sent them into moments before. He was always one step ahead. It was like he knew what the fire was going to do before it did it. A chilling thought started to creep into my mind. A thought so ugly I tried to push it away. What if he knew because he was the one starting them? What if our hero captain was a firebug? It didn't make sense. Miller had a family, a perfect record. He was the face of the department, but I couldn't shake it. I started watching him. At the station, he was the same old Miller, making coffee, telling jokes, running drills. But I saw little things. The way his eyes would light up when the bells went off for a big fire. A little smirk he'd try to hide when we'd get back from one of his fires, exhausted and shaken, and he'd clap us on the back and say, "That's what we live for, always." The next one was a cannery down by the docks. This time, there was a fatality. A homeless man had been sleeping inside. We found him. Miller stood over the body, his face a mask of grim duty, and said, "This son of a bitch just crossed a line." But later, back at the station, I saw him alone in the locker room. He was looking at his reflection in the mirror, and for just a second, I saw it. A look of pure, ecstatic pride. He wasn't sad. He was thrilled. He had graduated. I knew I had to do something, but I had no proof. It was my word against a department hero. Who would believe me? So I waited and I watched. I started carrying a small voice recorder in my pocket. The paranoia was eating me alive. Every call we went on, I was terrified. Not of the fire, but of the man leading us into it. Was this the one? The one he designed for us? The call for the St. Ambrose Abandoned Hospital came at 3 a.m. I knew, the second I heard the address, that this was it. This was his masterpiece. The place was a death trap, a maze of asbestos-lined corridors, rotten floors, and collapsed ceilings. It was the perfect place to make sure no one walked out. As we geared up, Miller pulled me aside. "Frank," he said, his eyes glinting behind his mask. "You and I are taking the lead on this one. We're going straight to the heart of it." My blood ran cold. This was it. He was going to take me out. Maybe he suspected I knew. Inside, it was worse than I imagined. The heat was immense, the smoke so thick you couldn't see your own hands. Miller was on the radio, barking orders, sending the other teams on wild goose chases to the far wings of the hospital. He was isolating us. It was just him and me, pushing deeper and deeper into the building. "We have to check the old surgical wing," he yelled over the roar. Heard this place was a squatter haven. We reached a long corridor, and he pointed to the end. "You check those rooms. I'll hold here." I started moving down the hall, my heart hammering. I knew it was a trap. I glanced back, and I saw him. He wasn't watching me. He was looking at his watch, and he was smiling. A wide, joyful smile. He was counting down. I didn't go into the rooms. I ducked into an old janitor's closet and pulled out my recorder. "Captain," I said, my voice shaking, "why are you doing this?" His voice came back over the radio, suddenly cold and calm. "Because this is living, Frank. This is what it feels like to be a god. To build something so terrible and so beautiful, and then to walk out of it like a hero. It's the greatest feeling in the world." "You killed that man at the cannery," I said. "He was a nobody," he spat back. "A sacrifice for the art. And now, so are you. You have about 90 seconds before the entire roof of that corridor comes down." I timed the charges myself. I looked out of the closet. He was gone. He had already started making his way out, ready to tell the story of how his brave firefighter, Frank, had been lost in a tragic collapse while searching for victims. But he made one mistake. He taught me too well. I knew this building. I knew there was a laundry chute in that closet. I squeezed myself in, praying it would hold, and tumbled down 3 stories into a pile of rubble and filth in the basement. I made my way out through a sub-level window, just as the entire central wing of the hospital collapsed in on itself with a deafening roar. I saw Miller standing outside, his back to me, watching the destruction. He was telling the other chiefs that I was still inside. He was playing the part of the devastated captain perfectly. I walked up behind him, covered in soot and grime. "You timed it wrong," I said. The look on his face when he turned and saw me, it wasn't fear, it wasn't shock, it was disappointment. Like I had ruined his favorite painting. He didn't say a word. He just lunged at me. We fought right there, in the flickering orange light of the fire he had created. He was a monster. I had the recording. It was all there. His confession, his motives, his madness. Miller died that night. They say he ran back into the collapsing building to try and save me. He got a hero's funeral. The whole department mourned him. Only I know the truth. I have to see his picture on the wall of heroes every day when I go to work. I have to live with the secret. I survived the fire, but sometimes I think a part of me is still buried in that rubble with him. Some calls stick with you, not because of the fire or the danger, but because of the quiet little details you find in the wreckage. Things that whisper a story that's much older and colder than the embers you're putting out. For my crew and me, that call was to the old Evergreen Meadows nursing home. The place had been shut down for about 6 months, a real snake pit of a facility that the state finally condemned. The call came in late for reports of smoke. When we got there, it was nothing much. A squatter's fire in one of the old patient rooms probably started from a candle. We had it knocked down in 10 minutes. The whole place gave me the creeps, though. It had that smell of disinfectant that can't quite cover up the smell of sickness and despair. We were doing our final sweep, making sure there were no extensions, when my partner, Dave, stopped dead in the hallway. "Sam," he said, "you hear that?" I stopped and listened. Over the crackle of the radio and the drip of water, there was another sound. A faint, rhythmic tapping. Tap, 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 tap. It was soft, but persistent. It sounded like it was coming from inside the wall. The captain came over. We all stood there in the dark, smoky hallway, listening. "It's just pipes," he said, but he didn't sound convinced. The tapping continued. Tap, 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 tap. It felt desperate, like a code. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was on the other side of that drywall. "Cap, we gotta check it out," I said. "What if someone's trapped?" He grumbled, but he gave the nod. We got the Halligan bar and a sledgehammer. I'll never forget the sound of that first hit, how it echoed through the empty building. We tore into the drywall, pulling out chunks of plaster and insulation. And then we saw it. We all went silent. It wasn't a person. It was a skeleton. A small one, curled up in the fetal position in the narrow space between the studs. It had been there for a very, very long time. The cops came. The medical examiner came. It was a whole thing. They determined the remains were of an elderly woman, probably a patient, and she'd been there for at least a decade. We went back to the station, and nobody said much. You don't just find a skeleton in a wall and go back to playing cards. But that wasn't the end of it. That was the beginning. The tapping didn't stop. It followed us. A few nights later, I was in my bunk, and I heard it. Tap, 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 coming from the inside of my locker. I threw the door open. Nothing. It happened to everyone. Dave heard it against the passenger window of the engine on the way to a call. The captain heard it coming from the bottom of his coffee mug. It was always the same rhythm, the same desperate, quiet plea. It was starting to drive us crazy. We were becoming the haunted crew of Station 12. Things escalated. We started seeing her. Just a glimpse of a frail old woman in a faded nightgown, standing at the edge of a scene or reflected in a window as we drove by. She never looked at us with anger. She just looked sad. She was trying to tell us something. I couldn't take it anymore. I went down to the county records office on my day off. I looked up the history of Evergreen Meadows. I found a patient record from 12 years ago. A woman named Agnes Miller. No middle name, no family listed. The last entry in her file just said, "Patient wandered off premises. Presumed deceased. Nobody had looked for her. Nobody cared. She had just been forgotten." I found one other thing. A list of staff members from that time. And I started making some calls. Most of them didn't remember her, but one nurse did. "Oh, Agnes," she said over the phone. Sweet woman, quiet. She was always getting into it with one of the orderlies, though. A real nasty piece of work named Henderson. She accused him of stealing her things. I found him. Howard Henderson. He was living in a neat little suburban house an hour away. A grandfatherly-looking guy, retired. Dave and I drove out there. We told him we were investigators, reopening the case. He played dumb, of course. Said he barely remembered the woman. He was calm, polite, offering us lemonade. We had nothing on him, and we knew it. We were about to leave, defeated, when it happened. Henderson reached into his pocket for a handkerchief to wipe his brow, and I heard it, clear as day, coming from his chest. Tap, 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 tap. It was his heart. He had a pacemaker, and it was misfiring with the exact rhythm that had been haunting us for weeks. I stared at his chest. "That sound," I said. "I've heard that sound before." The color drained from Henderson's face. The grandfatherly mask melted away, and for the first time, I saw the monster underneath. He knew. She wouldn't shut up. He hissed, his voice a venomous whisper. The old hag caught me lifting a few bucks from her purse. She was going to tell. I just wanted to scare her. I put her in the wall cavity, told her I'd let her out if she promised to keep quiet. But I got busy, and I forgot. He lunged for a fireplace poker, but the sudden movement was too much. He clutched his chest, his eyes wide with shock, and collapsed to the floor. As we stood over him, waiting for the paramedics we'd called, his frantic, arrhythmic tapping slowed, and then stopped. And in that moment, the entire house went completely, profoundly silent. The echo was gone. We never heard it again. Agnes wasn't a vengeful spirit. She wasn't trying to hurt us. She just wanted someone to listen. She just wanted us to find him. Sometimes, this job isn't about putting out fires. It's about listening to the whispers left behind in the smoke. And that's all for tonight. Remember, the most terrifying monsters are the ones that look just like us. The ones who might even live right next door. If these stories serve as a good reminder to trust your instincts, then show your support and like and subscribe. Hitting that bell means you'll get a warning before the next nightmare begins. Sleep well, if you can. You know, it's funny what you'll do for money when you're in college. You'll convince yourself that your body doesn't need sleep, that a diet of instant noodles and cheap coffee is sustainable, and that taking the graveyard shift at the most isolated fast food joint in the county is a brilliant idea. That was me, 20 years old, drowning in student loans, and I saw a flyer for a night shift manager at a place called the Burger Beacon. The pay was surprisingly good, almost too good, which should have been my first red flag. The Burger Beacon wasn't on a main strip. It was one of those lonely little outposts of civilization on a long, dark stretch of highway that connected our town too. Well, basically nowhere. It was a place for truckers, insomniacs, and people making bad decisions at 2 in the morning. For the first few weeks, it was exactly what I expected. Soul-crushingly boring. I'd spend 8 hours under the hum of fluorescent lights, wiping down counters that were already clean, restocking napkin dispensers, and staring out the big plate glass windows into a sea of absolute darkness. Maybe I'd get 1 or 2 cars an hour. It was the perfect job for studying, or so I told myself. My boss, the owner, was a guy named Dave. He was probably in his late 40s, with a permanent sheen of sweat on his forehead and eyes that always seemed to be calculating odds. He seemed nice enough, if a little stressed, always talking about money, about suppliers, about making ends meet. He gave me a quick tour, showed me how to work the fryers, the grill, and most importantly, the security system. "This is your best friend, Alex," he told me, tapping the monitor that showed the 4 camera feeds. "Doors stay locked at all times after midnight. Only unlock them for the drive-through window. No one comes inside. Ever? Got it?" It seemed like standard procedure for a place this isolated, so I just nodded. The routine was set. I'd get in at 10 p.m., relieve the evening crew, and then settle in for the long, quiet night. And for the first month, it was just that. Quiet. Then, the truck started coming. It was an old Ford, maybe from the 80s, rusted out in all the classic places. The color was once probably red, but now it was just a dull, angry maroon. It would pull into the drive-through lane every single night at the exact same time. 3:33 a.m., I mean. Not 3:30, not 3:35. 3:33. On the dot. The first time, I didn't think anything of it. A grainy voice crackled over the speaker. "Just need a black coffee. And a bag for the road." "Okay, 1 black coffee," I said back. "What do you want in the bag?" Silence. Then, a little annoyed, the voice said, "Just the bag. For the road." Weird. But hey, the customer's always right. He pulled up to the window. I could never get a good look at him. He wore a greasy baseball cap pulled down low, and the cab of his truck was always dark. He just extended a hand with the exact change, took the coffee and the empty paper bag, and drove off into the night without another word. And that was it? The next night? Same thing. 3:33 a.m. rusted Ford. Black coffee and a bag for the road. Exact change. Gone. After a week of this, my curiosity was getting the better of me. It was the only interesting thing that happened on my shift. When Dave came in the next morning to open up, I mentioned it to him, kind of laughing about it. "So I've got this ghost customer," I started. "Comes every night at 3:33. Dave's friendly demeanor vanished. He stopped what he was doing and looked at me, his face suddenly serious. "Old Ford? Asks for a bag?" "Yeah? You know him?" I asked, surprised. He let out a long, slow breath and forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Ah, yeah, that's just... He's a special delivery partner, Alex. Don't worry about him." He clapped me on the shoulder a little too hard. "He helps us out with some high-end catering supplies. From a specialty butcher. It's a side business. Helps keep the lights on, you know." It sounded weird, but I was 20. I didn't want to lose the best-paying job I'd ever had, so I just said, "Oh, okay. Cool." That's when things started to change. The next night, about an hour before the truck was due, Dave called the restaurant phone. "Alex," he said, his voice a little rushed. "The delivery. I left a container for you in the walk-in freezer. The one on the top shelf with the blue lid. Just put that in the bag for our guy tonight, okay? Don't forget." Sure thing, Dave," I said. I went into the walk-in, and sure enough, there was a standard Tupperware-style container, cold to the touch. It wasn't very heavy. I didn't think much of it. At 3:33 a.m., the truck pulled in. Same order. I passed him the coffee and the bag, which now had a little weight to it. He took it and drove off. Easy. Extra money for the business, I figured, but the deliveries escalated. A few nights later, it was 2 containers. Then it was a small sealed cooler, the kind you'd take on a picnic. It was surprisingly heavy. When I picked it up, I could feel a faint sloshing inside, and there was a strange, almost metallic smell to it, tinged with the scent of bleach. Just some prime cuts of meat marinating, Dave had said over the phone a little too quickly. I started to notice other things too. Dave became obsessed with cleanliness. I'd come in for my shift, and the whole place would reek of industrial-grade cleaner. He'd have me wipe down the walk-in freezer walls, the stainless steel prep tables, places that never even got that dirty. My mind started racing, trying to make sense of it. The weird hours, the secrecy, the cash. Dave was obviously into something shady. My best guess was drugs. Maybe he was using frozen meat to move product. It was a stupid, dangerous idea, but it made more sense than anything else. As long as I didn't know what was in the bags, I could pretend I wasn't a part of it. I just needed the money. I kept my head down and my mouth shut. This went on for another month. The drop-offs became heavier. Sometimes it was a long, thin cooler. Sometimes it was a heavy-duty plastic bucket with a lid that was zip-tied shut. My heart would pound in my chest every time I had to lift one of these things, my imagination running wild. I was becoming a nervous wreck. Every headlight on the highway made me jump. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Then came the night that changed everything. I came into work, and the air was thick with tension. Dave was there, which was unusual. He was scrubbing the floor in the back with a frantic energy. "Big delivery tonight, Alex," he said, not looking at me. "The biggest one yet. It's in a medical-grade transport cooler. Just get it to our guy. The client is paying a premium for this one. A real premium." The cooler was sitting in the corner of the walk-in. It was large, white, and looked sterile, official. It took all my strength to slide it out onto the floor. It must have weighed 100 pounds. A cold dread, colder than the freezer itself, washed over me. This wasn't drugs. This was something else. This was wrong. I spent the next few hours in a state of quiet panic, watching the clock tick slowly towards 3:33. I thought about just walking out, getting in my car and driving away and never coming back. But my car keys were in my locker in the back, right past where Dave was still cleaning. I was trapped by my own stupid need for a paycheck. At 3:33 a.m., right on schedule, the familiar headlights of the rusted Ford cut through the darkness. My stomach twisted into a knot. The grainy voice came over the speaker, but this time it sounded different. Shaky, coffee, and a bag. I took a deep breath. Okay, pull up. I slid the heavy cooler over to the window, my muscles straining. As the truck rumbled to a stop, I braced myself for the transaction. But this time, something was different. The driver didn't just stick his hand out. He leaned his whole body out of his truck window into the light, and I saw his face for the first time. He was just a man, an old man with a face full of deep lines and a look of pure, gut-wrenching terror in his eyes. They were wide, bloodshot, and locked onto mine. He looked like he hadn't slept in years. He thrust the crumpled bills for the coffee at me, and then, as I passed him the handle of the cooler, his hand shot out and grabbed my wrist. His grip was like iron. My heart stopped. I tried to pull back, but he held on tight. He leaned in so close I could smell the stale coffee on his breath, and he whispered, his voice a ragged, desperate rasp. "He's not telling you what's in the bags, is he?" I was too scared to speak. I just shook my head. His eyes pleaded with me. "It's not meat, kid. It's not drugs. God help me. It's people. You need to run. You need to get out of here now. He's not right in the head." And just as he said it, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. It was a sharp, metallic clunk from the front of the restaurant. I glanced at the security monitor, and I saw it. Dave's car, which had been parked out of sight, had just pulled up, blocking the only entrance to the parking lot. I watched, frozen in horror, as the main lights in the dining room shut off, plunging the front of the store into darkness. He had just locked the doors. Remotely, the driver saw the look on my face. He let go of my wrist, his own face ashen. "Oh God," he breathed. "He knows." He slammed his truck into gear and peeled out of the drive-thru, his tires screaming on the asphalt, leaving me alone in the sudden, deafening silence. I was trapped. I fumbled for the restaurant phone to call 911. The line was dead. Of course it was. I looked back at the security monitor, and my heart fell into my stomach. The feed for the backdoor camera was now black. He had cut it, and I could see his silhouette, a dark shape against the faint glow of the highway lights, walking slowly, deliberately, from his car toward the back employee entrance. The entrance he had a key for. My eyes darted around the small, brightly lit kitchen, which now felt like a cage. My gaze landed on the heavy, white medical cooler sitting on the counter next to me. The one I was supposed to have just handed off. The one he was now coming back for. With trembling hands, I reached for the latches. I had to know. I had to see what I had been a part of. I popped the latches, the sound echoing in the silent kitchen. I lifted the lid. I wish I hadn't. I really, really wish I hadn't. I slammed it shut, stumbling backwards, a scream catching in my throat. I didn't need to see anymore. The image was burned into my brain. I knew whose face it was. I had seen her on the news just last week. A missing student from my own college. The sound of a key sliding into the back door lock snapped me out of my trance. It was him. Dave. He was coming in. There was nowhere to run. The dining room doors were locked. The drive-through window was too small. The only other exit was the back door he was currently unlocking. Except the freezer. Without another thought, I scrambled into the walk-in freezer, pulling the heavy door shut behind me, just as I heard the back door of the restaurant click open. I huddled behind a stack of frozen burger patties, my breath pluming in the frigid air, trying to control my frantic, ragged breathing. I heard his footsteps, slow, deliberate. He was in the kitchen. "Alex," he called out, his voice sickeningly calm. "Our friend left in a bit of a hurry. Seems he forgot his package. You still got it there?" Silence. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I was sure he could hear it. "Come on, Alex," he cooed. "Don't make this difficult. You've been a great employee. So reliable. I'd hate to have to write up a bad performance review." I could hear him walking around the kitchen. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying he wouldn't think to check the freezer. Then the footsteps stopped. Right outside the freezer door, my blood turned to ice. This was it. I was going to die here. But then I heard something else. Faintly in the distance, sirens getting closer and closer. The old man, the driver, he must have called them. He actually did it. Dave heard them too. I heard him curse under his breath, a low, vicious sound. The footsteps moved quickly away from the freezer door. I heard the back door of the restaurant slam shut. I waited in that freezing darkness for what felt like an eternity, long after the sirens stopped right outside. Finally, I heard them. Loud, heavy banging on the front glass doors and voices shouting, "Police! Open up!" I stumbled out of the freezer, my limbs numb from cold and fear, and fumbled with the emergency override for the door locks. The second the police burst in, my story, the whole insane, horrifying story, came pouring out of me. They found the cooler, of course. They found the evidence of Dave's industrial cleaning, but they didn't find him. He had slipped out the back and vanished into the night. His car was gone. They told me later that they found the rusted Ford F-150 abandoned about 10 miles down the highway. The driver was gone too. I don't know if he ran because he was scared of the police or scared of Dave. I like to think he saved my life and got a head start. I never went back to the Burger Beacon. I dropped out of that college semester and moved back home. I couldn't handle it. The thing is, they never found Dave. There was no trace of him. As far as I know, he's still out there somewhere. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm driving down a dark road, I'll see a lonely, flickering light of a 24-hour diner in the distance. And I just get this cold, sick feeling in the pit of my stomach, because I know how much darkness a place like that can hide. And I know that he knows my face. He knows my name. And he's still got bad performance reviews to hand out. My first job was at a place called Captain Jolly's Jolly Roger. If you grew up in my town, you know the place. It was one of those old, off-brand fast food joints that probably should have been condemned 20 years ago, but somehow kept running on pure nostalgia and cheap birthday parties. The food was edible, but the real draw was the play place. They called it the Grotto. It was this massive multi-level maze of plastic tubes, rope nets, and slides that took up half the restaurant. And at the bottom of it all was the main attraction, a giant ball pit filled with grimy, multicolored plastic balls. I was 16. My main job was to work the register and occasionally put on the horrifying, full-body Captain Jolly mascot suit, which smelled like a combination of sweat, stale cake, and despair. Captain Jolly was this animatronic pirate with a dead-eyed stare and a jerky arm wave that was supposed to be friendly, but just looked like he was having a seizure. The costume was even worse. But the worst part of the job, by far, was closing duty, specifically cleaning the grotto. It meant strapping on rubber gloves, grabbing a long-handled rake and a bottle of mystery disinfectant, and wading into that sea of plastic. It was disgusting. You'd find half-eaten chicken nuggets, sticky wrappers, loose socks, the usual casualties of childhood fun. It was gross, but it was just part of the job. Most of the time, I closed with a guy named Kevin. Kevin was fine. He was a few years older than me, painfully shy, and kind of awkward. He didn't talk much. The one thing he was really passionate about was Captain Jolly. He loved wearing the mascot suit. He'd practice the walk, the wave. He took it really seriously. We weren't friends, but we worked together fine. He usually handled the kitchen cleanup while I tackled the grotto. So, this one Tuesday night, I was doing my usual sweep of the ball pit, raking through the plastic balls, listening to the hollow clatter they made. My rake hit something with a soft thud. I dug around and pulled it out. It was a single kid's sneaker. A little red one with Velcro straps. Not unusual. Kids lose stuff all the time. I tossed it in the bin we used for the lost and found and finished my shift. A week later, another closing shift. I'm in the ball pit again. And again, my rake hits something. This time, it's a small, worn teddy bear. The kind that's been loved so much its fur is all matted down. It was a little strange, because I didn't remember any kids being that upset about losing a bear during the week. But again, I just shrugged and put it in the lost and found with the single red sneaker. That's when I started to get this feeling. You know, the grotto is creepy at night. All the lights in the restaurant are off except for a couple of dim security lights, and the whole play structure is just this huge dark skeleton full of shadows. The tunnels and tubes twist and turn in ways that make it feel way bigger on the inside. As I worked, I kept getting the distinct, skin-crawling sensation that I was being watched. I'd hear a soft scuff or a rattle from deep inside one of the tubes above me, and I'd freeze, my heart pounding. I'd call out, "Kevin? That you?" And there would just be silence. I'd tell myself it was just the building settling, or a rat. I hoped it was a rat. The next week, it happened again. This time, it was a kid's t-shirt, balled up and shoved deep, deep at the bottom of the pit, like someone had intentionally tried to bury it. It was a blue shirt with a little cartoon rocket ship on it. This time, a real chill went down my spine. A sneaker is one thing. A teddy bear, maybe, but a shirt? You don't just accidentally lose your shirt in a ball pit. I felt sick. I showed it to Kevin when he came out of the kitchen. "Hey, look what I found," I said, holding it up with the tips of my gloved fingers. He just glanced at it, his expression totally flat. He said. "Kids are gross." Then he went back to mopping. Not another word. His lack of reaction was almost weirder than finding the shirt itself. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was really wrong. The feeling of being watched got more intense. I started rushing through the grotto cleaning, my head on a swivel, my ears straining for any sound. I started to imagine a face peering out of one of the dark, circular windows of the plastic tubes. I was becoming genuinely paranoid. A couple of weeks went by, and things were quiet. I didn't find anything else in the ball pit, and I started to relax. I told myself I was just a 16-year-old with an overactive imagination, working a crappy job in a creepy old building. Then one night, I was at home, channel surfing, and I stopped on the local news. There was a story on, an updated report about a little boy from a neighboring town who had gone missing about a month and a half ago. His name was Leo. He was 6 years old. They showed his school picture. He was a cute kid with big brown eyes and a missing front tooth, and my heart just stopped. They put up a picture of him from a security camera on the day he disappeared. He was wearing a blue t-shirt with a cartoon rocket ship on it. The reporter's voice faded into a dull roar in my ears. She continued, saying the family was making another plea for information, mentioning how he was never without his favorite teddy bear, a little brown one named Barnaby, and how he was last seen wearing his favorite pair of little red sneakers. Red sneaker, teddy bear, rocket ship shirt. The air left my lungs. It couldn't be. It was impossible. But it wasn't. I felt a wave of nausea, so strong I had to grip the sides of the couch. All the items I had found, the lost and found bin, they were all still there, in a dusty cardboard box in the manager's office. This whole time, the evidence from a missing child case had been sitting in our lost and found. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part was the realization that followed. The police had searched everywhere. The parks, the woods, the whole area. But they wouldn't have searched here. Why would they? Leo didn't disappear from Captain Jolly's. He disappeared from a park 5 miles away. So how did his things end up at the bottom of our ball pit? The answer was so horrible, so unthinkable, that my brain refused to accept it at first. The killer, or the kidnapper. They hadn't just dumped him. They were coming back. They were coming back to the restaurant, late at night, after we had closed. And they were using the giant, dark, unsearchable grotto as a hiding place. A place to slowly, methodically get rid of the evidence, one little piece at a time, by burying it where no one would ever think to look. And who had a key to get in after hours? The manager, me, and Kevin. Quiet, awkward Kevin. Kevin, who always volunteered to lock up. Kevin, who loved the Captain Jolly suit, a perfect disguise to lure a child. Kevin, who had zero reaction when I showed him the t-shirt. I felt like I was going to be sick. The next day at work was torture. I couldn't even look at Kevin. Every time he spoke, in his quiet, mumbled voice, I flinched. Every time he walked past me, my skin crawled. I just had to get through the shift. I decided I would go to the police right after work. I couldn't say anything at the restaurant. What if he knew that I knew? My shift ended at 10 p.m. As I was getting ready to leave, the sky opened up. A massive thunderstorm rolled in, the kind that just shakes the whole world. The lights flickered. And then, with a loud buzz, they went out completely. The entire restaurant was plunged into darkness, followed by a collective groan from the few remaining customers. A second later, the emergency backup lights kicked on. They were these dim, eerie red lights that cast long, monstrous shadows everywhere. The manager, a woman named Carol, just sighed. "All right, folks, looks like we're closing early tonight. Power's out for the whole block." Everyone shuffled out, leaving just me, Carol, and Kevin. "You two can finish up what you can in the dark, and then head home," Carol said, grabbing her purse. "I'll go lock the front doors." My heart was jackhammering in my chest. "Actually, Carol," I said, my voice trembling, "I feel really sick. Can I just go now?" "Don't be a baby, Maya," she said, not unkindly. "It's just a storm. Kevin's here with you. Just tidy up and get out." And with that, she walked out the front door, and I heard the heavy deadbolt slide into place. I was locked in, with him. I turned around slowly. Kevin was standing by the entrance to the grotto, his silhouette framed by the hellish red emergency light. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking at the Captain Jolly costume, hanging on its stand like a lynched man. "You know," he said, his voice suddenly clear and calm, not his usual mumble, "the captain doesn't like it when little kids are rude." Leo was rude. He told the captain his smile was creepy. The world tilted on its axis. It was him. It was real. "Kevin," I whispered, my voice barely a sound. "What did you do?" He turned to look at me, and in the dim red glow, for the first time, I saw something in his eyes. It wasn't awkwardness. It wasn't shyness. It was a cold, empty void. "I taught him some manners," he said flatly. And then he started to walk towards the mascot suit. I ran. I didn't even think. I just bolted, scrambling into the dark, cavernous mouth of the grotto. It was the only place to hide. I crawled on my hands and knees through the plastic tubes, the sound of my own panicked breathing echoing all around me. I knew this maze better than anyone. I cleaned it every night. That was my only advantage. I heard him coming in behind me. I heard the scrape of the heavy plastic pirate boots, the rustle of the costume. He was coming in after me. As Captain Jolly, a silent, terrifying game of cat and mouse began in the pitch-black, claustrophobic tunnels. I could hear him, sometimes behind me, sometimes seeming to be above me, his slow, deliberate movements a constant, terrifying presence. I scrambled up a rope net, my hands slipping, and crawled into a high tube that overlooked the main restaurant floor. I peered through one of the little porthole windows, and I saw him. He was standing in the middle of the ball pit, the giant, smiling head of the mascot tilted up, scanning the dark tubes. Searching for me. The single red light from the exit sign reflected off his dead, plastic eyes. He knew I was up there. He started to climb. I scrambled away, deeper into the maze, my mind racing. Fire exit. There was a fire exit at the back of the building, through the kitchen. I had to get to the kitchen. I found the top of the big spiral slide, the one that emptied into the ball pit, right where he was standing. It was the fastest way down, but he was waiting. Then I saw it. Above the slide, one of the heavy cargo nets used for climbing was secured to the ceiling with a single quick-release latch. It was part of the cleaning protocol. You released it to clean it, and then hoisted it back up. It was heavy, really heavy. I heard him starting to climb the structure right below me. I didn't have any more time. I crawled over to the latch. It was stiff. My fingers were slick with sweat. With a final desperate grunt, I pulled it free. The entire cargo net dropped with a tremendous whoosh, falling right into the mouth of the slide and collapsing down into the ball pit below, taking a cascade of thousands of plastic balls with it. I heard a muffled cry from below, then a heavy thud as the net and balls buried him. I didn't wait to see what happened. I shot down a different, smaller slide into another part of the grotto, scrambled out the entrance, and sprinted through the dark kitchen. I threw my entire body against the fire exit's push bar. The alarm blared to life, deafening in the silence as the door flew open. I spilled out into the pouring rain, screaming, and I just ran. I didn't stop running until the flashing blue and red lights of a police car surrounded me. They found Kevin, tangled in the net at the bottom of the ball pit, the oversized pirate head of the costume knocked sideways. He wasn't hurt badly, just trapped. And when they started to properly search the grotto, they found it. Deep inside the structure, in a hidden maintenance crawl space, they found what was left of little Leo. I had to quit my job, obviously. I still have nightmares. Not about Kevin, not really. I have nightmares about that smiling, dead-eyed pirate mascot. I can't go to birthday parties for my little cousins anymore. I can't even walk past a playground without feeling my throat tighten. Because I know what kind of monsters like to play in them. And I know they can be hiding in plain sight, smiling right at you, just waiting for you to come a little closer. When you're fresh out of college with a useless degree and rent is due, you'll take any job you can get. That's how I ended up at the Colonel's Coop. It was a fried chicken place, a local franchise in a pretty rough part of town. But the strange thing was, it was always busy. Not just busy, but popular. People were fanatical about it. They'd line up down the block. I figured the chicken must be life-changingly good. The interview was less of an interview and more of a vibe check. The manager was a man named Mr. Abernathy. He was this older guy, maybe in his 60s, with a perfectly trimmed white beard, a warm, grandfatherly smile, and eyes that were unnervingly intense. He didn't ask me about my work experience. He asked me what I valued, what community meant to me. He talked about the co-op not as a restaurant, but as a family. It was weird, but I was desperate. He hired me on the spot. The first few weeks were a blur of breading chicken and working the fryer. The staff were strange. They were all incredibly polite and efficient, but it was like they were part of a secret club. They had their own inside jokes, their own way of communicating with just a look. I felt like an outsider, but I worked hard, kept my head down, and tried to fit in. And slowly, they started to warm up to me. Mr. Abernathy, in particular, seemed to take a liking to me. He'd praise my work ethic, my attention to detail. He told me he saw potential in me. After about a month, he pulled me aside after a long shift. "Sarah," he said, his voice low and confidential, "you've proven yourself. You're one of us now. I think you're ready to learn about the real heart of our business." He led me down a steep flight of stairs to the basement. The basement wasn't like the rest of the restaurant. It was spotlessly clean, all gleaming stainless steel and bright white tile. It looked more like a surgeon's operating room than a kitchen. "This," he said with a grand sweep of his hand, "is where we prepare the midnight special." He explained that after the restaurant closed to the public at 10 p.m., it reopened at midnight for a select group of private members. They were part of the co-op club. These weren't regular customers. They were wealthy, influential people patrons, he called them, who paid a hefty membership fee for an exclusive off-menu dining experience. And my new job, my promotion, was to help prepare and serve this special meal. I was flattered. It felt like I'd finally been accepted into the inner circle. The first few nights were strange, but exciting. The members would arrive in expensive cars, all dressed in formal attire. They treated the experience with an almost religious reverence. And the chicken. It wasn't like the chicken we served upstairs. The meat was darker, richer. The texture was different. It was prepared using this bizarre, ritualistic process. Mr. Abernathy called it honoring the vessel. He said the recipe was an old family secret. And I have to admit, the smell of it cooking was intoxicating. But there were things that didn't add up. The deliveries of this special meat never came through the front door with the rest of our supplies. They always arrived late at night, through a back alley entrance, in unmarked vans. The cuts of meat were unfamiliar. They weren't shaped like any part of a chicken I'd ever seen. When I asked one of the senior cooks, he just smiled and said, "It's a very rare free-range bird, very special." I tried to ignore the gnawing feeling in my gut. The pay was incredible. Mr. Abernathy started giving me cash bonuses. I was finally catching up on my bills. I convinced myself it was just some eccentric foodie club. Rich people are weird, right? This was just how they got their kicks. My final promotion was to become a courier. Some of the most exclusive members didn't come to the restaurant. The meal was delivered to them. Mr. Abernathy told me it was the highest honor. My first delivery was to a mansion in the wealthiest part of the city. He handed me a heated silver briefcase. "Be respectful, Sarah. Mr. Davenport is one of our founding members." I drove up a long, winding driveway to a house that was bigger than my entire apartment building. An old man in a silk robe answered the door. He had a thin, cruel smile. "Ah, the new girl," he said, taking the briefcase from me. "Mr. Abernathy speaks very highly of you." I gave him a polite smile. "Enjoy your meal, sir." I was about to turn and leave when he put a cold, dry hand on my arm. He leaned in close, his breath smelling of expensive brandy. "You have the same bright eyes as the last courier," he whispered, his smile widening. "She was delicious." I froze. The word hung in the air between us. Delicious. It wasn't a compliment. It was a statement. My blood ran cold. I pulled my arm away, mumbled a goodbye, and practically sprinted back to my car, my heart hammering against my ribs. It was a joke. It had to be a sick, twisted joke. But I could see the look in his eyes. He wasn't joking. The drive back to the restaurant was a blur. My mind was racing, connecting all the dots I had so desperately tried to ignore. The strange cuts of meat, the basement that looked like a morgue, the way they called the meat the vessel, the talk of honoring it, the missing person posters I saw all over the bad part of town where the co-op was located, posters of homeless people and runaways who had vanished without a trace. When I got back to the coop, it was empty. The members had gone. I walked through the silent kitchen in a daze and into the employee break room, and my eyes landed on the Employee of the Month board. It was a big corkboard, full of smiling photos of past employees, a tradition Mr. Abernathy was very proud of. I looked at the photo for last month. It was a young woman with bright, hopeful eyes, the girl from the delivery, the delicious one. I suddenly recognized her face from one of those missing person posters. My stomach heaved. I felt faint. It was real. The secret ingredient for the midnight special. It was people. They were luring in the city's most vulnerable, the people no one would miss, and serving them to the rich. This whole place, this family, was a cannibalistic cult. And then I saw it. Mr. Abernathy was standing by the board. He had a thumbtack in his hand, and in his other hand was a picture, a smiling, happy picture of me from my employee file. He was pinning it up in the empty slot for the current month. He turned to me, his grandfatherly smile back in place, but now it looked monstrous, predatory. "Congratulations, Sarah," he said, his voice as warm and pleasant as ever. "You've been chosen. You've shown such potential. It's time for you to be fully integrated into the family. It's the highest honor. You're going to be the midnight special." The world swam before my eyes. He took a step toward me. Two of the other cooks emerged from the shadows behind him, blocking the exit. I was trapped. This was how it ended. I was going to be an off-menu special for a bunch of rich ghouls. Something inside me snapped. I wasn't going to be a meal. I grabbed the first thing I could find, a heavy industrial coffee pot from the brewer next to me, and I threw it at Mr. Abernathy's head with all my strength. It hit him square in the face with a sickening crunch. As he staggered back, stunned, I bolted. I shoved one of the cooks aside and ran like my life depended on it, because it did. I burst out the back alley door and just ran into the night, not looking back. I went straight to the police. I told them everything. The secret club, the basement, the deliveries, Mr. Abernathy, the Employee of the Month board. They looked at me like I was crazy. But I was so hysterical, so terrified, that they sent a squad car to check it out. When they raided the Colonel's coop, they found nothing. The basement was empty. It hadn't just been cleaned. It had been scoured, stripped bare. All the custom equipment was gone. There was no trace of anything unusual, apart from the smell of bleach. Mr. Abernathy and the entire core staff had vanished. The restaurant was abandoned. There was no evidence, no bodies, no proof, just the ramblings of a terrified girl who they probably thought had a psychotic break. They shut the place down for health code violations, and that was it. The case went cold before it even started. I moved away. I changed my name. I live in a different city now, 1,000 miles away. I don't work in food service anymore, but sometimes I'll be walking down the street and I'll catch a scent on the wind. That specific savory smell of fried chicken and spices. And my blood runs cold because I know they didn't stop. A business that's successful with a clientele that powerful, they didn't just stop. They just moved. They just opened a new franchise in a new town. And I know that somewhere out there right now, there's another Employee of the Month being chosen. And that's all for tonight. Remember, the most terrifying monsters are the ones that look just like us. The ones who might even live right next door. If these stories serve as a good reminder to trust your instincts, then show your support and like and subscribe. Hitting that bell means you'll get a warning before the next nightmare begins. Sleep well, if you can. What I'm about to share with you is an event that defies logic, a tear in the fabric of my otherwise ordinary life. It remains the single most inexplicable thing that has ever happened to me, or to anyone I know. My life is a simple one. I tend the bar at a small, no-name dive about a 30-minute drive from my home. It's not a glamorous job, but out here, in the sprawling rural quiet, you take the work you can find. The bar is a place of worn wood, the smell of stale beer, and the low hum of conversation from the same familiar faces. It's steady, it's predictable. Most nights are a quiet waltz of pouring drinks and wiping down the counter, and the night this all began was no different. My shift had unwound without incident. After the last patron had shuffled out into the night, I locked the doors, killed the lights, and sank into the driver's seat of my car. The familiar sigh of worn leather, a small comfort. The drive home is my ritual, a period of decompression. The route is a tangled ribbon of back roads that snake through dense woods and sleeping farmland. There are no streetlights to speak of, no other cars to break the solitude. It's just me, my headlights cutting a tunnel through the oppressive dark. I've always found a strange peace in it, a forced detox from the noise of the world where I can let my mind wander, replaying conversations or simply zoning out to the drone of the engine. But that night was different. A thick, unnatural fog had descended, clinging to the landscape like a shroud. I've driven this path more times than I can count, in all seasons and all weather, but I had never seen a fog so absolute. It was a living, breathing entity that swallowed the beam of my headlights, reducing my visibility to a few precarious feet. Even my high beams were useless. They simply illuminated the dense wall of white, making it feel as though I were driving into a glowing abyss. A prickle of annoyance grew into frustration. This would add precious time to my journey, and a bone-deep exhaustion was already settling in. I was about halfway home, crawling along a particularly winding stretch when I first saw it. Through the swirling miasma, off to the right side of the road, a faint yellow light blinked with a steady, metronomic rhythm. My first thought was practical. A roadside marker, perhaps, or a reflector on a hidden driveway post. But as I continued my slow crawl forward, the light didn't recede or grow closer. It remained fixed in my peripheral vision, a constant winking eye pacing my car from within the depths of the fog. A cold unease began to seep into the car. The fog was a disorienting canvas, playing tricks with my depth perception. I couldn't tell if the light was 10 feet away or 100. After another minute of this strange, silent escort, the unease curdled into a genuine knot of dread in my stomach. Something was profoundly wrong. I decided to test it. I eased my foot off the accelerator, letting the car slow to a near crawl. The light did not continue onward. It slowed with me, perfectly matching my deceleration, its rhythmic blinking never faltering. My heart began to hammer against my ribs. This wasn't a reflection. This wasn't a stationary object. I brought the car to a complete stop, the engine humming quietly in the suffocating silence. And just as I feared, the light stopped too, hovering in the exact same spot, a patient, blinking sentinel. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, my mind racing, trying to conjure a rational explanation for what I was witnessing. That's when it changed. The blinking continued, but the light itself began to intensify. It was like watching a small flame catch a sudden draft, flaring with an impossible brilliance. It wasn't flashing faster, but with each pulse, it burned stronger, growing in luminescence as if it were drawing power from the very air around it. It felt active, aware. That was it for me. Raw, primal fear took over. I wasn't going to be a sitting duck for whatever this thing was. My hand shot to the gear shift, intending to slam it into reverse and get the hell out of there. But as I did, I noticed the silence. The engine wasn't running. I swear on my life, it was dead. I hadn't touched the key. Why in God's name would I? The car had simply died, without a shudder or a sound. My hands began to tremble, a feeling so foreign to me. The steady hands that poured drinks all night were now shaking uncontrollably. A terrifying thought crystallized in my mind. The thing outside my car had killed my engine. Desperately, I turned the key in the ignition. Nothing. Again, nothing. Just a dead, hollow click. Meanwhile, the yellow light continued to swell, its glow now filling my side window, burning brighter and brighter, as if it were feeding on my mounting panic. There was no one for miles. I was utterly alone. In a last-ditch effort, I snatched my phone from the passenger seat. Maybe I could record it, call for help. The screen was black. I mashed the power button. Nothing. It was completely dead. But I knew with absolute certainty that it had at least 20% battery when I left the bar. It was as lifeless as my car's engine. Before I could even process this new horror, the light outside exploded in a final blinding flare. It was like a star detonating next to my car. The brilliance was a physical force, so intense that I cried out and threw my arms over my face. Even through my eyelids, the world was a searing, painful white. I held my breath, cowering in my seat for at least 10 seconds, feeling the phantom heat of that colossal light on my skin. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. The light was gone. The oppressive darkness and the thick fog were all that remained. My heart was a frantic drum in the silence. On pure instinct, my trembling hand reached for the ignition. I turned the key. The engine roared to life as if nothing had happened. I didn't waste a single second. I slammed the car into drive and sped the rest of the way home, my eyes glued to the asphalt in front of me, terrified that even a momentary glance to the side would summon that horrific light back from the ether. Nothing else happened that night. Nothing like it has ever happened again. I've told this story to my family, my friends, even a few trusted regulars. They've offered every theory imaginable, from ball lightning to swamp gas to elaborate hallucinations brought on by exhaustion. But none of their words can touch the cold, unshakable certainty I have, that on a foggy back road, something ancient and unexplainable found me. And for a few terrifying minutes, it had me. I've spent the better part of my life on the road. As a long-haul trucker, the endless ribbons of asphalt are my office, my home, my world. You get used to the solitude, the long stretches of nothing but the rumble of the engine and the vast, changing sky. This particular incident happened a couple of years back on a cross-state haul through the desert. It was the second-to-last leg of a long loop, and all I could think about was dropping this load and finally heading home. The route took me through one of those desolate highways that slices through the desert like a scar. At night, it's another planet. No towns, no gas stations, just a 2-lane road under a dome of stars so bright they feel close enough to touch. It's the kind of drive that makes you feel like the last man on Earth, a feeling I usually enjoy. I was about an hour from my next drop-off, lost in the rhythm of the road, when a flicker of movement in my side mirror broke the spell. Headlights. I was surprised to see a dark SUV trailing me. Out here, at this hour, you rarely see another soul. It wasn't riding my bumper or driving aggressively. In fact, it was maintaining a significant distance, almost cautiously so. But it was there. and it was following me. For nearly 40 miles, it just hung back there. No matter how I adjusted my speed, accelerating on the straightaways or slowing for a gentle curve, the SUV mirrored my every move. It was a silent, dark shadow clinging to my tail, never attempting to pass, even when the road opened up into long, clear passing zones. It just sat there, hovering in my mirrors, as if it were waiting. My initial thought was that the driver was timid, maybe intimidated by the size of my rig. But after passing several designated zones where they could have easily and safely overtaken me, I discarded that theory. A strange unease began to creep in. I had a schedule to keep, a delivery to make. I couldn't spend my night playing cat and mouse with some phantom vehicle. I tried to put it out of my mind, focusing on the road ahead, but my eyes kept darting back to the mirror. The persistence was starting to get under my skin, fraying my nerves in a way that rarely ever happens. Around 2 a.m., I decided I'd had enough. I saw a sign for a small roadside rest area and pulled off. It was little more than a dirt lot with a few faded parking lines and a sad-looking shed housing a couple of vending machines. A single dim bulb flickered erratically above them, casting long dancing shadows. My plan was simple: stretch my legs, grab a soda, and more importantly, force this tail to pass me and be on his way. But as I shut off my engine, I watched in my mirror as the SUV pulled in right behind me, parking way off in the darkest corner of the lot. That's when the unease turned to pure, white-hot rage. This was no longer a coincidence. This was a deliberate act. Whoever was in that vehicle was about to get a piece of my mind. I swung my door open and dropped from the high cab, my boots crunching loudly on the gravel. I started stomping towards the car, not even trying to hide my anger. They must have seen me coming. Before I was even halfway across the lot, the SUV's engine roared to life. Tires spun, kicking up a storm of dust and gravel, and the vehicle peeled out of the spot like it was fleeing a crime scene. It sped past me and shot back onto the highway, its taillights disappearing into the inky blackness within seconds. The windows were heavily tinted. I couldn't see a thing. Part of me was relieved. The nuisance was gone. But another, larger part was deeply unsettled. I had confirmed my fears. They were following me, and they clearly wanted no direct confrontation. Their intentions had to be hostile. I walked over to the vending machines, only to find them completely empty, which only soured my mood further. The entire encounter had drained me. The last thing I wanted to do was get back behind the wheel. I figured I'd earned a short break, a quick nap to clear my head before finishing the route at dawn. I did a walk around of my rig, checking that the cargo doors were securely locked, then climbed back into the cab. I reclined my seat, cracked a window for a bit of the cool desert air, and closed my eyes. The silence of the lot was absolute, and for the first time all night, I started to relax. My logic was sound. Even if they meant me harm, they wouldn't turn around and drive all the way back, searching blindly in the pitch-black desert for this tiny, unlit lot. The combination of exhaustion and a false sense of security sent me into a deep sleep within minutes. I should mention, I'm a notoriously light sleeper. It's a survival skill you develop in this line of work. Sleeping in sketchy places forces you to grow a third eye, to wake at the slightest unfamiliar sound. Your livelihood, and sometimes your life, depends on it. About an hour later, that skill saved me. I was pulled from my sleep by the faintest noise, a soft, crunching sound. Footsteps on the loose gravel. Groggy but instantly alert, I remained perfectly still. I carefully peeled back the corner of my window blind and peered into the darkness. My blood ran cold. Two figures were crouched near the rear wheels of my trailer. They were examining the lower latch mechanisms, their movements slow and deliberate, clearly trying to figure out how to open the doors without making a sound. One of them held a small flashlight, using its beam to signal silently to the other. I couldn't see their faces, but their intent was as clear as day. I don't carry a weapon, but in that moment, I was fully prepared to defend my rig with my bare hands. This truck, this load, it's my life. As I watched, one of the men reached into a bag and pulled out what looked like a pair of bolt cutters. That was the line. Without another thought, I slammed my palm down on the center of my steering wheel. The truck's air horn erupted, a deafening, soul-shattering blast that ripped through the desert silence. Their reaction was instantaneous. Both men jolted as if struck by lightning. They dropped everything and scrambled frantically back towards the roadside brush. Not 10 seconds later, headlights appeared out of the darkness, that same dark SUV, roaring back into view with its lights off until the last second. It whipped around, the two figures diving inside, and then it was gone again, disappearing into the night. It was all over before I even had time to get out of my cab. After my adrenaline subsided, I called the police. They insisted I stay put until a unit could arrive. It took a while, but 2 officers finally showed up. They helped me inspect the truck, and sure enough, there were fresh pry marks scarred into the metal of one of the lower lock arms, right where the men had been working. Fortunately, they hadn't gotten through. The officers weren't surprised. They told me cargo theft was rampant along that corridor. They figured the SUV had been casing me for miles, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. The stop at the rest area wasn't a mistake on my part. It was exactly the opening they had been waiting for. It remains the most unsettling night of my entire career on the road. There's a unique kind of freedom that only comes from a night drive in the summer. The warm air whipping through open windows, the empty stretches of highway unfolding before you like a private runway. It's pure magic. Around here, the highways empty out after dark. There are no cops, no traffic, just you and the road. It's a freedom I take full advantage of, especially when I have the keys to my dad's BMW M3. Don't get me wrong, I'm not some reckless street racer, but I do appreciate the breathtaking capabilities of German engineering, and from time to time, I let the car breathe. This night was one of those times. I was joyriding, cruising with the stereo off, listening only to the symphony of the engine and the rush of the wind. It's one of the only times I feel truly untethered. As I was flying down the highway, a strange and powerful urge came over me. It was an insatiable need to pull off onto the back roads, to leave the straightaways behind and test the car's legendary handling on some real curves. It was one of those irrational impulses you get that you know you'll regret ignoring. So I listened. I took the next exit and plunged into a labyrinth of winding country roads, weaving through a quiet, sleeping neighborhood. The roads were narrow and full of tight, hairpin bends, exactly what I was craving. The streets were utterly deserted. It was just me, the car, and the night. That is, until a flicker of reflected light in the road ahead sent a jolt of alarm through me. I slammed on the brakes, the tires screaming in protest, bringing the car to a halt just inches from smashing into it. As the car settled, my headlights gave me a clear view of what I had almost hit. It was a shopping cart. It was just sitting there, perfectly centered in the middle of my lane, as if someone had deliberately wheeled it out and abandoned it. It was so bizarre, so profoundly out of place, that it completely short-circuited my brain. A random shopping cart on a dark back road, close to midnight. Against every instinct screaming at me to just drive around it and leave, my curiosity won. I put the car in park, flicked on my hazard lights, and stepped out. The night air was warm and thick with the scent of damp earth and the chirping of crickets. The only other sound was the metallic ticking of the car's cooling engine. I approached the cart cautiously, my mind racing to find a logical explanation. Had it fallen off a truck? Was it a prank? I peered inside. It was completely empty. Just an ordinary, mundane shopping cart. I stood there for a moment, feeling foolish. It was nothing. I turned to walk back to my car. That's when I saw them. Out of the corner of my eye, two dark figures erupted from the thick brush of the farmland bordering the road. They weren't jogging. They were sprinting full tilt, coming straight for me. My brain took a critical second to process the image, but in that instant, my entire world narrowed to a single primal imperative: flight. It was life or death. I bolted for my car, fumbling with the door, and threw myself inside, basically punching the start button. The engine roared to life just as they reached me. One of them stopped a few feet away, a dark silhouette against the trees, but the other one didn't slow down at all. He sprinted directly into my passenger side door with a sickening, deafening thump of metal and flesh. He didn't even flinch, didn't even brace for the impact. It was as if my car wasn't there. The two of us locked eyes through the glass, and every ounce of adrenaline-fueled confidence I had evaporated into pure, paralyzing terror. I was frozen. He stared at me with two beady, bloodshot eyes that seemed to burn in the dark. His clothes were torn and ragged. His hair was a wet, matted mess, and his face was smeared with something dark dirt, or blood, or both. He wore a vacant, unsettling expression that was neither a scowl nor a smile, but something terrifyingly in between. Blood was actively spurting from a wound somewhere on his body, but he seemed completely oblivious to it. He must have realized I was stunned, because his hand shot out, and he began fumbling with the door handle, his fingers scratching and pulling, trying to pry the door open. That's what snapped me out of it. The sound of his attack on my car broke the spell. I wrenched the steering wheel, maneuvered around the shopping cart, and floored it. The drive home was a blur of panic and conflict. I was shaken to my core, but a part of me felt a horrifying pang of guilt. The man was clearly injured, maybe seriously. By fleeing, had I left him to die? I debated turning back, but the image of his eyes, his bloody face, made that impossible. I did the only thing I could. I called the police while driving, my voice trembling as I described the location and what had happened. When I finally pulled into my driveway, my hands were still shaking. I got out to inspect the damage, needing to see the reality of what had occurred. It was worse than I imagined. There was blood spattered across the entire passenger side of the car. It was streaked along the mirror, smeared on the handle, and dotted across the rear quarter panel. There was a slight but noticeable dent in the center of the door, but it was the sheer amount of blood that truly horrified me. It was far more than I would have thought possible from that brief, violent impact. It was an inhuman amount of blood. The next morning, my dad saw the car and completely lost it. He didn't give me a chance to explain, just launched into a tirade about my irresponsibility, the cost of the repairs, the sheer stupidity of taking his car out so late. I tried to tell him what happened, that something terrifying and unavoidable had occurred, but he wasn't listening. To him, all he saw was his prized possession dented and covered in what he assumed was the blood of some animal I'd hit. He eventually calmed down and listened, and to his credit, he was sympathetic. But the damage was done. That was one of the last times I was allowed to go for a night drive. I'm fairly certain I understand what happened. Those people used the shopping cart as a lure, a piece of bait to draw an unsuspecting driver out of the safety of their car. That night, I was that driver. I was just lucky enough to get away. I never heard back from the police, but I didn't expect to. A part of me doesn't want to know what happened to that man. I hate thinking that my desperate act of self-preservation, that violent impact with my car, might have ended a life. And that's all for tonight. Remember, The most terrifying monsters are the ones that look just like us. The ones who might even live right next door. If these stories serve as a good reminder to trust your instincts, then show your support and like and subscribe. Hitting that bell means you'll get a warning before the next nightmare begins. Sleep well, if you can. My name is Frank. I'm 64 years old, and for the last 6 years of my working life, my job was to watch a building breathe. That's really the only way I can describe it. I was the sole night shift security guard at the Omnicorp Tower downtown. 40 stories of brand new state-of-the-art glass and steel, and at night, it was mine. All mine. Most people, I think, would find a job like this mind-numbingly boring. Or maybe even creepy. But for me, it was the perfect pre-retirement gig. My wife, Sarah, had passed 3 years prior, and the silence in our little house was a different kind of quiet. It was a heavy, lonely quiet. The quiet in the tower, that was different. It was clean. It was the sound of potential, of a giant sleeping machine. It didn't ask anything of me. The first few hours of my shift were always the same. I'd arrive at 10 p.m., relieve the evening guy, and watch the last of the cleaning crew pack up their carts and head home. By 11, the place would be empty. Utterly. My world would shrink to the ground floor security office, a little glass box filled with the soft glow of 24 monitors. Each screen was a silent, black and white window into an empty hallway, a deserted lobby, a vacant office floor. My routine was simple. At midnight, I'd do my first patrol. I'd walk the first 20 floors. At 2 a.m., I'd do the top 20. The rest of the time, I'd watch the monitors, do a crossword, read a paperback. The pay was decent, the coffee was free, and nobody bothered me. It was a good gig. For the first 8 months, the most exciting thing that happened was a faulty sprinkler head going off in the 12th floor men's room. That was a big night. I look back on those quiet, boring nights now, and I swear, I'd give anything to have one of them back. The whole thing started with the 14th floor. The 14th floor was nothing, just like most of the others. A ghost floor. The company that had leased it was still months away from moving in. So you had this vast empty space, brand new carpet, still giving off that dead plastic smell, pristine white walls, and 100 dark, empty offices. My patrol up there always felt the weirdest. The motion-activated lights would flicker on just ahead of me, lighting my path, and then extinguish behind me, plunging the hallway back into darkness. It was like the building was watching me, rolling out a little carpet of light just for me. It was on a Tuesday night that I first noticed it. I was back in the security office, just about to pour my second cup of coffee, when my eyes drifted over the monitor bank, and I saw it. A single tiny square of light. Monitor 14A, the west hallway. An office light was on. I remember sighing. Just an annoyance. Some contractor must have been up there during the day, flipped a switch, and forgot to flip it back. No big deal. I logged it, grabbed my key card, and took the elevator up. The elevator ride in that place is a weird experience at night. It's so fast and so silent, you feel like you're just floating in a box. The doors opened onto the 14th floor with a soft ding. The hallway was dark, just as it should be, until I stepped out and the overhead lights blinked on. I walked the 100 feet or so down the corridor to suite 1412. Sure enough, through the glass panel next to the door, I could see the office was lit up. I swiped my card, the lock chirped, and I went in. It was a corner office, big windows looking out over the sleeping city. I found the switch, clicked it off, and the room was plunged back into darkness. I closed the door, made sure it was locked, and headed back to the elevator. Problem solved. Except it wasn't. The next night, Wednesday, I'm sitting there reading my book around 1 a.m., and I happen to glance up. Same monitor, same little square of light. Suite 1412. No, I wasn't just annoyed. I was irritated. You start to take it personally, you know? Like the building itself is messing with you. I made the trip all over again. The silent elevator, the motion-activated lights, the beep of the lock. I switched off the light, but this time I stood in the doorway for a good minute, just staring into the dark office, as if daring it to turn back on. Nothing happened. On the way back to the elevator, I checked the doors to the other suites on that floor. All locked tight. I was the only person up there. There was no explanation for it. When it happened again on Thursday night, that's when the feeling in my gut started to change from irritation to something colder. A real prickling suspicion. 3 nights in a row? That's not a coincidence. That's a pattern. I went up, turned it off, but this time I came straight back to the security office and stared, unblinking, at monitor 14A. I was determined to see it happen. I waited. 10 minutes. 20. Nothing. The hallway remained dark. I figured, okay, maybe it's a delayed short, some kind of electrical glitch in the mainframe. I wasn't an electrician. The next morning, I filed a formal maintenance report detailing the issue with the light in 1412. I felt a little silly doing it, but I needed someone else to put their eyes on it. I needed to know I wasn't going crazy. A few days passed. I got a copy of the completed work order back. The maintenance guy, Sal, had written in the notes, check breaker, wiring, and switch for suite 1412. No fault found. Suspect anomaly in building's automated energy-saving grid. No cause for concern. No cause for concern. But that night, at 12:45 a.m., the light came on again, and that's when I knew. This wasn't the building. This wasn't a glitch. Someone was doing this. And the only tool I had left to figure it out was my own 2 eyes and 24 screens showing me a building that was supposed to be completely, totally empty. I decided I was done just turning off the light. The next time it came on, I was going to pull the security footage. I was going to see exactly what was happening on the 14th floor. I thought I was hunting for a prankster. I had no idea I was the one being watched. So I sat there, stewing in the recycled air of my little glass box, and I made up my mind. I was done playing the building's game. I swiveled my chair around to the main terminal, the one we used for archiving and playback. My fingers felt thick and clumsy on the keyboard. This was a step beyond my usual duties. My job was to observe and report, not to play detective. But my pride was stung, and more than that, a little worm of genuine unease was starting to dig its way into my gut. I navigated to the archive folder, selected the camera feed for 14A, and spooled the footage back an hour. My own face, looking tired and gray under the fluorescent lights, stared back at me from a small window in the corner of the screen showing the office feed. I hit play. I watched the whole sequence unfold again, but this time on a recording. There I was, the stooped, uniformed figure stepping out of the elevator. I watched myself walk the long carpeted corridor, disappear into suite 1412, and emerge a minute later. The light under the door was gone. I watched myself walk back to the elevator and vanish. Then, nothing. Just a silent, empty hallway. I hit the fast forward, my eyes glued to the door of 1412, expecting to see a shadowy figure sneak out of another office or the stairwell to undo my work. But there was nothing. The time stamp in the corner of the screen blurred into a frantic digital race. The hallway remained perfectly, absolutely still. And then, as the clock hit 1:28 a.m., The sliver of light under the door just appeared. It didn't flicker on. There was no fade. One frame, it was dark. The next, it was lit. I leaned back, my chair groaning in the silence. It made no sense. It was impossible. My mind was scrambling for a rational explanation. A timer. It had to be a sophisticated timer wired into the switch. But why? Why go to all that trouble just to turn on a light in an empty office? It felt like a prank, but a deeply elaborate and pointless one. Frustrated, I decided to watch it one more time at normal speed. I wasn't looking for a person anymore. I was looking for, I didn't know what. I just watched. I put the cursor right at the moment I left the hallway, and I let it play. My eyes drifted from the door to the digital clock in the corner of the screen. 1 hour 17 minutes and 2 seconds. 1 hour 17 minutes and 3 seconds. 1 hour 17 minutes and 4 seconds. And then it happened. It was so small, so insignificant, that I almost missed it. A flicker, a visual hiccup, a tiny, almost subliminal jump in the image. My brain registered it before I consciously understood it. I felt a jolt, a sudden electric shock of pure adrenaline. What the hell was that? I whispered to the empty room. My hand, trembling slightly, grabbed the mouse. I rewound the footage 10 seconds. I leaned in so close my nose was almost touching the screen, my eyes locked on the timestamp. I played it again. 1 hour 17 minutes and 3 seconds. 1 hour 17 minutes and 4 seconds jump. 1 hour 17 minutes and 9 seconds. My heart stopped. It skipped 5 seconds. 5 entire seconds had vanished from the recording. They were just gone, snipped out of time, as neatly as if with a pair of scissors. A wave of ice-cold dread washed over me, so potent it made me feel nauseous. This wasn't a glitch. Glitches don't edit footage. Glitches don't surgically remove 5 seconds of reality. This was deliberate. This was high-tech. This was a loop. The truth of it crashed down on me with physical force. I was watching the recording. For how long? I didn't know. But every night, after I went up to turn off that light, someone somewhere was activating a pre-recorded loop of that empty hallway to cover their tracks. That light turning on wasn't the event itself. It was the signal. It was the all clear. It was bait, designed to get me up there and out of the way, and to reassure me when I looked at my monitor that everything was normal. My safe, quiet, empty building was no longer empty. And I was not safe. My entire security system, my eyes and ears, was a lie. To be sure, I did one last test. I brought up the live feed for the 13th floor lobby, right next to the 14th floor feed. I watched the 2 timestamps. The clock on the 13th floor feed ticked by normally. The one on the 14th floor feed was a perfect 5 seconds behind. It was real. The implications started flooding in, each one more terrifying than the last. Who had this kind of skill? And what in God's name were they doing on that empty floor that required this level of deception? My mind reeled. Were they still up there? Right now? As I sat there staring at a 5-second-old image of an empty hall, were they walking around freely, doing what? I felt a sudden, terrifying sense of exposure. They could probably see me, sitting in my little glass office on their own monitor. They knew I was the only guard. They knew my routine. They had been studying me. That wasn't just a light switch they were flipping. They were playing me. The silence of the tower, once a comfort, was now a suffocating, menacing presence. Every hum of the server banks, every distant click of the building's havoc system was a potential footstep. I was no longer the watchman. I was a rat in a maze, and someone else was holding the map. My hand shook as I reached for the phone. My training, my common sense, everything screamed at me to call the police. But my eyes darted to the key rack on the wall. The master key. The key to the service elevator. Some stupid primal part of me, born of fear and a terrifying surge of anger, needed to see. It needed to know who was in my building. Protocol is a funny thing. It's a warm blanket on a cold night, a set of rules that tells you exactly what to do so you don't have to think. And my protocol, my training, my own common sense was screaming at me. Call 911, but my hand wasn't on the phone. It was on the master key for the service elevator. What was I going to tell them? That a light was on? And that a video was 5 seconds late? They'd think I was a crazy old man. No, I needed something real. I needed proof. I needed to see. It was a stupid, reckless decision, the kind of choice you see a teenager make in a horror movie. But in that moment, in my little glass box, it felt like the only choice I had. My building had been violated. My sanctuary had been turned into a lie, and I felt a hot surge of anger that burned away some of the fear. I grabbed my maglite, the big 4-cell one, made of heavy aluminum, and clipped the keys to my belt. I walked out of the security office, my footsteps echoing in the cavernous main lobby. I didn't take the main elevators. Those were for guests. If he was watching, that's what he'd expect. I went through a side door into a concrete hallway and called the freight elevator. The ride up was nothing like the smooth glide of the guest cars. This was a rattling, groaning metal box. The gears whined, the cables creaked. With every shudder, I imagined him waiting for me, listening to the noise, knowing I was coming. But I didn't hit the button for 14. That was also what he'd expect. I hit 15. The doors rumbled open onto another dark, identical floor. I slipped out and went straight for the emergency stairwell. The air in the stairwell was cold and dead. The only sound was my own breathing, loud and ragged in my ears, and the soft scuff of my shoes on the concrete steps. I took them one at a time, my hand gripping the cold metal railing. When I reached the landing for the 14th floor, I stopped. My heart felt like it was going to punch its way out of my chest. I put my ear to the heavy steel fire door. Nothing. Slowly, carefully, I pushed the handle down and opened the door just a crack. The hallway, with its motion-activated lights, was dark. But at the far end, just as I knew it would be, was a thin, perfect line of light spilling from under the door of Suite 1412. And I could hear something. A faint, rhythmic sound. A soft scraping. I slipped through the door, letting it close silently behind me, and flattened myself against the wall. The overhead lights didn't come on. The sensors were too far down the hall. I was in the dark, and he was in the light. That was my only advantage. I crept along the wall, my back sliding against the cool drywall. Scrape. Pause. Scrape. The sound got louder as I neared the suite. I finally reached the narrow glass panel beside the door, my body trembling, and I forced myself to look. There was a man inside, his back to me. He was wearing the gray uniform of the building's engineering staff. He had a utility panel open in the wall, a mess of wires and conduits exposed. And as he shifted, I saw his face in profile. My stomach dropped. It was Dave. Dave, the lead engineer. The quiet, friendly guy who always asked about my grandkids. He was focused, his face slick with sweat, prying at something inside the wall with a small crowbar. I think I made a sound. A gasp, a choked breath. It was barely audible, but in the dead silence of that floor, it was like a gunshot. Dave froze. The scraping stopped. I saw his shoulders tense. He didn't spin around. He just stood there motionless for what felt like an eternity. And then, with a horrifying slowness, he began to turn his head. He turned until his eyes were looking directly back towards the door, directly at the glass panel, directly at me. There was no surprise on his face, no shock, just a flat, tired, profound annoyance. It was the look of a man whose delicate, important work had just been interrupted by a cockroach. He let the crowbar fall to the carpet with a soft thud and started walking towards the door. I didn't think, I just ran. I turned and sprinted down the dark hallway, my feet pounding on the carpet. I heard the click of the office door opening behind me as I fumbled for the stairwell door. I wasn't going to make it. He was younger, faster. I heard his footsteps behind me, closing the distance. I abandoned the stairwell and hooked a sharp right, diving into the pitch-black entrance of an adjacent empty office suite. I scrambled behind a large executive desk left by the construction crew. Crouching down, my body shaking uncontrollably. I could hear him enter the suite, his footsteps slow, confident. He was hunting me. The only light was the faint glow from the hallway. I could see his silhouette moving, a dark shape against the lesser dark. He was breathing heavily, a low, menacing sound. "Frank," he whispered. His voice was calm. It was the calmest thing I had ever heard, and it was the sound of my own death. "Don't make this difficult, Frank." I squeezed my eyes shut, my mind racing. Then I remembered the maglite clutched in my hand. It wasn't a gun, but it was heavy, and it was bright. I waited, listening to his footsteps circling the desk. When his shadow fell over me, I knew he was right there. I exploded up from behind the desk, screaming, and jammed the button on the maglite. A blinding beam of white light hit him square in the face. He cried out, stumbling back, his hands flying up to shield his eyes. In that split second, I shoved the heavy desk with all my strength. It slid a few feet and caught him in the legs, sending him sprawling to the floor. I didn't wait to see what happened. I ran out of the suite, and as I burst back into the hallway, I acted on pure instinct. I slammed the heavy office door shut, and with a trembling hand, I swiped my master keycard over the lock. The lock chirped and flashed green, then red. He was locked in. I ran for my life. I didn't take the stairs. I hammered the button for the main elevator, praying it would come, listening for the sound of him breaking down the door. The elevator arrived with its cheerful ding, and I have never been so happy to hear a sound in my life. I got to the ground floor, burst into my office, and finally called 911. My voice was a hysterical, babbling mess. When the police arrived, the building came alive with noise and flashing lights. We all went up to 14. Dave was just sitting in the office, waiting. The fight was gone out of him. He knew it was over. The police opened the utility panel he'd been working on. The smell? I will never forget that smell as long as I live. They found his partner in there. The man had been missing for weeks. Dave had killed him over some stolen patent, and he'd been using his intimate knowledge of the building and its systems to come in every night to slowly, piece by piece, entomb the body behind that wall. He was hiding a grave in the heart of a skyscraper. I gave my statement as the sun came up, watching the crime scene vans pull up outside the beautiful glass lobby. I went home, packed up my locker the next day, and never set foot in that building again. The quiet in my little house doesn't feel lonely anymore. It feels safe. But sometimes, when it's late, I'll look at the skyline of the city, at all those little squares of light in the tall, dark buildings, and I wonder what else is hiding behind the walls. Let's be honest. When you're a 20-year-old college student drowning in student loan debt and living off instant ramen, your standards for a job are pretty low. If it pays more than minimum wage and you can do your homework while you're on the clock, it's a win. So when I landed the weekend night guard gig at the Westgate Galleria, I thought I'd hit the jackpot. Get paid to sit in a quiet room and cram for my midterm exams? Sign me up. I figured the hardest part of the job would be staying awake. In reality, the hardest part was the silence, and what I eventually found hiding inside it. The Westgate Galleria wasn't so much a mall as it was a tomb. It was one of those classic 80s relics that time, and internet shopping had forgotten. The main concourse was still open, but barely. It had a struggling department store at one end, a pharmacy, a GNC, and a weird little shop that sold nothing but decorative soaps. That was it. By 9 p.m., the metal gates would roll down with a sound like dying thunder, and the place became my own personal ghost town. The atmosphere in there, after dark, was something else. They still played music over the PA system, this ghostly, tinny Muzak version of songs that were popular 30 years ago. It echoed through the massive empty spaces in a way that made the hairs on your arms stand up. The lights were dimmed to half power, casting long, distorted shadows that your brain would constantly try to turn into people. My routine was a joke. I'd do one full patrol at 11 p.m. and another at 3 a.m. The rest of the night was mine. The security office was a small, windowless room with a desk, a rattling mini-fridge, and a bank of grainy, black and white monitors that showed empty hallway after empty hallway. My patrols were the creepiest part. I'd walk the main concourse, my footsteps the only sound besides the sad music and the constant, low hum of the electricity. The worst part, by far, were the mannequins. There were dozens of them, trapped in the dark, gated-off storefronts of shops that had closed down a decade ago. They'd be wearing these ridiculously faded, out-of-style clothes, their painted-on smiles looking more like grimaces in the dim light. They were like a silent, plastic audience for my lonely parade. The main attraction of my nightly walk, though, was the Plaza Wing. This was the original, oldest part of the mall, and it had been completely sealed off for as long as I could remember. It was blocked by these huge, corrugated steel doors, the kind you see on a storage unit, held shut with a thick, rusty chain and a massive padlock. It was the mall's own little forbidden zone. The first few weeks on the job were exactly what I expected. Boring. I read half a textbook, wrote a 10-page paper, and perfected the art of microwaving popcorn without burning it. And then, one Saturday night, I found the Snickers wrapper. I was on my 11 p.m. patrol, my mind on a history exam, and I almost stepped on it. It was lying right in front of the sealed doors to the Plaza Wing. A fresh, crisp candy bar wrapper. Now, my first thought wasn't, oh my God, there's an intruder. It was, great, some little punk found a way to be clever. I figured some teenagers had managed to slip it under the tiny gap at the bottom of the steel doors, just to mess with whoever was on shift. Annoying, but harmless. I picked it up, crumpled it in my fist, and threw it in the trash when I got back to the office. I literally didn't give it a second thought. The next 2 weeks were normal. Nothing. Not a single thing out of place. I started to think I'd imagined the wrapper. And then I found the book. It was a Tuesday night, extra quiet, and as I rounded the corner near the Plaza Wing, my flashlight beam caught something tucked behind a large, dusty fake plant. It was a paperback novel, a generic-looking thriller. The cover was a little bent, but it was clean. I picked it up. A yellowed receipt from a bookstore that closed 5 years ago was sticking out from the top. It was being used as a bookmark. Someone was in the middle of reading this. A cold wave rolled through me. This was different. A candy wrapper is trash. A book is a possession. Someone had been here. They had been sitting in the dark, behind this fake plant, reading a book. My mind started racing. Who would do that? A homeless person. It was possible, I guess. We were supposed to look out for squatters. But this didn't feel like that. There was no mess, no smell, no bedroll. Just this one lonely paperback. I took the book back to the office and hid it in my desk drawer. I didn't tell my supervisor. What would I say? That I found a book. He'd laugh at me. But something had changed. The mall didn't feel empty anymore. It felt occupied. The silence no longer felt peaceful. It felt watchful. My patrols were different after that. I wasn't just walking a route anymore. I was hunting. My eyes scanned every dark corner, every shadow. My ears strained to hear anything over the music, and the humming lights, a cough, a footstep, a page turning. My boring joke of a job had suddenly gotten interesting. I had no idea that interesting was about to become a synonym for terrifying. After I found that book, everything changed. My nightly patrols stopped being a boring chore and turned into a mission. I was obsessed. Every time I walked the concourse, I'd spend an extra 20 minutes around the sealed-off plaza wing, acting like some kind of cut-rate detective. I ran my flashlight along the bottom of the steel doors, looking for scuff marks. I checked the thick, dusty chain on the lock, looking for any sign that it had been recently moved. Nothing. It was sealed up tight as a drum. The person who left that book had another way in. I just had to find it. The mall felt different to me now. During the day, it was just a sad, dying place. At night, it felt like a gigantic sleeping creature, and I was convinced someone else was awake in the house with me. After a few nights of finding nothing, I decided I had to tell my supervisor, Stan. Stan was a classic rent-a-cop lifer. Overweight, perpetually annoyed, and powered by cheap coffee and donuts. I caught him during his shift change. I showed him the book. He barely glanced at it. "So what?" he grunted. "Someone left a book." I told him about the wrapper, about the feeling I had that someone was living in the sealed-off wing. He just sighed, this big, put-upon sound. "Look, kid," he said, "corporate doesn't want a big deal made out of this. We get squatters. It happens. If you really think someone's in there, find them and kick them out. Don't call the cops unless they give you trouble. We don't need the paperwork." And that was it. No backup, no concern. Just a tired, middle-aged guy telling me to handle it. But in a way, it was exactly what I wanted. It was a green light. That night, my search got serious. I was done just looking around the doors. I started thinking about the structure of the building itself. Maintenance shafts, rooftop access, and then I saw it. I'd walked past it 100 times, but I'd never really looked at it. A large, square air return vent on the wall, about 10 feet to the left of plaza wing doors. It was old, painted the same bland beige as the walls, and covered in a thin layer of grime. But as I got closer and shined my flashlight on it, I saw something. The grate was held in place by 6 flathead screws. 4 of them were caked in layers of paint and dust, but 2 of them, the ones on the bottom, were clean. The paint around their edges was chipped, and the metal of the screw heads had fresh-looking scratches on it. My heart started hammering. This was it. This had to be it. I practically ran back to the security office, my mind racing. I grabbed a multi-tool from the emergency kit, my hands shaking so bad I could barely get the screwdriver bit out. This was a clear line I was about to cross. I was no longer just patrolling. I was actively breaking into a sealed part of the property, but I didn't care. I had to know. Back at the vent, the screws came out easier than I expected. With the last one out, I carefully pulled the heavy metal grate away from the wall and set it down without a sound. A wave of cold, stale air washed over my face. It smelled like dust and decay. The inside of the shaft was pitch black. I pointed my phone's flashlight into the void. It was a big, rectangular shaft, maybe 4 feet high, just big enough to crawl through. And the bottom of the shaft was scuffed clean in a narrow line, a clear path through the thick dust. There was no turning back now. I took a deep breath, squeezed myself through the opening, and crawled into the darkness. It was immediately claustrophobic. The metal walls were cold and close, and the sound of my own crawling echoed weirdly around me. I was terrified of my phone dying, leaving me blind in this metal tomb. I crawled for what felt like forever, my knees aching, following the path in the dust. After maybe 50 or 60 feet, the shaft opened up. I shined my light around and saw another vent grate. This one pushed to the side from within. I clumsily pulled myself through the opening and dropped into the blackness, landing with a soft thud on a concrete floor. I was in a small maintenance closet, and I was inside the plaza wing. I pushed the closet door open and stepped out. The silence hit me first. It was total. The ghostly muzak from the main mall didn't reach here. It was a dead, heavy silence that felt like it was pressing in on my eardrums. I was standing in a place that hadn't seen a living soul in years. The air was cold and still. I swept my flashlight beam across the scene. It was a time capsule. I was in the concourse of a mall from 1985. The storefronts had these geometric pastel logos. A huge dead fountain, its basin filled with dust and old leaves, sat in the center of the floor. I walked deeper in, my light cutting a path through the gloom. I passed a video arcade, the hulking machines standing in silent rows like coffins. I saw a clothing store, its sun-bleached posters showing models with feathered hair and shoulder pads. And everywhere, on everything, was a thick, undisturbed layer of gray dust. Well, almost undisturbed, because right there, in the middle of it all, was a single clear trail of footprints. The trail was my only guide. It led me through the main concourse, past the dead fountain, and then took a sharp turn down a dark service corridor I never knew existed. The air got colder back here. The trail led me to the back of what must have been a huge old department store, a forgotten stockroom filled with empty skeletal shelves. The footprints ended at a blank section of drywall, a dead end. I ran my hands along the wall. It felt normal, but as I pushed against it, my hand went right through. It wasn't a wall. It was a cleverly disguised canvas sheet, painted to look like the wall around it. And behind it, there was a door, a real solid door with a simple knob. My hand trembled as I turned it. It swung open without a sound into a small, windowless room. The room was lit by a single battery-powered lantern. There was a cot, shelves stacked with canned food, and a neat pile of books. And sitting on the cot, staring at me with the biggest, most terrified eyes I had ever seen, was a woman. She was pale and painfully thin. I opened my mouth to say something. Security. Are you okay? I don't even know what. But before I could speak, she lunged forward, not at me, but towards me, her eyes wild with panic. She put a trembling finger to her lips and then to mine. She stared right into my soul, and her voice came out in a choked, desperate whisper. Please, she breathed, the sound barely audible. He's coming back. He's coming back. 2 words. That's all she said, but in that single terrified whisper, the entire situation fractured and reformed into something monstrous. My brain, which had been so focused on the mystery of a clever squatter, was now screaming a different word. Prisoner. This woman wasn't hiding. She was being hidden. I stood there, frozen in the doorway, my mind a complete blank. I was just a kid. I was armed with a flashlight and a multi-tool. What was I supposed to do? Before I could even form a thought, I heard it. It started as a faint, distant sound from the far end of the dead mall. A cheerful, casual whistling. The woman's eyes went wide. She scrambled backward off the cot, pressing herself into the far corner of the small room, making herself as small as humanly possible. The whistling grew louder, closer, echoing through the silent, dusty corridors of the plaza wing. It was a jaunty, carefree tune, the kind of thing you'd whistle on a sunny day. And in that cold, dark, forgotten place, it was the most terrifying sound I had ever heard. I took a half step back out of the room, my body acting on pure instinct, trying to hide myself in the shadows of the stockroom. And then a figure rounded the corner. He was carrying a couple of grocery bags, and he stopped dead when he saw me. when he saw the open, hidden door. It was Carl. Carl, the head of daytime maintenance. The friendly 50-something guy who always brought donuts for the staff on Mondays and asked me how my classes were going. He stood there, the whistling cut short. He looked from my shocked face to the open door, then into the room where the woman was trying to disappear into the wall, and the friendly, goofy smile that was always on his face. It didn't just disappear. It curdled. It was like watching a mask melt off, revealing something cold and dead underneath. "Well, shit," he said, and his voice was flat, all the warmth gone. He set the grocery bags down with a soft rustle. "Looks like you found my wife, Mike." My mouth was dry. I couldn't speak. He took a step closer, his eyes fixed on me. "She's not well, you see," he said, his voice taking on this horrible, syrupy, reasonable tone. "The world out there, it's too much for her. I built this place for her, to keep her safe. This is a private matter. You should go now." The woman in the room let out a choked sob. "He's lying," she whispered, her voice trembling. "He took me. That was it. That was all I needed to hear." I started backing away slowly. "Okay, Carl," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Okay, man, I'm just gonna go. I haven't seen anything." Carl just slowly shook his head, a look of genuine disappointment on his face, like I'd failed a test. "I don't think so, kid," he said, and then he lunged. He was surprisingly fast for a big guy. He grabbed the front of my jacket, his grip like iron, and slammed me back against a set of metal shelves. The shelves rattled, and my head hit the wall with a sickening thud. The fight was a clumsy, terrifying blur. He was all weight and brute force, trying to pin me down. I was kicking and struggling, fueled by pure panic. As he raised a fist, I saw a blur of motion from the hidden room. The woman. She had grabbed a heavy can of beef stew from a shelf, as she brought it down with both hands square on the back of Carl's head. He grunted, a loud, pained sound, and his grip on me loosened. That was our chance. "Run?" I screamed. We scrambled past him and sprinted out of the stockroom, back into the ghostly concourse of the plaza wing. We could hear him right behind us, yelling now, his voice a raw, furious roar that echoed through the dead mall. We ran for our lives. We dodged the dead fountain, our footsteps kicking up clouds of ancient dust. We scrambled past the silent, watching mannequins. It was a nightmare chase through a forgotten world. Carl knew the layout. He tried to cut us off through a service corridor, and we had to duck into the blackness of the old video arcade, hiding behind the hulking, coffin-like machines, my heart threatening to explode in my chest as we heard him stalking past. We finally made it to the maintenance closet, squeezed our way through the vent, and tumbled out into the familiar, brightly lit main concourse of the mall. We didn't stop. We sprinted for the security office, the sad music now sounding like the music of angels. We got inside, and I slammed the heavy door shut, fumbling with the deadbolt, just as Carl's massive form slammed against it from the other side. He started pounding on the door, screaming my name, screaming that I had ruined everything. While he raged, I was on the phone to 911, my voice a hysterical, broken mess, trying to explain the impossible truth of what I had found. The next 10 minutes were the longest of my life. But then I heard it. The beautiful, beautiful sound of sirens, growing closer and closer. The pounding on the door stopped. The mall was suddenly flooded with flashing red and blue lights and the shouts of police officers. It was over. The story came out over the next few days. The woman was Sarah, a librarian who had vanished from a town 30 miles away nearly 5 years earlier. Carl had been a patron at her library, had become obsessed with her, and had finally abducted her. He used his unrestricted access and knowledge of the mall to build her a prison, hiding her in plain sight. I was hailed as a hero, but I didn't feel like one. I felt like a kid who had stumbled into the dark and found a real-life monster. I quit the job the next day. I couldn't stand the silence anymore. I finished my degree, moved to a different state, but I've never forgotten. Sometimes I'll be in a big public place, a train station or an airport, and I'll look at all the anonymous faces, all the locked doors and restricted areas, and I feel a chill, because I know how easy it is to make a person disappear, and how the most ordinary, smiling faces can be hiding the most extraordinary, terrifying secrets. You never take a job like this because it's your passion. You take it because you need it. I was 22, had just dropped out of community college, and my car's transmission was on its last legs. The ad for night security at Cineco Industrial Works promised good pay and steady hours. I didn't care that it was in the middle of nowhere or that the shifts were from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. I just needed the paycheck. I had no idea what I was really signing up for. I had no idea that my orientation would be a week-long private lesson in the art of making a man disappear. Cineco is a monster of a place. By day, I'm sure it's a beehive of activity, with trucks and workers and the roar of machinery. But at night, it's a different world. It's a silent, steel jungle that stretches for acres under a starless, chemical sky. A labyrinth of pipes twisting like metallic intestines, massive storage tanks that look like sleeping giants, and warehouses the size of airplane hangars. My job for the first week was to ride shotgun with my trainer. And my trainer was Al. Al was exactly the guy you'd picture for a job like this. He must have been in his late 50s, with a face like a worn-out leather glove and a cloud of stale cigarette smoke that followed him like a loyal pet. He moved with a slow, deliberate energy, like he hadn't been in a hurry in 30 years. He was my guide to this strange, dark kingdom. Our vehicle was a beat-to-hell Ford Ranger with a yellow security light on top and a suspension that complained about every pothole. For 8 hours a night, we'd just drive. We had a set route that took us along the perimeter fences, through the maze of processing units, and past the cavernous, silent warehouses. Al would point things out in the sweep of the headlights. That's tank 7. Check the pressure gauge. Should be in the green. This is the east gate. Make sure the lock's still tagged. It was simple stuff. Most of the time, though, we just drove in silence, the only sounds being the rattling of the truck and the occasional static-laced check-in on the radio. The loneliness out there is thick enough to choke on. You feel like you're the last two people on Earth. And I guess to pass the time, Al liked to tell stories. The first couple of nights, it was standard-issue spooky stuff. He'd point to a dark warehouse and talk about a guy who worked there, who saw shadow people in the rafters. He'd kill the engine by the chemical tanks and tell me that on quiet nights, you could hear a child crying on the wind. It was creepy, sure, but it felt like part of the job description. The old-timer hazing the rookie. I'd just nod along, trying to act tougher than I was. But there was one story he kept coming back to. His favorite. The story of a foreman named Jimmy. Happened about 10 years back, Al said, his voice a low rumble over the engine's idle. Here one day, gone the next. Found him in Warehouse C. They say he slipped, fell into one of the big industrial presses. Accident. He'd always say that last word, accident, with a weird little smirk, like it was the punchline to a private joke. The first time he told it, I didn't think much of it. It was just another ghost story. But on the third night of my training, he changed the routine. Instead of heading for the south perimeter after our first check-in, he took a sharp turn down a dark, unpaved service road. Time for a little field trip, he grunted. He drove us to a massive, windowless building and killed the engine. It was Warehouse C. It felt colder here, the silence deeper. This is the place, he said, his eyes fixed on the massive sliding door. He got out of the truck, and I reluctantly followed. He unlocked a smaller door and led me inside. It was cavernous, and our footsteps echoed like we were in a church. In the center of the vast concrete floor was a single monstrous machine, the metal press. It was silent, a sleeping predator the size of a small house. All walked right up to it, running a hand over its cold, painted steel like he was greeting an old friend. "This is her," he said, "the one that got Jimmy." I stood a few feet back, a chill crawling up my spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. "They said he was working late, doing a maintenance check," Ah continued, his voice barely more than a whisper, but it echoed in the huge space. "Supposedly lost his footing on the gantry up there, fell right in. They didn't find him till morning." He looked up past the machine into the darkness of the high ceiling. "Thing is," he said, turning to look at me, his eyes glinting in the dim light from the open door, "Jimmy was a careful guy, not the type to just slip." He then pointed up to a corner of the warehouse where I could just make out the dome of a security camera. "See that?" he said. "That camera's been there for 15 years. But from where we're standing, right here by the control panel, total blind spot. Always has been." He winked at me, a quick conspiratorial gesture that made my stomach tighten. The way he said it, it wasn't a spooky detail in a ghost story anymore. It felt like a piece of tactical information. It felt like a lesson. I just stood there, my heart starting to beat a little faster, and I realized I wasn't listening to a ghost story. I was standing in a crime scene, and the tour guide was starting to feel a lot like the main suspect. The walk back to the truck from Warehouse C was the longest walk of my life. The air in there had been cold, but the air outside suddenly felt colder. Al didn't say another word about Jimmy. He started talking about the weather, about a football game, like he hadn't just taken me on a guided tour of a decade-old murder. That was the most chilling part, the absolute, casual normalcy of it. I just nodded and grunted in all the right places, my mind screaming. I got back in the passenger seat of that rattling truck, and for the first time, it didn't feel like a security vehicle. It felt like a cage, and I was locked in it with a predator. The next couple of nights, my orientation continued, but the subtext of everything had changed. It wasn't about the job anymore. It was about testing me. Al's lessons became darker, more specific. The following night, he took me to a different part of the plant, a noisy, humming building full of conveyor belts and packaging machinery. He led me to a large hydraulic arm that was used to stack heavy pallets. "See this, Leo?" he said, pointing to a yellow metal cage around the machine. "That's a safety lock. Machine won't operate if the gate is open. Standard procedure." He then walked over to the control box, opened it, and pointed to a small silver relay switch. "But," he said with that same damn smirk, "if you wedge a piece of cardboard in this little relay here, the machine thinks the gate is always closed." He looked at me, his eyes dead serious. "Useful if you need to clear a jam without shutting the whole line down. A real time saver." I just stared at him. He was showing me, step by step, how to override the very systems designed to keep people from getting hurt. He was teaching me how to make the plant's machinery kill on command. His questions got more personal, too. We'd be driving along the dark perimeter fence, the headlights cutting a lonely path through the night, and he'd just start probing. "So, you got family, Leo? A girlfriend?" "No, sir, not right now." "Good," he'd nod. "Attachments make a man weak. Make him talk too much." Another time, he asked me, "You a company man, kid? You the type to run to the supervisor every time you see something you don't like?" I remember just shrugging, trying to look nonchalant. "I just keep my head down, do my job," I said. It seemed to be the right answer. He just grunted, a sound that might have been approval. I felt like every word I said was being weighed and measured. Every night was a new test, a new piece of the puzzle he was building for me. A puzzle that, when finished, spelled out the murder of a man named Jimmy. I wanted to quit. God, I wanted to just not show up the next day, but I was scared. What if he thought I was a loose end? He knew where I lived. It was on my application. The plant, as vast and terrifying as it was, started to feel like the only place I was safe from him, because at least there, I could see him. It all came to a head on Friday, the last night of my training. The air in the truck was different. The casual chatter, even the menacing stories, were gone. There was just this heavy, thick silence. Al was quiet, his eyes constantly flicking over to me, studying me. I felt like an insect under a microscope. I knew, with a certainty that made my stomach churn, that this was the night of my final exam. And just like I feared, as we finished the last of the regular patrol route, he took that same dark, unpaved road. Back to Warehouse C, he parked the truck in the exact same spot as before, facing the monolithic press. He killed the engine. The silence that flooded the cab was absolute and terrifying. He didn't get out this time. He just sat there, staring through the windshield at the dark machine. "You know," he started, his voice a low, gravelly thing. "I liked you from the start, Leo. You're quiet. You listen. You learn." He turned his head to face me, and in the dim glow of the dashboard lights, his eyes looked like black holes. The smirk was gone. "I'm going to tell you something my old man told me. There are two types of people in this world: wolves and sheep. Jimmy was a sheep who tried to pretend he was a wolf. Thought he could run with the big dogs, skimming inventory off the top. But he got sloppy, and he got scared. He was going to squeal on his partner to save his own skin." Al paused, letting the words hang in the air between us. "His partner," he continued, his voice dropping even lower. "He couldn't let that happen. He had to make a business decision. There it was. Not a story, not a rumor, a confession." My blood turned to ice. I couldn't breathe. "The partner's only mistake," Al said, his eyes boring into mine, "was that he worked alone. After Jimmy, he had no one to watch his back. A job like this, in a place this big, you can't do it alone. You need a partner. Someone who knows the blind spots. Someone who knows how to bypass a safety sensor. Someone who knows how to keep his damn mouth shut." He leaned a little closer, the smell of stale coffee washing over me. "I've been looking for a new partner for a long time, Leo. I've been looking for a new partner for a long time. Leo." The words just hung there in the suffocating silence of the truck cab. This was it. This was the final exam. My entire body went numb, a cold, prickly paralysis that started in my feet and washed its way up to my scalp. My mind was a car engine, flooded and useless. I was staring into the eyes of a killer, and he had just offered me a job. My throat was so tight, I couldn't have screamed if I'd wanted to. I knew, with the chilling certainty of a man about to die, that there was no right answer. If I said no, I was a squealer, a loose end, a sheep. I would end up like Jimmy. If I said yes, what then? I become his accomplice? Trapped in this life with this man, until the day he decided I was a liability too? Al just watched me, his expression unreadable, waiting. My survival instinct, an animal part of my brain I didn't even know existed, took the wheel. It screamed at me, play the part. Say what he wants to hear. Be the wolf. I forced a slow nod. I tried to make it look confident, like I was considering a business proposition. My voice, when it finally came out, was a croaking, unfamiliar sound. "Okay," I whispered. Then I cleared my throat and tried again, forcing some steel into it. "Okay, Al, I'm in." Al's face didn't break into a smile. It just relaxed, a subtle loosening of the tension around his eyes. But I knew I couldn't just leave it at that. I had to buy myself time, create an opportunity. I had to appeal to his ego. But, I added, looking him right in the eye, if I'm your partner, I need to know everything. No more stories. Show me exactly how you did it, every step, so I know how it's done right. For a second, I thought I'd pushed it too far. But then, a slow, proud smirk spread across Al's face. He liked that. He liked that I was asking for the master's lesson. "Attaboy, Leo," he grunted, clapping me hard on the shoulder. "That's what I like to see. All right then. Lesson number 1." He opened his door and got out, and I followed him on legs that felt like they were made of jelly. We walked back to the giant, silent press. Al was energized now, moving with a purpose I hadn't seen all week. He was the teacher, and he was about to reveal his masterpiece. "First thing," he said, his voice echoing in the vast space, "you gotta get him up on that gantry." Jimmy was easy. I just told him I was seeing a fault in the pressure sensors and needed a second pair of eyes. He pointed to a narrow, metal catwalk high up on the machine. "Once he's up there," he said, walking over to the main control panel, "he's trapped. Nowhere to go but down." He flipped open a metal cover on the panel, revealing a set of toggle switches. "This here is the key. The manual override for the hydraulic pressure. You hit this, and all those fancy safety sensors mean jack squat." He was reenacting it for me, step by step. His voice was calm, instructional. He was giving a seminar on murder. As he spoke, my eyes were darting everywhere, frantically scanning the dark warehouse. I was looking for an exit, a weapon, anything. My mind was cataloging every lesson he'd ever taught me. The layout of the plant, the location of the emergency shutoffs, the patrol routes. He had spent all week giving me the blueprint for my own escape. "The blind spot is key," he was saying, gesturing back toward the security camera. "You make your move here, and as far as the tapes are concerned, you were never even in the building." He finished his explanation and turned to me, a look of grim satisfaction on his face. "And that's it. Clean. Simple. A tragic accident." He extended his hand. "Welcome to the pack, Leo." I stared at his outstretched hand. This was the moment. It was now or never. I couldn't shake that hand. I couldn't get back in that truck. I took a deep breath, and instead of taking his hand, I shoved him. With every ounce of strength and terror in my body, I pushed him square in the chest. He was so wrapped up in his moment of triumph that he was off balance. He stumbled backward with a cry of shock and rage, tripping over a coil of cables and crashing to the concrete floor. I didn't wait to see if he was getting up. I ran. I sprinted for the door, my heart exploding in my chest. "You're dead, you little bastard," he screamed behind me, his voice echoing with pure fury. I burst out into the cold night air and ran into the labyrinth of the plant. The chase was on. I could hear him behind me, his heavy boots pounding on the gravel. He was older, but he was filled with rage, and he knew this place like the back of his hand. I ran not just with panic, but with a plan. I used his lessons against him. I ducked into a dark pipeline corridor he'd shown me was a shortcut. I scrambled up a service ladder to the roof of a low building, just like he'd taught me. I could see his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness below, hunting for me. I was the sheep, and the wolf was closing in. Then I remembered our patrol of the main loading depot, Bay 4. He'd complained that the remote sensor was broken, that you had to use the big manual close button on the inside wall. I knew what I had to do. I scrambled down from the roof and made a mad dash across an open yard, heading for the depot. I burst into the massive open bay, making myself a clear target. I saw his light swing toward me. "Nowhere left to run, kid," he yelled. I ran to the back of the bay, making it look like I was trapped. He entered, walking slowly now, savoring the moment. "You should have just shaken my hand, Leo," he snarled. As he got to the middle of the bay, I lunged for the wall. There it was. A big, red, palm-sized button. I slammed my hand against it. A loud alarm blared, and with a deep, grinding groan, a massive corrugated steel door began to roll down. Al spun around, his face a mask of disbelief, and ran for the opening, but it was too late. The heavy door crashed to the ground with a deafening boom, sealing him inside. I stood there, gasping for air, my whole body shaking. And then I scrambled to a small security station on the wall, grabbed the radio, and screamed for the site supervisor. I was a hysterical, sobbing mess, but they understood enough. When the supervisor and then the police arrived, the plant was bathed in flashing lights. They found Al in the loading bay, just sitting on a crate, defeated. Based on my testimony, a perfect detailed account of the murder of Jimmy, courtesy of Al's own lessons, they reopened the case. I gave my statement and walked out of that plant as the sun was rising. I got in my car and drove until the steel jungle of Sinico Industrial Works was just a bad memory in my rearview mirror. I passed my orientation. I learned that there are wolves and there are sheep, but sometimes a sheep who listens can learn all the wolf's tricks. And I learned that the most dangerous monster isn't a ghost in the dark. It's the man who offers you his hand, ready to welcome you into a nightmare of his own making. And that's all for tonight. Remember, the most terrifying monsters are the ones that look just like us. The ones who might even live right next door. If these stories serve as a good reminder to trust your instincts, then show your support and like and subscribe. Hitting that bell means you'll get a warning before the next nightmare begins. Sleep well, if you can. There are moments in your life that act as hinges. They're often quiet, seemingly insignificant. A door opens, a door closes. You make a choice. You answer a phone call. You say yes instead of no, and your entire world pivots on that single, silent movement. You never see the hinge until you're looking back, usually from the ruins of whatever life you had before. For me, that hinge was an app on my phone. An icon of a smiling, cartoon sun holding a little cartoon hand. Guardian Link. It sounded so safe, didn't it? Like a promise. A digital hand to hold when you couldn't be there yourself. It all started on a Tuesday. I remember the oppressive grayness of the sky that day, the kind of weather that feels like a heavy blanket. I was a single dad, which is really just a fancy way of saying I was the full-time CEO of a tiny, chaotic, beautiful corporation of two. Me and my 8-year-old daughter, Maya. My life revolved around her schedule. School pickups, soccer practice, playdates, parent-teacher conferences. I was the master of a color-coded calendar that looked like a Mondrian painting gone haywire. That particular Tuesday was a big one for me. I'm an architect, and after months of late nights and lukewarm coffee, my firm was on the verge of landing the biggest project of our careers, a new city library. The final presentation was that night at a dinner with the city council. It was a command performance. Not showing up wasn't an option. And naturally, that was the day Mrs. Gable, my sitter, my rock, a woman in her 60s who had the patience of a saint and smelled perpetually of lavender, called to cancel. Her car had broken down, stranded 2 towns over. I remember pacing my kitchen, phone pressed to my ear, a cold knot of panic tightening in my stomach as I frantically called everyone I knew. All busy, all with their own lives, their own chaotic calendars. The walls were closing in. The clock on the microwave was mocking me, each red digit a countdown to professional failure. That's when I remembered what my colleague, Sarah, had told me about a few weeks prior. Guardian Link? I could almost hear her voice in my head. It's amazing, David. Like Uber, but for childcare. All the sitters are 5-star rated, full background checks. It's a total game changer. At the time, I'd privately thought it sounded impersonal, but now, desperation was clawing at my throat. I downloaded the app. The interface was clean, friendly. Bright colors, smiling faces. I put in my request, a last-minute long shot. But within 5 minutes, a cheerful chime sounded, and a match popped up. Her name was Emily. Her picture showed a young woman with kind eyes and a warm, open smile. She had over 100 5-star reviews, all glowing testaments to her kindness, her magical way with kids. Her profile said she was a grad student in early childhood education. It was too perfect. A little voice in the back of my head whispered a warning, but the loud, panicked voice of the ambitious architect drowned it out. I booked her. She was scheduled to arrive at 6. At 5:59, my doorbell rang. I opened the door, and there she was. Emily. She looked exactly like her picture, dressed in a simple sweater and jeans, a large tote bag slung over her shoulder. She had that calm, capable air about her that instantly puts a frantic parent at ease. "Hi, you must be David," she said. "It's so nice to meet you. And this must be Maya." My daughter was hiding behind my legs, but Emily knelt down and spoke to her on her level. "I love your dinosaur t-shirt. Is that a stegosaurus?" Maya shyly corrected her. "It's a triceratops." Emily smiled. "Of course it is. My mistake. He's my favorite too." And just like that, the spell was cast. Maya was charmed, taking Emily by the hand to show her her Lego castle. I gave Emily the tour, the emergency numbers, the Wi-Fi password. She listened intently, asking smart questions. Bedtime is at 8:30. She can have one juice box. No scary movies. The knot in my stomach finally, blissfully unwound. As I was leaving, I looked back at them setting up a board game on the floor. It was a stock photo of a happy home. I should have seen it for what it was. Not a stock photo, a stage. And it had been set just for me. The dinner was a blur, and I excused myself twice to check the app's live feed. The first time, I saw them playing checkers at the kitchen table, Maya laughing. The second time, they were curled on the couch, Emily reading from one of Maya's favorite books. I sent a quick message through the app. "Thanks for taking such good care of her. You're a lifesaver." A minute later, a reply. "She's a sweetheart. We're having a great time. Focus on your meeting." I put the phone away, nailed the presentation, and drove home around 11:30, buzzing with victory. The house was dark, except for a single dim lamp. I let myself in quietly and found Emily asleep on the couch. I gently woke her. "Oh, David. Hi. Sorry, I must have drifted off." I told her not to be sorry. I was the one who was late. She said Maya had been an angel. Went down at 8:30 on the dot without a peep. I paid her through the app with a generous tip. At the door, she gave me that same warm smile. "It was a pleasure to meet you both. I hope you'll call me again." Then she was gone. I crept upstairs and peeked into Maya's room. I could see her shape under the covers facing the wall. I didn't want to risk waking her, so I just pulled the door almost closed and went to bed, feeling like I had dodged a bullet. It was the last peaceful sleep I would have. The next morning, I went to wake her. "Time to get up, sleepyhead." The room was silent, too still. The lump under the covers was just a careful arrangement of pillows. The bed was empty and perfectly made. Maya never made her bed. A cold finger of dread traced its way down my spine. "Maya? Honey? Are you hiding?" I checked her closet, under the bed, then raced downstairs, searching every room. The house was empty. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely unlock my phone. I went to the Guardian Link app to call Emily. but her profile and our entire booking history was gone. It was as if she had never existed. That's when the panic, true ice-cold panic, finally took hold. I dialed 911, my voice trembling as I told the operator, my daughter is gone. The next hour was a surreal nightmare of uniformed officers asking questions I couldn't answer. A call to Guardian Link's corporate security confirmed it. Emily's profile was a sophisticated fake, a ghost account that had been scrubbed from their servers the moment the booking ended. I felt the floor drop out from under me, and then a thought surfaced through the fog. The cameras, not their camera, my cameras. I'd installed my own security system years ago, recording to a hard drive in my office. We all rushed in and pulled up the footage. There it was, me leaving, Emily and Maya playing, me arriving home, Emily leaving at 11:45 p.m., alone. Maya was not with her. If she didn't take her, then what happened? The officer had an idea. Let's go back. Let's watch the whole thing. We sat in the dark office and watched the ghostly replay of our evening. We saw Emily lead Maya upstairs at 8:30, then come back down alone and sit on the couch, scrolling on her phone, just waiting. Then, at 10:23 p.m., the front door opened, and Maya walked out. She was in her unicorn pajamas, her bare feet silent on the cold concrete. Her face was blank, her eyes open but unfocused, staring straight ahead. She didn't look scared. She looked empty. She walked down the driveway and onto the sidewalk, then turned right and just kept walking until she disappeared into the darkness. She never once looked back. One of the officers pointed a shaking finger at the monitor. Look, he rewound the footage. Reflected faintly in the dark glass of the living room window was Maya's bedroom window upstairs. And in that window, standing perfectly still, was a silhouette. It was Emily. She watched my daughter walk out of the house. She watched her walk away into the night. And she did nothing. The chilling, unthinkable truth settled into my bones. She didn't kidnap my daughter. She had convinced Maya to leave on her own. The world tilted on its axis. How do you issue an Amber Alert for a child who walked away willingly? My mind was a screaming chaos. I ended up in Maya's room, and that's when I saw her tablet on the knitstand. I picked it up, my thumbprint unlocking it. There was an app I didn't recognize called the Starlight Garden. I opened it. It was a link to a YouTube channel with hundreds of videos, cartoons, puppet shows, all looking bright and cheerful. I clicked on the most recent one, a special message for new blooms. A soft, gentle female voice began to speak. Hello, Starlight. Are you ready for a new adventure? It was her. It was Emily's voice. I felt the blood drain from my face. The voice was hypnotic, talking about a secret world, a magical place where special children, the blooms, could be with their true family. Your guide, your guardian, will come to help you on your journey, the voice cooed. When the moon is high in the sky, it will be time to start your walk. It was brainwashing. She hadn't just met my daughter last night. She had been grooming her for weeks. The babysitting job was the final activation. I showed the police. The FBI was called in. My house became a command center. They discovered a global network, a cult calling themselves the Family of Light, using these videos to liberate children. All I could do was sit there, helpless, knowing I was the one who downloaded the app. I was the one who opened the door. I had paid her, tipped her, and thanked her for stealing my child's mind. The hours bled into days. Finally, they traced an IP address to a remote, mountainous region a few states away. An agent showed me a satellite image on a laptop. It was a wooded area with a small clearing. A compound. We think this is it, he said. This is the Starlight Garden. I just stared at that tiny dot on a map where my daughter was. The hinge had swung shut. My world had pivoted. And I was left in the ruins with nothing but the silent, ghostly footage of my little girl walking away, and the terrifying knowledge that the monster didn't have to break down my door. I had invited her in and smiled while she did it. Most people think a writer's greatest tool is their imagination. It's not. It's observation. It's the ability to sit quietly and watch the world, to notice the little things. The way a person's smile doesn't quite reach their eyes. The tiny hairline cracks in the facade of everyday life. My name is Alex. I'm a writer. And for the last year, my subject has been my neighbors, Mark and Sarah. I work from home, from an office window that looks directly into their kitchen. I didn't mean to become a voyeur. It just happened. Mark was the star of the show, the one every neighborhood has. Perfect lawn, brand new grill, always organizing the block party. He was the sun, and everyone else just orbited him. Sarah was a ghost. Quiet, pale, and seemed to float through rooms. When Mark was hosting his endless parade of friends, she would be the one refilling chip bowls and clearing empty bottles. A silent servant in her own home. And I heard things. Our houses were built in the 60s. The walls are thin. I'd be up late, and I'd hear their arguments. I heard the sharp, ugly cadence of Mark's voice, low and menacing, and Sarah's replies, always soft, pleading. Then came the other sounds. A dish shattering against a wall. A door slamming so hard my own picture frames would rattle. One time, I saw her at the mailbox, wearing sunglasses on a cloudy day. She thought I didn't notice the faint, purple bruise high on her cheekbone. She gave me a small, tight-lipped smile and hurried back inside. I did nothing. I told myself it wasn't my business. So I just kept watching and listening and feeling the acidic burn of guilt in the pit of my stomach. Then came that Tuesday night. The fight started, same as always. But this time, it was ferocious. I could hear Mark's voice, unhinged, and Sarah, not pleading anymore, but crying. I stood in my own dark kitchen, my hand on the phone, and my thumb hovering over 911. Then came a sharp, piercing scream from Sarah, cut off abruptly. It was followed by a heavy, sickening thud. And then, silence. It was the most terrifying sound I had ever heard. It pressed in on me from all sides. I stood there for what felt like an hour, frozen, but there was nothing. Just that heavy, suffocating silence. I didn't call the police. The coward in me won. I told myself I'd imagined it. I went to bed, but I didn't sleep, listening to the silence, and the guilt began to forge itself into certainty. The next morning, the world outside was deceptively normal. Mark was in his driveway, whistling a cheerful tune as he washed his oversized SUV. He saw me watching and gave me a big, friendly wave. "Morning, Alex. Great day." I felt a surge of nausea and stepped back from the window. Sarah was nowhere to be seen. By Saturday, my fear and guilt had curdled into a cold, burning obsession. Mark was hosting a barbecue. The entire neighborhood was on his back deck, laughing, drinking beer. I watched from my window as Mrs. Henderson from down the street asked him the question everyone was thinking. Mark's jovial mask melted away, replaced by a performance of quiet heartbreak. I could read his lips. She left me. He told them he'd woken up Wednesday morning, and she was just gone. They all bought it, but I knew better. I knew what that thud in the night was. She hadn't left him. He had gotten rid of her. That's when the writer in me, the observer, died, and the vigilante was born. My investigation started with a pair of high-powered binoculars and a small black notebook. My office became an observation post. I documented his every move. 7:14 a.m. Takes out trash. Only one bag. Odd. 3:20 p.m. spends 2 hours meticulously weeding the rose bushes near the back fence. My blood ran cold. Was she there? I started going out late at night, sifting through his trash cans, looking for anything. Bloody rags, a piece of her clothing. But he was smart. He was clean. The obsession consumed me. A week later, I got my chance. Mark packed his SUV with fishing gear and told a neighbor he was heading to the lake for the weekend. That night, under the cover of darkness, I took a lock-picking kit I'd bought online and crept over to his back door. The lock clicked open. I slipped inside. The house was dark and cold, thick with the scent of bleach and air freshener. It was unnervingly clean, sanitized. I moved through the rooms with a small flashlight, looking for signs of a struggle. A dent in the drywall, a new patch of paint, a dark stain on the hardwood floors. Nothing. My panic started to rise. What if I was wrong? I wasn't crazy. I knew what I heard. I rushed upstairs, tearing through closets, rifling through drawers, feeling more desperate by the second. I was about to give up when my foot caught on the edge of the rug in the guest room. As I stumbled, I noticed it. A single floorboard that wasn't quite flush with the others. I dropped to my knees and pried it up. Underneath, in the dark space, was a small object wrapped in a dish towel. My hands were shaking as I slowly unwrapped it. It was a claw hammer. The head was dark with a rusty, brownish stain. Dried blood. I had found it. The murder weapon. A wave of grim vindication washed over me. I had him. Then I heard a sound that made my heart stop. A key in the front lock. It wasn't Mark's SUV. It was a taxi. He came back early. No, the footsteps were too light. A figure appeared in the doorway of the guest room. It was Sarah. She was alive. She looked strong. She looked at me, then at the hammer in my hand. She didn't scream. She didn't look scared. She smiled. A slow, cold, calculating smile. I knew you'd find it, she said, her voice calm and steady. I was counting on it. You were right, Alex. There was a murder in this house on Tuesday night. You heard it all. You just got the names wrong. She took a step into the room. I couldn't take it anymore. That night, I hit him. And I kept hitting him until he stopped moving. He's in the attic crawl space, wrapped in a tarp. The pieces started to click into place, forming a picture of such perfect, malevolent genius that I felt all the air leave my lungs. And then I saw you, she continued. Watching. Always watching. Writing in your little black book. Going through our trash. You were the perfect solution to my problem. The obsessed neighbor. The weirdo writer who had a grudge against the popular guy on the block. All I had to do was wait for you to do exactly this. To break in. To find the weapon I left for you. To give the police a motive, a suspect, and a murder weapon, all tied up in a neat little bow. Her face suddenly changed. The cold confidence vanished, replaced by a mask of pure terror. She opened her mouth and began to scream, a blood-curdling, hysterical sound. Help! Somebody help me! He's in my house. He killed my husband. He's got the hammer. It was the most brilliant acting I had ever seen. I was frozen, paralyzed. I dropped the hammer, and it clattered loudly on the floor. I could hear doors slamming open outside, voices shouting, phones being dialed. The whole neighborhood was running towards her screams. I looked at Sarah. She was crying now, real tears streaming down her face as she pointed a trembling finger at me. And through her sobs, she whispered 2 words, so quietly that only I could hear them. Thank you. The first siren began to wail in the distance, growing closer. I was trapped. I was the crazy neighbor, the obsessive writer, the man holding the bloody hammer. The last thing I saw before the police burst through the door was Sarah's face, a perfect portrait of a terrified, grieving widow, a masterpiece of a lie. And the first, the good neighbor, was her finest creation. Estrangement is a funny thing. It's not a clean break, but a slow fade, like a photograph left in the sun until you're left with just a vague outline of a person you used to know. That was my grandmother, Eleanor. In my memory, she was just a ghost, a collection of my mother's sad stories. When she died at 87, the only thing she left me was her remote, dilapidated farmhouse. The plan was simple: clean it out, sell it, and use the money for a down payment on a city apartment. The drive out there was like traveling back in time. The house slumped against the gray sky, paint peeling like sunburned skin. The inside smelled of dust, mothballs, and something else. Something earthy and damp, like a freshly dug grave. It was in her bedroom that I found the journals. A dozen black, leather-bound books filled with her spidery handwriting. At first, the entries were normal, but as the years went on, they became strange, fearful. She started writing about something she called the man in the soil, or old groundskeeper. I could almost hear her frail, old voice reading the words aloud. October 12th, 1978. The rains have been heavy. The ground is soft. I can feel him stirring. He does not like the earth to be disturbed. It went on like that for years. May 3rd, 1985. The fence by the woods needs mending, but I dare not dig new post holes. The groundskeeper is a jealous landlord. He guards his domain. It was the sad story of a woman's mind unraveling, her isolation breeding phantoms in the dirt. I put the journals in a box and tried to forget about them. My project for the week was to tackle the overgrown front garden. I spent a whole afternoon out there with a shovel and a pickaxe, wrestling with the stubborn soil. By sunset, I was exhausted. I left the tools lying in the freshly turned earth and went inside. That night, I was woken by a faint scratching sound from downstairs. I dismissed it as a raccoon and fell back asleep. The next morning, the tools were gone from the garden. I found them on the front porch, leaned neatly against the wall, cleaned of all dirt. I knew I hadn't done that, but maybe I was more tired than I thought. A few days later, the strangeness continued. I came downstairs to find a thin trail of dark, rich soil on the kitchen floor. It started at the back door, which was bolted shut from the inside, and ended right at the cellar door in the pantry. The scratching sound came back that night, louder this time, coming from beneath the floorboards. It sounded like someone was digging. My mind went back to the journals, to the cellar door. It was secured with a huge ancient padlock, rusted solid. Curiosity and dread got the better of me. I got the crowbar from my car and broke the lock. A wave of cool, musty air washed over me. I pointed my phone's flashlight down the steep stone steps into blackness. The cellar was small, with stone walls and shelves, but the far wall wasn't stone. It was just packed earth. And carved into the center of that dirt wall was a tunnel, just large enough for a person to crawl through. This wasn't a raccoon. Someone had been living here. Against my better judgment, I got on my hands and knees and crawled into the tunnel. It opened up into a small hand-dug chamber. In it were the remnants of a hidden life, empty cans of preserved food, a bucket for waste, a ragged mattress, and on a crate, a collection of objects arranged like trophies, a child's worn teddy bear, a silver locket, a man's cracked watch. I scrambled backwards out of the tunnel, gasping for air. I was about to run to call the police when my flashlight beam caught a loose brick in the cellar's fireplace hearth. I pulled it out. Inside was a small tin box. It contained a yellowed newspaper clipping from November 5th, 1975. The headline read, "Local man vanishes after suspected burglary at remote farmhouse." The article detailed the disappearance of a thief named Jacob Miller, last seen near the property. My grandfather, Thomas, was quoted saying he'd fired a warning shot and the man had run off. Under the clipping was a letter, a confession from my grandfather to my grandmother. His voice seemed to echo in the damp cellar. My dearest Eleanor, Miller didn't run. He came into the house. What you did. You were defending yourself. I put him in the ground. In the garden. But I can't leave him. I have to stay. I have to guard the ground. I will be your groundskeeper. The world spun. The man in the soil wasn't a phantom. It was my grandfather. He had faked his own disappearance and had gone to live in the earth, spending 50 years guarding a grave just a few feet beneath his wife's feet. As the full, horrifying truth dawned on me, I heard a sound from above. The heavy cellar door slammed shut with a loud bang, and the metallic sound of a bolt slid into place. I was plunged into absolute darkness. I screamed, throwing my weight against the door, but it didn't budge. Then I heard a voice from the other side, ancient and dry like autumn leaves. A whisper that scraped through the wood. You broke the ground. You dug in the garden. You disturbed his rest. I choked out his name. Grandfather? It's me. It's Ethan, your grandson. But the voice that answered wasn't my grandfather's. The groundskeeper requires stillness, it rasped. The soil demands a price for what is taken. It demands a debt. He wasn't a man anymore. He was a feral creature who knew nothing but his half-century-long vigil. I wasn't family. I was a threat. And then I heard it again, the scratching. But it wasn't coming from the tunnel. It was coming from the other side of the packed earth wall of the cellar itself. He was digging a new tunnel. He wasn't going to let me out. He was coming to let himself in. I am trapped here, in the dark, in the cold, listening to the sound of my own grandfather digging his way through the earth to get to me. I don't know what he'll do when he breaks through, but I see the collection of trophies in my mind, the locket, the watch. I know he is not coming to welcome me to the family. He's coming to make me a permanent part of his collection, to bury me in the silence, to make me another secret kept by the soil of my inheritance. The scratching is getting closer, and that's all for tonight. Remember, the most terrifying monsters are the ones that look just like us, the ones who might even live right next door. If these stories serve as a good reminder to trust your instincts, then show your support and like and subscribe. Hitting that bell means you'll get a warning before the next nightmare begins. Sleep well, if you can. You know that feeling when a key slides into a lock for the very first time. Your key, for your lock, for your door. There's nothing like it. For me, that door was the left side of a charming little duplex on Maple Street. It was my official entry into adulthood. My first real place after years of roommates and crappy apartments. It had a little porch, a patch of grass I was ridiculously excited to mow, and a shared wall. I had no idea at the time, but that shared wall would become the boundary between my life and the nightmare. His name was Michael. He lived in the other half of the duplex, 1B. I met him on moving day. I was wrestling a heavy box labeled Kitchen Very Fragile up the steps when he appeared in his doorway, looking like he'd just walked out of a J. Crew catalog. He was handsome in that effortless, classic way dark hair, a kind smile, and eyes that actually crinkled when he smiled. "Looks like you could use a hand with that," he said, his voice warm and friendly. He introduced himself, and within minutes was helping my dad and me with the heaviest furniture, never once breaking a sweat or complaining. He told me he was a software engineer who worked from home. He also mentioned he was a single dad. Right on cue, a little girl, maybe 6 or 7 years old, peeked out from behind his legs. She had big, watchful brown eyes and a cascade of dark curls. "This is my daughter, Lily," he said, gently nudging her forward. "Lily, say hi to our new neighbor, Clara." Lily didn't say hi. She just stared at me, her expression unreadable, clutching the hem of her father's shirt. "She's a bit shy," Michael said with an indulgent laugh. "We've had the whole duplex to ourselves for a while. She'll warm up to you." In those first few weeks, I was convinced I had won the neighbor lottery. Michael was perfect. He was quiet, respectful, and always had a friendly wave. We fell into an easy rhythm. We'd bring in each other's trash cans, chat over the low fence that separated our small backyards. I developed a crush, of course, a big, messy, undeniable crush. He was the total package, and I found myself daydreaming about a future that involved more than just borrowing a cup of sugar. But as the weeks turned into a month, I started to notice things. Small things at first. Lily, for instance. She never seemed to warm up. She was a ghost of a child, silent and solemn. I'd see her in their yard, sitting perfectly still on the swing set, not swinging, just sitting, her big eyes fixed on her own house. Whenever Michael was around, she was a model of perfect obedience. But once, I glanced out my kitchen window and saw her in their yard alone. Her face was tight with an adult-like anxiety, her little hands twisting the fabric of her dress. The moment she saw me watching, her expression went blank, like a mask dropping into place. It was unnerving. Then there was the routine, Michael's nightly routine. It was precise, unvarying, and deeply strange. Every single night, at exactly 9 p.m., I'd hear the faint scrape of his blinds being drawn. Every single one in the exact same order. Living room, kitchen, his office. Then came the clicks of the locks. Front door, back door, the small chain lock. It was like a ritual. And then, at 9:15, the music would start. It was a music box. A tinny, delicate melody that played for exactly 15 minutes. I could hear it faintly through the shared wall of our living rooms. It was a sweet, simple tune, but hearing it every night, at the exact same time, began to feel less charming and more obsessive. One night, I was up late working and heard him through the wall. He was humming along to it, but under his breath, he was whispering. I couldn't make out the words, just a soft, rhythmic murmur, like a prayer or an incantation, until the music stopped. And then, silence. I tried to rationalize it. He's a single dad. Kids need structure, routine. Maybe the music box was for Lily to help her sleep, but it didn't feel like that. It felt rigid, fragile, like if one step was missed, something terrible would happen. The first real crack in Michael's perfect facade appeared on a Saturday afternoon. I was weeding my small flower bed when Lily approached the fence. It was the first time she had ever come near me on her own. She didn't say anything, just stood there watching me. "Hi, Lily," I said gently. "I'm just pulling out the naughty weeds." She held up a piece of paper. It was a drawing, done in crayon. It was a picture of our duplex. On my side, 1A, was a smiling stick figure with blonde hair, clearly meant to be me. On her side, 1B, there was a tall stick figure of her dad, and a small one of her. But there was a fourth figure, a woman inside the house, looking out of the upstairs bedroom window. She had long brown hair, and her eyes were drawn as two big black X's. A cold shiver went down my spine. "That's a very nice drawing," I said, my voice a little shaky. "Who's the woman in the window?" Lily just looked at the drawing, then back at me. "Mommy," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "She never leaves the house." Before I could ask another question, the back door of 1B slid open. Michael stood there, a smile fixed on his face, but his eyes were like chips of ice. "Lilybug," he said, his voice dangerously soft. "What are you doing?" He saw the drawing in her hand. He walked over, his movements unnervingly calm, and took the paper from her. His eyes scanned it, and for a split second, I saw a flash of something ugly, something furious in his expression before it was gone. "Looks like it's time to go inside," he said. He took Lily's hand, his grip a little too tight, and led her back to the house. He gave me a quick, forced smile. "Sorry to bother you, Clara." And then they were gone. For the next 2 days, I didn't see Lily at all. The blinds on her bedroom window stayed drawn. I heard her crying once, a muffled, heartbreaking sound that was quickly shushed. Michael was still his normal, friendly self when I saw him, but I couldn't shake the cold feeling of dread that had settled in my stomach. A woman with X's for eyes. She never leaves the house. My curiosity had curdled into fear. That night, I did something I'm not proud of. I started digging online. I searched his name, looking for any information. I found his social media, all pictures of him and Lily, a carefully curated album of single dad perfection. And then I found it, an old news article from a local paper dated 4 years ago. The headline read, "Local mother abandons family." The article was short. It said that Michael's wife, a woman named Anna, had disappeared, leaving behind her husband and 2-year-old daughter. Her car was found at a bus station downtown.